In the middle of a lively medieval town, where the streets buzz with excitement and lanterns glow like stars, the local tavern is bursting with life. Inside, the chatter of patrons and the clinking of mugs mix together in a symphony of celebration. It's one of those nights where everyone seems to be in a great mood, especially one particular cadet who just got accepted into Applia Academy. With a loud thud, a mug hits the table, and the young man stands up, raising his tankard like a victorious hero. "Tonight, drinks are on me. I got into Applia Academy," he shouts, his grin so wide it could split his face. Naturally, the place erupts into cheers because, let's be real, no one's going to turn down free drinks. Getting into Applia Academy is no small feat, so the guy's riding high on pride and excitement. His friends are all too happy to join in, raising their mugs and toasting to his future. The air is filled with laughter, and for a moment, it feels like nothing could ruin the night, except, of course, the hooded man sitting quietly in the corner. "I won't go easy on you if you don't drink," he teases, his tone dripping with bravado. The room laughs along with him, the bartender even giving a chuckle as he wipes down mugs. But the hooded man? He stays as still and calm as ever, quietly sipping his drink, completely unfazed by the cadet's taunts. It's clear he's not here to make friends, and he's definitely not here to get pulled into someone else's party. The night wears on, and the drinks keep flowing. But as the ale levels rise, so do the cadet's frustrations. He's elbow to elbow with the hooded figure now, clearly annoyed that his earlier attempt to bring the guy into the fun was met with nothing but silence. "Damn you. Move," the cadet growls, slamming his mug down in frustration. "Sit further down. Don't you know who I am?" Ego, inflated by his academy acceptance and fueled by liquid courage, he's not about to let anyone disrespect him, especially not some stranger in a cloak. The hooded figure, however, remains as cool as ice. He doesn't even bother to look up. One of the cadet's friends, already sensing where this is heading, quickly steps in. "Hey! Leave it alone," he says, trying to defuse the situation before it spirals out of control. For a moment, it looks like the cadet might really blow up, but instead, he leans back with a grin, smugness dripping from his every word. "I'll let it pass today, since I'm in a good mood," he declares, as if sparing the hooded figure from some kind of wrath. As the night wore on, the cadet, still on his post-acceptance high, decided it was time to share some juicy news. Leaning in dramatically toward his group, he lowered his voice like he was about to reveal the town's biggest secret. "By the way, have you heard?" he asked, with all the mystery of a bad spy movie. One of his friends, already halfway through his next mug, raised an eyebrow. "Heard what?" "The hero's party," the cadet practically shouted, clearly not grasping the concept of subtlety. He took a big gulp of ale like it was a dramatic pause and continued, "They cleaved through the front of the Demon Lord's army again. Can you believe that? We have to talk about it." He was so into his own storytelling that he completely missed the fact that the hooded guy next to him had gone completely silent, which, to be fair, wasn't all that different from how he'd been the entire night. The cadet, now fully immersed in his grand storytelling, slammed his mug down and leaned in as if about to drop some major news. "The chosen hero, Kyle," he declared with the enthusiasm of someone who'd just seen his favorite celebrity. His friends nodded along, caught up in the drama, while the hooded figure beside him remained, as usual, unbothered. And then, the cadet continued, "There's Lemia, the divine archer, and even Saint Sarah." His eyes widened in awe as if merely mentioning their names brought the legendary group to life. His friends were now fully invested, hanging on to every word. "Wasn't there one more member?" one of them asked, scratching his head. "Another member," one voice wondered aloud, eyes fixed on the figure. "The Ashen Wizard, Raniel Von Trias," someone explained, as if announcing a famous name, but the voices that followed carried less awe. "Isn't he just on a free ride?" someone whispered, sounding unimpressed. "For being heir of the Grey Magic Tower, honestly, he does nothing." Raniel sat in silence, unaware, or perhaps unconcerned, by the whispers swirling around him. "You sound like a know-it-all," one voice chided, dripping with sarcasm. "But it's a fact that Kyle's the one doing the most, isn't it?" the response came, defensive and sure, the voice replied, their tone laced with dry humor. The Ashen Wizard is in charge of dealing with the small fry, after all. And so, the quiet tavern continued its murmur of judgments, leaving Raniel, once again, around the subtle jabs directed at him. The day before, the battlefield was chaos, an explosion of debris and magic filling the air as the heroes charged forward. Kyle, leading the charge, grit his teeth, sword raised high as his comrades fought beside him. Behind him, his party, mages and warriors alike, unleashed their powers against the onslaught of enemies. A soldier's voice broke through the clamor, filled with relief and awe. The hero's party. They came to help us. Another soldier, desperate but relieved, shouted to his comrades, everyone, back down. We'll retreat slowly. As the soldiers started to fall back, they left the battlefield in the capable hands of the hero's party, watching as Kyle and his team fearlessly pushed forward into the storm of battle. In the heat of battle, hero Kyle Thorben makes a powerful entrance, his boots hitting the ground with enough force to make it seem like even the dirt should be afraid. His comrades stand with him, Lemia, the fierce divine archer, and Sarah, the ever-serious saint. Together, they cut a dramatic figure against the backdrop of chaos. Lemia, however, is less than thrilled. This isn't what they told us, she exclaims, her face twisted in frustration. There's, like, 3 times the enemies. This will never end. Saint Sarah, not exactly the beacon of positivity herself, chimes in with an eye roll. Can't Kyle just wipe them away already? Because obviously, when in doubt, pass the buck to the guy with the biggest sword. As the battle rages on, Kyle assesses the situation. I can't, he mutters to himself, frustrated. If I attack, the royal army will get caught in the crossfire. For now, let's pull back and, suddenly, a calm yet commanding voice cuts through his thoughts. Oi. Move. Kyle barely has time to register the interruption before Raniel von Trias, the Ashen Wizard, steps in, sending a shockwave of magical energy forward with a flick of his hand. In a whirlwind of icy blasts and explosive power, Raniel shows exactly why his title isn't just for show. Without breaking a sweat, he annihilates the swarm of enemies that Kyle had been debating how to handle. The battlefield trembles in response to the sheer force of his magic, leaving everyone, including Kyle, staring in disbelief. For someone supposedly on a free ride, Raniel just casually flexed on the entire battlefield. Raniel shifts into overdrive, pulling off moves that leave even his teammates stunned. Multicasting. Spell nesting. Lemia mutters, her eyebrows practically flying off her face. Did he already take care of the ones in the back? Saint Sarah narrows her eyes, clearly unimpressed but still mystified. Even though he was late. What the hell is wrong with him? Raniel, focused and undeterred by their chatter, powers up his magic. Magic boost. Spell reinforce. His thoughts are methodical, calculated, like a master chef seasoning his spells to perfection. In a series of lightning-fast maneuvers, Raniel deploys capture with a wave of his hand, followed by a spell that explodes in a chain reaction, decimating the enemies in front of him. The battlefield becomes a light show of magical dominance, all orchestrated by the one they once called the freeloader. Now, even the doubters in the group are left in awe as Raniel single-handedly wipes out a massive chunk of the opposition, his power surging like an unstoppable force of nature. As the dust from the explosive magic settles, a soldier near the blast is starstruck. Wow! I wouldn't expect any less from Sir Kyle. He says, clearly unaware of who's really responsible for the massive explosion. Is anyone hurt? He asks, concern etched on his face. Another soldier chimes in, no one is. Everyone's safe. Meanwhile, the real cause of the explosion, Raniel, quietly steps forward with a cold determination in his eyes. A hulking skeletal warrior charges at Raniel with full force. Smash, the creature is immediately obliterated by Raniel's overwhelming magic. Well, he's at least useful, Lemia mutters, watching the spectacle unfold. But Saint Sarah cuts in, so what if he is? He acts like he's some sort of warrior. And he keeps butting in. Clearly, not everyone's impressed with Raniel's unique approach. Raniel, meanwhile, stands at the center of the magical carnage. He's a stock, one of his companions explains. He pre-prepares spells and carves their circuits into his body. This makes Raniel stand out on the front lines, where wizards typically don't belong. Exactly what part of that is a wizard, someone asks sarcastically. Lemia, still unimpressed, turns to Kyle to find agreement, but her eyes widen in surprise. You think so too, right Kyle, eh? Kyle? She gasps, noticing Kyle already moving in, sword ready. Without even acknowledging the conversation, Raniel prepares his spell with intense focus, lightning sparking around him as he channels his power into the attack. Chain, he declares as magical symbols light up around him, forming a powerful connection of energy. Meanwhile, Kyle rushes forward with single-minded determination, the chaos of the battlefield swirling around him. Kyle! Raniel shouts, seeing his teammate charge in. The giant skeletal warrior looms ahead, an imposing figure crackling with dark energy. With a fierce battle cry of, Haya! Kyle leaps into the air, sword raised high, ready to strike. Electricity courses through the air as Kyle's blade comes down, aiming to obliterate the massive enemy in one powerful blow. The battlefield, already shaken by Raniel's magic, is about to witness an earth-shattering strike from the hero himself. As the scene shifts to a festive atmosphere, the crowd erupts, chanting, Kyle, like he's the true hero of the land. Confetti rains down, and the whole town is buzzing with excitement. People rush to share the news. Did you hear? The hero Kyle landed the finishing blow, one villager says, clearly having missed the entire rest of the battle. That's hero Kyle for you, another cheers. Raniel, looking awkward and out of place, walks through the crowd like someone who just happened to stumble into a victory parade that wasn't meant for him. Meanwhile, his teammates walking ahead of him, he watches the misunderstanding unfold with a mix of amusement and annoyance. Later, when they finally escape the noise, Raniel, still focused, casually asks, so, where's the next fight? Like this was just another day at the office. Kyle suddenly stops in his tracks, turning to face Raniel. Let's stop this, he says seriously, catching everyone off guard. Raniel, confused, responds, wait, what? Kyle, without missing a beat, continues, you don't fit with us. His tone is blunt and to the point, leaving Raniel wondering what's coming next. For us, defeating the Demon Lord is about bringing peace, and having justice prevail. Kyle explains, his words heavy with meaning while outside the window, the townsfolk are still partying like it's a carnival. But for you, defeating him is just another achievement. His defeat is just another notch on your belt. When I see you take our honor so lightly, I feel sick. Kyle adds. That's why, Raniel, Kyle's words hang in the air, full of dramatics. Raniel stands there, caught off guard by the sudden accusation, blinking in surprise. He was just asking where the next battle was. Now it feels like he's in the middle of a philosophical lecture. Kyle's words hang heavy, I want you out of my party. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the present moment. Raniel is forcefully thrown out of his seat, crashing into a pile of crates outside the tavern. The wooden debris clatters around him as he struggles to get up. Man, he's pissing me off, the Aplia student grumbles angrily from inside, his voice dripping with irritation. Raniel barely gathers his senses, now covered in dirt and splinters. The Aplia student continues his rant, why the hell are you sitting next to me and drinking like we're chums? He spits, clearly enraged. Did you want to get along with a great student from Aplia? A bystander adds with a smirk, he's dressed like a battle mage, mocking Raniel's appearance. Their laughter fills the street, but Raniel simply brushes off the dirt, the echoes of Kyle's rejection still louder than anything else. One guy muttered under his breath, so were his superiors, then. Hey, what ya staring at me for? Raniel, still brooding under his hood, quietly mumbled, he says it's my fault. Huh? Shut up with that babbling, the other guy snapped, clearly irritated. Raniel kept going, his voice low, that I always mess things up, and they have to clean up my mess. That we're aiming for different things. Someone else tossed something at Raniel. Eat this, it'll wake you right up. Did you go mad? The other mumbled, can we use magic on a civilian before joining the academy? Meanwhile, Raniel was still deep in thought. Of course, there were days I also thought I overdid it, but come on, I'm not that bad. Raniel suddenly spoke up louder, who stopped the dragon from destroying the village when those guys accidentally touched its tomb? The group whispered, what's happening? He's coming over. One guy, growing annoyed, barked, what do you want, you idiot? Raniel's voice grew stronger as he stepped forward, who saved them when they were about to be slaughtered after rushing headfirst into the demon lord's castle. Who bought them time when they had to decapitate the black dragon, one of the 4 heavenly kings. As blue flames flickered in his hand, he added, are you saying those were all small fry? Raniel was on fire, literally and figuratively. His frustration hit a peak as he glared at the group. And above all that, he growled, his voice rising, when those guys ran away with their tails between their legs as soon as they encountered the Demon King, he stepped forward, flames swirling around him. I was the one who gave them time to flee by sacrificing half of my lifespan. The others stared, wide-eyed and in disbelief. They go around always looking for easy fights, Raniel continued, now summoning a magical projection of the very party he was referring to. They just got tired of me still trying to defeat the Demon Lord. One guy, in shock, stammered, wait, that face, no way. Another one snorted, hey, why were you scared of a hobo? Raniel's glare deepened. He raised his hand with a snap, declaring, I'm the one who doesn't want to be part of this, assholes. The scene shifted as Raniel found himself at the present. He clutched his head, clearly in pain. His master's voice rang out, idiot, your thoughts were elsewhere again. Raniel groaned, ugh. I was recalling how I got into this body. His master nodded, almost amused. You were surprised too, weren't you, master? Well yes, who wouldn't be, the older man replied. My only disciple turned up looking like that. The master looked down at Raniel, his eyes serious. Raniel, he said with a calm but firm voice, Raniel, standing amidst the blossoming cherry trees, replied, yes, master. You won't be called that anymore once you walk through that door, the master continued, his gaze unwavering. Rania van Trias. Raniel, now Rania, paused, taking in her new name. The change was significant, and it weighed on her. You'll be treated as an assistant professor at Aplia Academy, the master added, giving her a new role to embrace. Rania looked thoughtful, contemplating her future. Are you prepared for your second life? The master asked, his question hanging in the air. Rania's eyes narrowed, focusing on her next chapter. My second life. She whispered, ready to face the path ahead. As Rania reflected on her past, the memories came flooding back. Asterisk, I was only fighting against the Demon Lord's army for 5 years. She thought, her mind replaying the endless battles. Images of fierce monsters and relentless enemies flashed before her eyes, but now, things were different. But I still find this peaceful situation awkward, she admitted to herself. Her past as a warrior was far behind her, but the memories lingered. Well, of course I would, she thought with a sense of finality, looking at the epic battles of the past now behind her. She tried to let go of those memories. Let's forget it already, she whispered, forcing a smile. Her new life as an assistant professor at Aplia Academy awaited her. Is there even anything to prepare? She asked herself, almost rhetorically. She looked out over the beautiful scene at the academy. This is enough, she said aloud, content with her new path. She smiled, full of confidence now. Since I already quit the hero's party, she concluded, her voice determined. The sky was painted in a glorious mess of pink and orange, as if the sun couldn't decide which color it liked best before disappearing behind the horizon. Long shadows stretched lazily across the land, birds gliding overhead, blissfully ignorant of the chaos about to break loose below. In the distance, the silhouette of a grand castle sat majestically over the treetops, completely unaware of the sheer ridiculousness about to unfold. It was a picture of peace. For about 3 more seconds, suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a scream that could have come from either a horror movie or someone who just stubbed their toe. Taking a step back, his arms flailing in what could only be described as an interpretive dance of panic, he waved at the creatures, like he was trying to swat away mosquitoes. "Gee, go away. There's nothing for you to eat here," he stammered, as if that would somehow convince 2 oversized monsters that they had mistaken him for a salad bar. His voice trembled so much that even he seemed unsure of his dietary claims. Negotiating with these beasts was about as effective as convincing a cat not to knock something off a table. They didn't care about his reasoning, or his existential crisis, for that matter. They were hungry, and his panic probably just added a nice seasoning to the whole situation. The young man screamed like his life depended on it, because, well, it did. He spun on his heels, attempting to flee, but fate, it seemed, had other plans for him. Splurt that a sudden spray of blood splattered across the ground, freezing him in place. His eyes widened, and his feet faltered as he stumbled forward, wondering if he had just been turned into a human ketchup packet. He blinked, wiping the blood from his brow in a daze, squinting through the carnage. But something was wrong. He wasn't dead. Well, not yet. "Wait, huh?" he muttered in confusion, his voice cracking under the weight of disbelief. The monsters, for reasons unknown to him, had stopped advancing. Instead, before him stood a mysterious figure, cloaked in shadows with an arm outstretched, glowing with a radiant, swirling blue light. The air crackled with energy, and the nearby trees seemed to bow in deference to the immense power filling the atmosphere. "Who are you?" the young man stammered, staring wide-eyed, part in awe and part still confused as to why he was not being digested by now. The cloaked figure didn't bother with formalities. With a voice smooth yet commanding, they replied, sent by the Ashen Wizard, Raniel. The beasts, who had once seemed unstoppable, were now looking a bit hesitant. The ground beneath them rumbled ominously, and with a simple flick of the figure's hand, a blast of energy erupted. Symbols and runes whirled in the air around his hand like they were performing their own little light show. The creatures, moments earlier so eager to snack, were now airborne like a couple of giant, confused ragdolls. The creatures went flying, tumbling through the air like they'd just been smacked by the magical equivalent of a fly swatter. The young man watched in awe, his brain desperately trying to reboot and process what had just happened. 1 minute, he was lunch, and the next, his would-be killers were spinning like they'd signed up for a roller coaster without knowing the height requirements. The wind was still buzzing with leftover magic when one of the creatures let out a sharp "kre" as it was hit by yet another gust of energy. Claws and teeth flailed wildly as if they were trying to swim through a hurricane. A swift slash echoed through the clearing, slicing the air like the whole scene was being edited for extra drama. Amid the chaos, the cloaked figure spoke, their voice calm and almost casual, like they were narrating a documentary. "In the past, I made a deal with the stars to escape from the Demon King." The young man, still processing the fact that he hadn't become a chew toy, stumbled backward as the figure, now hovering slightly above the ground in a display of casual godlike power, continued, by using balance. The creatures didn't care much for balance or diplomacy, though. One of them, clearly not getting the memo, let out a final, furious snarl and made a move. But with a simple gesture from the cloaked figure, it was slammed back into the earth with the force of a toddler's tantrum. Stomp. As a side effect of that deal, she thought to herself, her breath quickening with each step. The world around her seemed to blur as she sprinted, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the dense forest. I can no longer run away from the Demon Lord. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. The sky, painted with hues of pink and orange, contrasted sharply with the turmoil swirling inside her. The trees around her rustled ominously as if they were whispering the secret she wished to forget. But she couldn't forget, not with the curse burning within her chest like a wildfire. The demon lord's curse remains within my heart. She grimaced, feeling the weight of those words. It wasn't just metaphorical, she could literally feel the tendrils of dark magic gripping her, making it impossible to breathe freely. Her feet slammed into the ground, the impact sending cracks across the earth. Energy surged from beneath, her magic instinctively flaring up as she leapt into action. Because of that, I've decided that I can't continue adventuring, she thought. It was ironic, adventure had once been her freedom, her escape. Now, it felt more like a cage closing in around her. As the lightning crackled around her, the storm of power forming in her wake, she couldn't help but chuckle dryly. Boom! The earth shook, and with that, the last of the beasts was down for the count, leaving the young man standing in stunned silence, a witness to the raw power on display. "What is this?" he muttered, his voice barely more than a whisper, his mind somewhere between amazement and panic. His mouth hung open like a fish gasping for air, but no coherent words came out. It was as though his brain had been put on hold while the rest of the world continued to spin in magical mayhem. The cloaked figure, with the calm demeanor of someone who just took out the trash, turned and asked, "Are you all right?" "Ah, yes," the young man stammered, trying to regain some semblance of dignity. Thank you. I will make sure to return the favor." The figure gave a small nod but didn't seem particularly interested in the promise. "May I know your name, by any chance?" For a second, it seemed like the figure was about to answer with something profound, but they stopped, as if remembering a secret. "Ah, I am Ronnie," they cut themselves off abruptly, clearing their throat in the most awkward of ways. "Ahem. This path is dangerous. Be careful next time." The young man, still shaking, called out one last desperate, "Thank you," before sitting down heavily on the ground, questioning every decision that had led him here. Raniel, meanwhile, pulled their hood closer, thoughts drifting. "Phew," they mused, "I almost blew my cover." With a final glance over their shoulder, they confirmed their inner resolve. "I, Raniel, hereby announce my retirement from the battlefield." Raniel's footsteps faded into the night, the sounds of battle now a distant memory. After what felt like an eternity, Raniel came to a stop at a familiar place. It had been a long time since they'd walked this path. In front of them was the small, peaceful house they had known so well. "It's been a while since I've been here," Raniel said softly, as the gentle breeze carried their words into the still air. Raniel's footsteps continued along the path, unwavering. Their shadow stretched out beneath the trees, long and lonely. The title they'd once carried echoed in the silence. Asterisk, affiliate of the hero's party, the Ashen Wizard, Raniel. Asterisk, they walked with certainty, but their answer remained the same. "I am retired," they whispered, as if convincing themselves as much as the world around them. But even here, in the comfort of this serene place, an old question returned to haunt them. From the depths of their mind, or perhaps it was a voice from long ago, came the words, "Do you plan to defeat the Demon Lord?" When Raniel reached the door of the house, they paused. The weight of years and battles behind them, they pushed the door open. Inside, standing in the gentle glow of a lamp, was a familiar face. The older man looked up, worry etched into every line of his face. His voice was soft but carried the weight of all his years of caring. "Do you really have to go?" he asked, eyes searching Raniel's face for any sign of hesitation. Raniel stood in the doorway, the light of dawn casting their figure in shadow. Behind them, the world outside beckoned, but they lingered a moment longer, sensing the man's concern. The old man's voice broke the silence once more, his words heavy with warning. "Your whole life will be wasted. The master isn't done yet. Everything you learned about the path of magic will be wasted," he warned sternly, eyes narrowing. Raniel, standing by the door, looks back, his expression a little guilty but firm. The master, still not giving up, asks the big question, "Do you still insist on leaving?" His face shows the weight of that question, as if hoping Raniel will have a change of heart. Raniel, however, knows what he must do. He bows deeply, his voice low but resolute, "I will return, master." Cue the emotional music, if there were any, as the scene tugs at the heartstrings. The master, realizing there's no stopping Raniel, lets out a sigh, almost rolling his eyes. "So be it, my foolish disciple," he mutters with a mix of frustration and fondness. As Raniel walks away, the master calls out one final challenge: "Bring the head of the Demon King when you return. Then I will take you back as my disciple." Oh, no biggie, right? Just bring back the head of the most feared villain in the land. But as Raniel walks away, a dark shadow looms over him, the trees and path now ominous. That was already 5 years ago, he reflects in the darkness. What happened in those 5 years? Suddenly, a familiar hand knocks on a door. Raniel stands at the entrance, his face hidden under his hood, quietly saying, "I wanted to bring you the Demon King's head." Dramatic? Yes. Has he brought it? Only time will tell. Inside, the master, now older and wearier, hears the knock. "Who is it?" he asks, his voice a mixture of hope and trepidation as he heads toward the door. Time for a long-awaited reunion, but is it the one they both expected? Things get serious for a moment. Our heroine grabs her cloak, revealing her face dramatically as if it's a big secret, except, it's not. But hey, you have to respect the effort. With a deep, serious tone, she says, like we didn't already know, but the theatrics are appreciated." And here comes our hero again, looking bright and cheerful, cane in hand like a walking fashion statement. With a wide smile that could melt hearts, she greets, "I'm back, master." The sun shines down as if to say, "Welcome back." Her joy is practically contagious, cue the master's intense realization. His eyes go wide, his mind racing. You can almost hear the gears turning in his head. "I see. Is this what it has come to?" he mutters, as though the weight of destiny itself is suddenly dropping on his shoulders. Or maybe he's just realizing that things are about to get complicated. Either way, classic dramatic pause, the sunlight filters through the wooden beams as our main character, with flowing silver hair and a confident stride, walks up to the old master. Without missing a beat, they exclaim with admiration, "As expected of you, master. You took one look at me and figured it out." Clearly, the master's reputation for being sharp is still going strong. Suddenly, the master grows more serious. "So, did he leave any last words?" he asks with a solemn expression. It's the kind of question that leaves a heavy silence in the air, like everyone in the room is holding their breath. The master contemplates deeply, hand on his chin, as beams of light cast a reflective mood on the scene. "I doubt he left only this staff," he says, clearly implying there's more to the story than just a walking stick. "This is no ordinary farewell. At first, I was worried about him," the master admits, thinking back to when all of this started. But then, in a dramatic change of tone, he adds, "But after seeing his achievements, I was proud." Ah yes, the classic master moment where concern turns into pride. Now visibly moved, the master places a hand on his chest. "I was especially proud, when I heard he subdued," he doesn't finish the sentence, but you can tell he's reminiscing about some grand feat, probably something epic and legendary. He's having a real emotional moment here. Raniel, sweating bullets, nervously tries to explain, the black dragon Belial, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Her panic is real now, and she pleads. "Please, let me explain." You can tell she's hoping her master will hear her out before jumping to any conclusions. Nervously, the silver-haired character blurts out, I am Raniel, master," looking a bit flustered. Clearly, the situation is getting serious. She's trying to gather her confidence, but those wide eyes say it all. She's worried about how her master will react. The master responds with a chuckle, "You don't need to comfort me." That boy, clearly, he's not as distraught as Raniel might have thought. But before he can finish his thought, boom, Raniel's staff lights up with intense power, glowing bright blue. Something big is happening. And then, with a dramatic SHWOM, blue energy bursts from her staff, engulfing the entire area. Raniel looks determined, while the master stands in awe of the power surging around them. With a dramatic ZWOM, the master's eyes widen as he stares in shock. Isn't this Raniel's ashen mana? The realization hits him like a truck. This is no ordinary power, it's Raniel's, and it's intense. The master, still in shock, asks, "Is it really you, Raniel?" His eyes are wide with disbelief, like he can't fully grasp what's happening right now. Raniel, meanwhile, remains focused and composed. With a confident smile, Raniel begins, "Yes. Master, I am BA," but before she can finish, a sudden VZZT interrupts her. Clearly, something's going wrong. Suddenly, a bright blast of energy appears as Raniel shouts, "Lightning bolt." The powerful magic explodes forward, leaving no doubt that she's ready for action. The master watches, astonished, as her abilities unfold before him. Crackle, a powerful burst splits the scene, as lightning surges through, violently cracking something in half. Sparks fly as the energy erupts, leaving destruction in its wake. Subtlety? Not today. She turns around, a look of realization dawning on her face, only to be met with a bright flash of light and the shocking sensation of the energy surging through her. Meanwhile, a calm figure with long silver hair turns slightly, seemingly unfazed. She simply says, "Come in." Like she didn't just hear the loudest crack in history, her face shows utter shock as the energy passes by, her mind racing. What just happened? The scene cuts to her softly chuckling, "Ha, ha ha." A quill scratches across parchment with practiced ease. The first of many letters begins, "Dear Roselle, former master of the Grey Magic Tower." But wait, that title's old news, right? A second letter emerges with some quick revisions, "Dear Roselle, Aplia Academy Professor." Sounds more up to date. Then, yet another letter pops up, like an enthusiastic overachiever, "Dear Sir Roselle, esteemed master of the Ashen Wizard." The ink isn't even dry on that one before the sky above seems to transform into a postal office for wizards. Letters flutter and twirl through the air with a sense of urgency only bureaucrats would truly appreciate. Magical seals break mid-air with dazzling effects because, well, magic. The Ashen Wizard has announced his retirement, Professor. Do you happen to know his whereabouts? As if. Because when it comes to wizards, retirement is just another word for, "I'll disappear into a forest and meditate for 300 years. Cut to the chase, as the letters continue to bombard the air. The Magic Tower, desperate for more answers, decides to take matters into its own hands. Another missive. "If I may cut to the chase, we at the Magic Tower would like to recommend the Ashen Wizard to the elders and have him by any means," only for the scroll to get interrupted. Because on the other side of the world, Roselle, the poor recipient of all these letters, stands in his doorway like an exasperated father whose kids won't stop knocking. "Look!" Roselle exclaims, pointing dramatically at the overwhelming pile of envelopes that could probably fill an entire library at this point. "I've already received hundreds of letters from all sorts of places." He's furious now. As if the mere idea of retiring in peace wasn't hard enough, here they are, trying to drag him back into the wizarding mess. His voice rises, filled with irritation and a hint of sarcasm. "Is there any other idiot like you who would suddenly announce their retirement?" he roars. Roselle's assistant stands nearby, looking overwhelmed as more letters cascade onto the desk. She looks at him, then at the pile, then back at him. "You didn't contact me," she blurts out, throwing her hands up in exasperation. "I had all these letters arriving. I thought you were dead already." Roselle stares at her, a touch amused. "Bring them," he says with a smirk. "I'll burn them all, okay?" Another letter floats in at that exact moment, its seal pristine, probably thinking it's safe from destruction. Roselle's eye twitches slightly. "Another one?" he grumbles as he grabs it out of midair. He takes a look at the sender. Sender, principal of Applia Academy, Aaron Van Tyrant. He glances at it, unimpressed, and sighs. This one's a normal one. Elsewhere, the principal, Aaron Van Tyrant, is penning yet another letter. His desk is immaculate, his writing deliberate. He begins, to my dear friend, Roselle Van Trias, spring has sprung at Applia Academy, the cradle of learning. Oh yes, the usual pleasantries. Flowers blooming, students eager to learn. But the letter soon takes on a more serious tone. How are the preparations for the new semester going? Then, the crux of it. Aaron's brow furrows slightly as he continues to write. I am not contacting you as the principal, but as a friend with a concern. In a final, desperate plea, Aaron's letter closes with, do you know where your disciple, the Ashen Wizard, is? Somewhere, in the scenic countryside, Roselle stands under a pink and orange sky with even more letters in his hand, looking out into the horizon as if contemplating whether to toss them into the wind and forget about the world entirely. The stars twinkled as if holding a secret, while shadows of 4 figures loomed against the shimmering cosmic backdrop. Aaron's words hung in the air like an unspoken challenge, you know, don't you? Our upcoming freshmen have the talent to lead the way in our times. The glowing energy surrounding the students radiated with potential. It was as if the fate of the world rested on these individuals, no pressure, of course. Somewhere, someone probably thought, what could go wrong? But the professors, naturally, were already in a tizzy. The professors are in an uproar. We need to bring in the Ashen Wizard as soon as possible. Because who doesn't love a good crisis? Another letter fluttered in the wind. It was probably the 100th one of the day. Roselle's patience had long since burned out. He held the stack of letters and read the last plea, I ask you to at least let me know his whereabouts. His response was simple, even borderline dismissive. Burn them. The assistant, as incredulous as ever, blinked. Are you sure? She asked as flames erupted, crackling with a menacing glow, as if the letters themselves were offended at being dismissed so easily. As the flames continued to consume the letters, the assistant couldn't shake the feeling that this was a terrible idea. A gust of wind blew through, scattering ashes into the horizon. Her eyes flickered with doubt. If there's a problem later. But before she could even finish, Roselle cut her off with all the grace of someone who has dealt with far too much nonsense. A problem? Stop talking nonsense and burn them already. There is still a lot left. And with that, the fiery rain continued. Nothing like a casual letter-burning session at sunset to cap off the day. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting an orange glow across the field. Roselle's face softened slightly, as if contemplating something deeply profound, or just really tired, so, he murmured, pausing for dramatic effect. His assistant, meanwhile, was staring at the swirling flames, wondering how on earth things had escalated to this point. How did they go from a simple request to a bonfire? How did this happen to you? She asked, her tone half sympathetic, half bewildered. Roselle's casual demeanor didn't exactly give off wise sage vibes at the moment. Her question was met with a half-hearted shrug. He scratched his head and sheepishly replied, So you see. Roselle's memory flashed back to that night, his expression darkened as he recalled the not-so-glorious moment. After I quit the hero's party, I went drinking at a bar and got into a quarrel, the scene replayed like a bad tavern story. The dim lighting, the clink of tankards, and, bam, next thing he knew, he was caught up in some wild mess. A fight broke out, spells were thrown, things escalated quickly, and somehow, this was the result. And then I found myself like this, Roselle added, gesturing vaguely as if to say, oops. The assistant raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. How should I explain that? She thought to herself, wondering if this was a tale for the archives or something better left forgotten. Roselle stood there, his expression serious yet calm. The weight of the unknown hung over him like a cloud. I'm still uncertain as well, he finally admitted, the words echoing in his mind. For someone who had seen and done it all, even he wasn't immune to the doubts that come with new beginnings. Whatever, he muttered, brushing off the lingering feelings of unease. His assistant blinked in confusion, trying to understand Roselle's nonchalant attitude, but Roselle, ever the pragmatist, wasn't one to let things linger unnecessarily. It's you we're talking about, so there must be a reason, he said, directing his words toward his disciple. His gaze softened slightly as he continued, tell me about your plans from now on. Roselle stood there, his expression serious yet calm. The weight of the unknown hung over him like a cloud. I'm still uncertain as well, he finally admitted, the words echoing in his mind. For someone who had seen and done it all, even he wasn't immune to the doubts that come with new beginnings. Whatever, he muttered, brushing off the lingering feelings of unease. His assistant blinked in confusion, trying to understand Roselle's nonchalant attitude, but Roselle, ever the pragmatist, wasn't one to let things linger unnecessarily. It's you we're talking about, so there must be a reason, he said, directing his words toward his disciple. His gaze softened slightly as he continued, tell me about your plans from now on. The name on the letter seal flickered with magic, Principal of Applia Academy, Aaron. The magic symbols swirled around it, glowing with an otherworldly light. Roselle took one look at the letter and then at his disciple. His expression remained neutral, but the gears in his mind were already turning that he asked quietly, have you considered? The atmosphere was serene, but the question was anything but simple. As a favor for an old friend of mine, Roselle murmured, eyes looking into the distance, his mind already traveling down paths unseen. The towering structure of the Royal Applia Academy loomed in the background, its grandeur undeniable. Its golden spires reached for the sky as if beckoning those below to strive for something greater. The question lingered like the last rays of the setting sun, going to the Royal Applia Academy? Roselle's disciple, standing tall against the backdrop of the fading daylight, gripped the letter firmly in her hand. Her eyes, once filled with uncertainty, now shimmered with quiet determination. The path ahead was unclear, but the weight of her decision had been made. With the breeze gently tugging at her hair, she stood ready to face whatever came next. The grand halls of Applia Academy were as magnificent as ever, the kind of place that made you feel either really important or really small, depending on your self-esteem that day. Outside, the clear blue sky spread wide, dotted with fluffy clouds, and the sun's rays reflected off the Academy's grand golden dome like it was in a competition to see how many students could get blinded before noon. Do you have a good candidate for a new professor? Asked a voice, cutting through the serenity of the scene like a nosy neighbor asking for gossip. Baron Van Tyren, the Academy's principal, sat in his office, clearly stunned by the question. His face seemed to be frozen between confusion and disbelief, an expression that could make students think twice before asking for an extension on their homework. He looked at the person speaking, eyes wide, and replied with a simple, seriously. Because what else do you say when someone drops a bombshell about a new hire and you're just trying to get through the day? Meanwhile, in another part of the academy that was just as grand but a tad more stuffy, thanks to all the books, an old, wise figure, the type who'd probably seen more magical disasters than birthdays, sat thinking. His hand rested under his chin like a philosopher deep in thought, or someone who just remembered they left the stove on. If I do, I'd say one of the best candidates in the imperial capital, he said with a tone that implied he had some big news to share. You'd be surprised if you saw their ability, he continued, as if this professor was some sort of magical prodigy. The other person in the room, eyes glistening with anticipation, was clearly on the edge of their seat, possibly waiting for a name drop or at least a hint. There's no doubt, the old man added dramatically, he's talking about the Ashen Wizard. And there it was, the legendary Ashen Wizard, whose name alone probably inspired the kind of awe that makes people drop their coffee mugs. This wizard must have been something else. The eager listener, unable to hide their excitement any longer, muttered under their breath, I can't wait. Honestly, the look on their face suggested they were about to fanboy out right there in the middle of this scholarly scene. Back in the principal's office, Aaron Van Tyrant tried to maintain his composure. "Then let's quickly get the contract handled," he said, the business-like tone of someone who has probably signed more magical employment contracts than he'd care to admit. But before he could even touch a quill, something odd caught his attention. He paused and looked at the paper stack on his desk as if it might explode, which, in a magical academy, wasn't entirely out of the question. "It's my newly adopted daughter," he stated, emphasizing the word like even he wasn't sure how the whole adoption process had gone down. It had that sense of, "Oh yeah, did I forget to mention I adopted someone? My bad." The other person in the room blinked in surprise. It wasn't every day you found out someone casually adopted a daughter, let alone a mysterious one. But then, this was Aplia Academy, and anything was possible. Just when the air of mystery and excitement was thick enough to cut with a butter knife, the conversation took an unexpected turn. "Her skills are reliable," the older man continued, trying to sound reassuring. "Her basics are solid, and she holds a lot of strength." The other person in the room, looking as if they had been transported into the Twilight Zone, asked in a half-confused, half-exasperated tone, "And the Ashen Wizard?" "What are you talking about?" came the reply. The older man's obliviousness hung in the air, and for a moment, it seemed like he had forgotten the entire point of the conversation, as if he'd just been chatting about his grocery list instead of legendary wizards. Elsewhere, Aaron Van Tyrant's face darkened, his expression like that of someone who had just bitten into a lemon and decided to embrace the bitterness. "I can't accept that," he declared, his voice dripping with frustration. It was the tone of a man who had clearly run out of patience. "You've always put impartiality first, but now you're recommending a relative?" There was a moment of awkward silence, the kind that follows any family drama or heated board meeting. The kind of pause where everyone holds their breath, waiting to see if someone's going to flip the table or storm out. Aaron's frustration deepened. "It's something we can't have here at Aplia Academy, the cradle of learning." His dramatic proclamation hung in the air, and for a moment, it was as if he was in a Shakespearean play rather than a conversation about hiring policies. The old man across from him simply sighed, clearly used to Aaron's dramatic flair. "Tisk, he's so stubborn," he muttered under his breath, barely masking his annoyance. But really, when your academy principal starts waxing poetic about learning institutions, what else can you do but roll your eyes? The tension in the room was palpable as one of the academy's senior figures slammed his hands down on the desk, a loud and authoritative gesture that immediately demanded attention. "Do you even understand how significant this year is?" he said, frustration evident in his voice. "This is the time where we need to be absolutely transparent about the hiring process for our professors." He gestured dramatically, as if trying to emphasize the gravity of the situation, and summoned forth a cascade of documents, more like a whirlwind of paperwork, before him. "Look at this," he commanded, pointing at the floating forms as if they were holy relics. "Every one of these people wished to enter the academy." His voice grew more intense with every word. It felt as though the weight of the future of education was hanging on his every syllable. Clearly, this was more than just a conversation about new hires. The older, bearded man sitting across the room let out a low whistle, clearly impressed with the display. "Incredible," he murmured, as though speaking to himself. His eyes scanned over the floating applications with interest. The elder seemed less fazed. In fact, he was smiling through his cup of tea. "All the more reason why you should use my daughter," he said with a wry smile. He might as well have said it as if offering someone the last slice of cake at dinner. "You damned," muttered the other man, grumbling under his breath. Meanwhile, far across the academy, the grand and ornate royal library stood as a beacon of knowledge. A massive collection of magical tomes and texts awaited those who dared to study them. It was a place where intellect thrived and where even the most mundane of students could feel like a sage just by walking in. Well, most students.in walked the protagonist, yawning. Clearly, the mystique of the library wasn't doing much to combat her exhaustion. As she gazed around at the grand halls, it felt both familiar and foreign at the same time. I haven't been here in 6 years, I think, she mused aloud, slightly nostalgic but mostly unimpressed. I only came because Master told me to, but nothing's really changed. The sound of her footsteps echoed in the grand hall as she strolled inside. It wasn't exactly awe-inspiring for someone who had, at one point, probably already read through every book in the library. Studying here? A cakewalk. Still, her master's voice echoed in her head, "You're going to be an assistant professor soon, so go study seriously." She let out an internal sigh, eyes narrowing a bit in boredom. Seriously, she thought to herself, I've already read everything here eons ago. It wasn't just overconfidence, it was the simple truth. The girl had devoured books like a voracious dragon hoarding knowledge. But, she conceded, since I'm already here, I might as well do something. That something, however, quickly became complicated. She noticed something strange. The mana, the very lifeblood of all magic flowing through the academy, wasn't, well, flowing. That a confused student nearby echoed her thoughts. Why isn't the mana flowing? Now things were about to get interesting. That's weird, one of the students muttered, staring intently at his enchanted pen as if it had personally offended him. He held it up in front of his face, his brows furrowing in confusion. Why isn't the pen's mana coming out? He asked, looking at the blank piece of paper before him. The pen, once flowing with the essence of magic, now seemed as useful as a dried-out quill. He tapped the pen on the paper in vain, trying to coax out any remaining magic like someone desperately squeezing toothpaste from an empty tube. Another student across the room sighed, obviously irritated, and snapped, "You there, be quiet." His tone was sharp but masked with a thin layer of exasperation, clearly done with the day already. But before the first student could respond, another voice chimed in, panicking as if the world was ending. "Please, look at this." The mana suddenly stopped flowing out, he wailed, his paper similarly blank, almost as if mocking their abilities. The second student, catching on quickly, raised his own paper and muttered, "Same with mine." His voice cracked slightly, a mix of nervousness and disbelief creeping into his tone. "Is this the first time any of you have been in the Royal Library?" A cool, calm voice cut through the commotion like a hot knife through butter. The girl leaned against the table, adjusting her glasses as though this was all too predictable. "There's only one reason why the mana would stop flowing," she explained matter-of-factly, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose in that very typical, "I know more than you" way. She sighed as she looked over at the confused group of students, one eyebrow raised. "Looks like they're new students." One of the students, who had been silently watching from the corner, chimed in, eyes wide with disbelief. "The mana doesn't come out." He tilted his head, not quite grasping how the magic, that they had grown so accustomed to, could just disappear. "If you focus just a tiny bit. It means that the fourth princess, Lady Yahello, is currently in the Royal Library," someone whispered, with awe in their voice. There was always an air of mystery surrounding Lady Yahello. As the words sank in, papers rustled softly, as if the wind itself had bowed to her presence. Suddenly, in her deep thoughts, Lady Yahello bumped into another student, the scattered papers flying in the air. "Yuwa, are you okay?" the other student asked in concern, snapping out of their own bewilderment about the mana situation. Ayla blinked, clearly embarrassed, shaking her head as she quickly collected herself. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought," she replied softly, lowering herself to pick up the papers strewn around them. The other student gave a gentle nod, brushing off the incident. "I'm fine," they assured, though they clearly looked a little starstruck by being so close to her. As Ayla reached down, she paused for a moment, her eyes widening ever so slightly. Her hand hovered over a particular piece of parchment, and for the briefest moment, a soft, knowing breath escaped her lips. "Ah," she whispered to herself, recognizing something profound. Images and stars began to swirl in her mind's eye as a delicate voice echoed within her. The fourth Princess Ayla. A Stella loved by the stars. There was a brief flash of the cosmos, stars sparkling in the dark like a soft dream. Even someone as great as her wishes to enter the academy. A man exclaimed, pointing dramatically at the piece of parchment in his hands. His voice was tinged with disbelief, as though he couldn't fathom why someone of such high standing would want to go through the trouble of attending classes with common students. "I've heard that you've been receiving reports on the war situation as of late," the man added, now addressing someone with authority. His face grew serious, the weight of their discussion pressing down. "That's right," his superior confirmed, nodding solemnly. As he said this, he thumbed through the reports, glancing at the grim details scrawled across the pages. "It seems the front-line knights have been crushed again," he muttered darkly. His eyes narrowed as he scanned through the reports. It must be because of the Ashen Wizard's retreat. As the discussion began, a stern-faced elder looked at his companion with piercing eyes. His thoughts were heavy, the weight of responsibility evident in his tone. "Thanks to that," he began, "the princess had to start learning the circuit diagram." His frustration was palpable, though it was masked under layers of composure. Inwardly, he wondered how this situation escalated to such a degree. Another figure, standing across from him, casually flips through a document, his old hands steady yet tired from years of experience. "Exactly where is he? That disciple of yours?" the elder asked, his patience thinning like paper in a storm. The words hung in the air, like a threadbare rope caught in the wind. The scene shifts to a bustling library. Inside, sitting in a space filled with an eerie, regal ambience, the apprentice emerges, cloaked and kneeling, as if waiting for the inevitable judgment. Her mind drifted briefly, but her thoughts snapped back to the present. "Raniel van Trias is," her words trailed off. As her memory flooded her thoughts, the sight of a familiar figure caught her eye. There was no denying it, she had seen this face before. There's no doubt. That's the fourth princess, Ayla. Ah yes, the one from 6 years ago. She had pestered him relentlessly in the library, asking for guidance on each diagram. She's the kid who kept asking me to teach her each time I came to the library 6 years ago, he thought, unable to suppress a hint of nostalgia. How could time have flown so quickly? The princess, once small and eager, had grown. She's gotten so big already, he murmured to himself, remembering the small, inquisitive face he once knew. However, his musings were cut short. A sharp voice pierced through the moment. "Aren't you staring too much?" Princess Ayla shot him a withering glance. The apprentice flinched, caught red-handed in his reflections. Hey. "Ah, I'm sorry," he stammered, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. The princess's attention shifted, her gaze trailing over his robes. "That robe. Are you a wizard?" The question held an edge, a subtle interrogation in her tone. "Yes, well, everyone in here with these clothes are wizards, right?" His response was not as confident as he would have liked. He wasn't sure if his shaky answer made him sound more knowledgeable or like a lost tourist in a magic show. She sighed, unimpressed. So pointless, her remark was laced with disappointment, a sentiment often reserved for beings she deemed incompetent. Adding more incompetent wizards. With no problem-solving or circuit analysis skills, she muttered under her breath, though it was loud enough to sting. The apprentice winced. Helpless wizards, unlike him. Her scorn was clear, even if she didn't say who he was. Another wizard approached, his voice calm, yet filled with a strange guilt. How many people have been sacrificed because of wizards like that? It was a rhetorical question, but it dug deep. He continued, his tone challenging, "You call yourself a wizard, but do you truly understand what that means?" The apprentice looked down, the weight of the question heavy in the air. Well, I guess. Before he could continue brooding, the princess interrupted his reverie. "Thank you for picking that up." She gestured towards some papers scattered across the floor, and with that, it seemed the moment of tension had passed. Or at least, it lessened somewhat. "Ah, take this too," the apprentice added, handing over another document that had gone unnoticed. "Oh, there was one left," he muttered to himself. At least, the awkwardness was wrapped up with the simple act of handing over a paper. The apprentice squinted at the intricate document in his hands, holding it up in the dim light. His brow furrowed in mild confusion, trying to make sense of the arcane symbols on the page. "Isn't this a barrier circuit?" he asked, hoping to sound knowledgeable, though his voice wavered just slightly. The other figure barely glanced at him, her expression impassive. "Skeeble." She uttered the name as if it carried the weight of 1,000 forgotten battles and lost mysteries. The apprentice blinked. Skeeble. Wait, wasn't that the infamous Licht who terrorized? Never mind. He was sure it was important, but the details were fuzzy at best. He clenched the document tighter and shot a sideways glance at the princess, his mind racing. "It's a circuit that skeleton guy built, am I right?" He needed validation, anything to confirm that he wasn't just talking out of thin air. He felt the pressure rise. Was it getting hot in here, or was it just his nerves? As if to twist the knife in his growing insecurity, the princess didn't hesitate. Who is she? He wondered, clearly rattled by her cool demeanor. How could she know this with just a glance? It took him a solid hour just to figure out the title of the paper. In his growing panic, he remembered. She knew with just a glance that this was a barrier circuit by the ancient Lich Skeeble, who destroyed the Order of Knights. His mind wandered briefly, imagining legendary battles and circuits too powerful to comprehend. It's a circuit that was too difficult to solve, and even wizards not on the front lines were trying to find a solution, he mused aloud, more to himself than to anyone else. But the princess? She seemed almost bored by the whole thing. Her voice, though soft, sliced through his thoughts like a razor. "Why yes, you are very knowledgeable," he stammered, desperately trying to keep up. Was she impressed? "Unlikely, although I doubt you'd be able to solve it," she added, her tone nonchalant but with an edge sharp enough to make him wince. He swallowed hard. Well, that was a punch to the ego. "If you don't plan to solve it, can I have it back?" she asked, holding out her hand, her eyes never leaving his. The apprentice blinked, staring at the document like it was some kind of ancient relic he wasn't ready to give up just yet. This?" he fumbled. "If I mess with it a bit, I can solve it right away." "Ah yes, confidence. Fake it till you make it, right?" But as his mind whirled through possible solutions, doubt crept in. Was I wrong? He couldn't shake the feeling he might have just said something incredibly stupid. I'm sure it's his, but... The princess arched an eyebrow, clearly done with his overthinking. Then please try to solve it. Her voice was cold but direct, and in that moment, he could feel the weight of all the sarcasm that wasn't being spoken. His pride stung. You have already insulted me this much, she continued, turning her gaze away as if she were uninterested in his next move. So solve it. Insulted her? When? Wait, what just happened? The apprentice, now thoroughly confused, stood frozen in place. His head was swimming in a sea of mana restrictions, ancient circuits, and possible insults he hadn't even meant to give. Oh okay, well, for now, if you do this, he pointed awkwardly at the document, waving his hand as if gesturing to some magical solution he was still trying to figure out. The princess, unimpressed, sighed and finally decided to enlighten him. Given that you're trying to use mana here, don't you know who I am? She asked, her tone laced with exasperation. It's due to the restriction of the stars. She let the words hang in the air for a moment, letting them sink in. Of course. The mana restriction. How could he forget? The stars have blessed me with the right to control the mana of the wizard's rope, she began, before cutting herself off abruptly. Excuse me, please wait a moment. And with that, she moved into action, her eyes sharp, her posture unwavering. A moment later, the room seemed to pulse with power. The apprentice watched, half in awe and half in terror, as symbols and circuits glowed around her, their magical energy swirling in a vibrant display of raw power. She was in control now, the air itself bending to her will. He gulped, realizing just how far out of his depth he truly was. As the air began to thrum with energy, the room felt like it had been transformed into a battlefield of magic. The swirling blue lights surrounded her, making her appear more like an ethereal goddess than a princess wielding spells. The apprentice, now relegated to mere spectator status, took a step back. His thoughts? Well, they weren't exactly coherent at this point. His mouth hung open, his brain desperately trying to catch up with what his eyes were witnessing. What's that? A voice echoed from behind him. It wasn't just him who was flabbergasted, other students in the room were just as bewildered. One guy in the back looked like he was on the verge of fainting. Is this mana? Another student asked, their voice high-pitched with panic. But the princess is here. The sheer disbelief in the air was almost palpable. As the magic surged around the princess, her long silver hair billowing dramatically, probably the coolest part of being a magic user. Honestly, the apprentice could do little but watch in awe. The princess, though, she seemed totally unfazed, as if this was just another Tuesday for her. No way, the apprentice muttered, finally piecing together a somewhat coherent thought. It wasn't a question, just a statement of pure disbelief. His brain was still fried from the sheer display of power she was casually wielding. She materialized Skeeble's barrier in an instant, he thought, his mind flashing back to all the books and scrolls that told him this kind of magic should take at least a team of 12 highly trained wizards and a month of prep work. But nope, here she was, doing it solo in about 3 seconds flat. How should I describe it? The apprentice wondered, half in awe, half in self-pity. Solving it is easy, but explaining it is hard. It was like trying to explain a high-level algebra problem to someone who just learned how to count. Impossible. No, wait, give me a moment, the apprentice's panic surged again. He wasn't quite done being floored by all this. I'll show it to you directly, he mumbled, desperately trying to salvage his dignity. But who was he kidding? His metaphorical ship had already sunk. Please look closely, the princess commanded, her voice calm, even gentle, like a teacher guiding a particularly slow student through a simple equation. The symbols and circuits swirled around her like a cosmic storm, far too much for his mind to process. And then, in a blaze of radiant light, the building itself seemed to resonate with her magic. The entire space was glowing, the kind of glow that said, "Hey, you're witnessing something far beyond your comprehension." "You still haven't heard anything?" a voice suddenly broke through the chaos. A different scene unfolded before him. They were seated now, as if the previous cosmic display had been a mere moment of interruption. The older man across from him sighed. "He's quite stubborn." "The principal's name is Aaron, right?" the princess asked, her tone casual now, like they were talking about the weather and not a wizard who could single-handedly upend the laws of magic. "Yeah," the older man replied, his voice laden with the kind of weariness that only comes from dealing with impossible students. And just like that, the tension that had hung so thick in the air moments before dissipated. Everything seemed calm again, for now. Rania and the elderly professor sat at a wooden table, enjoying a quiet moment amidst the chaos of the day. The professor had a serious expression as he pondered their recent conversations. "You still haven't heard anything?" Rania asked, sounding concerned. It wasn't like him to stay so quiet for this long. The professor let out a long sigh, scratching his beard in contemplation. "He's quite stubborn," he finally admitted, as if this was some great revelation, something unknown to everyone. As he spoke, his hand brushed against his thinning hair. "His feelings for Aplia are genuine," he added, his voice trailing off as if he'd just lost his train of thought. "But sometimes, he can be too headstrong." A beat passed, and it was clear that the professor was thinking about his own head. Was the stress making him go bald? Rania, meanwhile, flipped through a thick, dusty tome, glancing up with mild sympathy. "Maybe being an assistant professor is no longer a possibility," she muttered, though it was unclear if she meant for herself or for him. She continued reading, knowing full well that stubbornness seemed to run rampant around here. The professor sighed once again, looking into the distance as though he was searching for a solution in the far-off horizon. "Well, what else is there to do if he won't allow it?" he murmured, leaving the question hanging between them like an unsolved riddle. Rania, ever pragmatic, looked up from her book. "Don't worry, we'll find another way," she said confidently. Outside, the scene shifted. Three men approached a house tucked away in the woods, the sunlight filtering through the trees. They seemed determined, each step closer bringing them nearer to some unknown goal. Their matching uniforms suggested they were here on official business. Inside the house, just as Rania was about to speak again, a sharp knock echoed through the room. Both the professor and Rania glanced toward the door. "Professor Roselle, are you home?" a voice called from outside. The professor's brow furrowed. He was not expecting visitors. He stood, moving slowly toward the door, and opened it to reveal a familiar face, Sir Harvell, the royal escort. The knight offered a polite smile as he stepped inside. "Professor, it's been a while," Harvell greeted. His voice was formal but warm, the tone of someone who had spent much time in the professor's company. The professor raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you the royal escort?" he asked, as though he hadn't been able to place the man for a second. "What brings you here?" Harvell glanced over his shoulder, gesturing to the men behind him. "Is Lady Rania van Trias home?" Rania, still seated at the table, raised her head, a bit taken aback by the mention of her name. "Yes, my daughter is here," the professor replied, gesturing towards her with a tired wave. Harvell stepped forward, lifting the lid of the box to reveal a stunning piece of fabric. "I have something to deliver to her," he explained, holding the box delicately, as if its contents held the answer to some grand mystery. The box itself looks like it can feed a family of 3. How much does the gift inside cost? With lighting effects and background music that sounds like angels are singing, it was revealed that the content is a robe. Harvel nodded. It is from the 4th princess, he declared, stepping aside to allow one of his companions to step forward with a beautifully ornate box in his hands. Rania stood, curiosity piqued as she approached. From the 4th princess? Isla, she repeated, as though trying to wrap her head around it. Rania looked down, surprise crossing her face. A gift? And from the 4th princess, no less. What could this mean? Suddenly, the image of Isla's face appeared in her mind, radiant as always. The memory of her friend's smile softened Rania's expression. Isla had been someone she deeply admired, and now, it seemed, there was more than just a gift involved. It is to congratulate you for becoming an assistant professor at the Aplia Academy. Isla's voice seemed to echo through Rania's thoughts. The weight of the statement took a moment to sink in. An assistant professor? The towering castle stood tall against a backdrop of a brilliant, cloud-scattered sky, basking in the golden light of midday. Birds soared lazily through the air, seemingly unbothered by the gravity of the current situation. From the highest turret, the voice of Harvel echoed with the tone of someone who had spent all night drinking coffee and double-checking his work, but still pretending to be fine. Princess, Harvel's voice was the very picture of seriousness. I have sent the circuit diagram to the battlefield. There was no mention of the fact that this was the 3rd time he had sent it. Earlier versions, one might argue, had been drafts. Good work, Harvel, she said with just the right mix of encouragement and a hint of, thank you for not messing this up this time. Harvel took the compliment, though deep down, he was probably wishing he could go back to bed or maybe find a place where no one would ask him for diagrams for at least the next 24 hours. The man, standing tall in his military attire, shifted slightly as he glanced at the woman before him, a soft frown creasing his face. However, he began, clearly uneasy, I am worried. The woman, seated gracefully at the table, tilted her head and raised a brow. His anxiety was unexpected, though not unwelcome. What is the matter? She asked, curious yet calm, her voice steady in contrast to the visible tension in her companion. He hesitated, holding up the papers in his hand, sketches and diagrams detailing something complex, something beyond the scope of normal military operations. I'm worried about Rania van Trias, he said, glancing down at the intricate designs before lifting his gaze back to her. Skeeble's barrier circuit diagram she analyzed. I wonder if it will be used correctly on the battlefield. The weight of his concern wasn't lost on her, but the woman, accustomed to such challenges, remained poised. It's normal for you to think that, she reassured him, her tone soft, yet confident. He shifted again, somewhat sheepishly, before apologizing, I apologize for speaking out of line. She shook her head slightly, a gentle smile playing on her lips. No, it's perfectly normal, she assured him, her tone kind, if not a little teasing. After all, who wouldn't be worried when dealing with matters as important as magical barriers on a battlefield? The woman straightened in her seat, her fingers lightly tapping the papers before her as if weighing the gravity of the situation. That is what today's meeting is for, she reminded him, refocusing their attention. I am sure everyone has a lot of questions. A small glint of determination sparked in her eyes. After all, that's why they were here, to sort through the uncertainties and prepare for the days ahead. The man nodded, feeling slightly better, though there was still one nagging question in the back of his mind. Will she pass? he asked, his voice betraying the lingering doubt he hadn't quite shaken. Her eyes met his, steady and confident. She stood, smoothing the front of her gown as she prepared to move. "Of course," she said with a smile that was both knowing and reassuring. "Trust me." As she walked toward the window, the sunlight bathed the room in a warm glow. She paused, staring out through the window's lattice, her golden hair catching the light. Her voice was soft, almost to herself, but full of confidence. "It will definitely go well." Meanwhile, across town, another scene unfolded. A young woman stood staring in disbelief at the ornate gown she was now holding, beads and embroidery cascading down like something straight out of a royal closet. "I have to wear this to go?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Her companion didn't miss a beat. "You received it from the princess as a gift," they reminded her, already moving toward the door with a tone that left no room for argument. "Change into it quickly and go." She grimaced, holding the fabric up in front of her as if it might swallow her whole. Just my luck, she thought, preparing herself for the inevitable. The thing she did for duty. In the dimly lit office, a distinguished older man stroked his long beard thoughtfully. "You mentioned a gathering with the masters of the magic tower, right?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at his companion. His voice carried the weight of years of experience and just a hint of bemusement. The younger figure standing before him nodded, still holding the paperwork that seemed far too serious for his liking. "Yeah. Looks like they've properly considered my endorsement." He tried to sound nonchalant, but the truth was, anything involving the magic tower was always nerve-wracking, no matter how seasoned you were. The older man tapped his papers lightly on the desk with a knowing smirk. "And I was told there's a new student associated with the magic tower masters," he continued, glancing over at the younger man's reaction. "They're probably wanting to test you." His voice dropped into a more conspiratorial tone. "They're looking for your rough edges." The younger man sighed heavily. "Of course they are," he muttered under his breath. "Nothing like being scrutinized by some of the most powerful mages in the land, right? No pressure at all." Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, the young woman with silver hair, already dreading what the day held, was begrudgingly putting on the heavy ceremonial gown. She looked at her reflection, frowning. "Put it on quickly," she muttered to herself, mimicking her companion's earlier instructions, as if the outfit was the thing holding up her progress. "Got it," she said to the empty room, trying to psych herself up. This was going to be a long day. As she tightened the last button and adjusted the heavy cape that seemed to weigh more with every step, she glanced back at her reflection, momentarily caught off guard by how formal and, well, regal, she looked. It wasn't exactly the style she would have chosen, but it certainly did the job. As she made her way to the courtyard, her thoughts were swirling. "Of all the things," she muttered internally, tugging at the ceremonial collar. "It had to be the same outfit she gave me as a gift when I taught her at the Royal Library." She wasn't sure if this was a test, a joke, or both. Was it a coincidence? Maybe. But she doubted it. Could it be, she pondered, eyes narrowing suspiciously. She has too many of these outfits and just gives them away. The thought amused her for a moment, though she felt a slight pang of disappointment. "I thought I was special." "Well, so much for exclusivity," her companion caught up to her. "Are you ready?" they asked, their tone flat. "Yes." "I'm going now," she replied, the faintest edge of sarcasm slipping into her voice. She wasn't looking forward to this meeting, but she wasn't about to back down either. The courtyard was filled with blooming cherry blossoms, the pink petals fluttering gently in the breeze, creating a scene that would have been calming under different circumstances. But for today, it felt like the calm before the storm. Inside, someone watched from the window above, hidden in the shadows. The figure sighed softly, catching sight of the pair approaching. It was hard to tell what lay behind those eyes, concern, curiosity, or maybe something else entirely. A quiet chuckle echoed in the room. "Hoo, you look nervous, White," the unseen figure remarked with a hint of amusement, watching the approaching figures closely. Master Etoile of the Black Magic Tower leaned back in his chair, his deep, gravelly voice breaking the quiet tension of the room. "Well, people from the Grey Magic Tower are coming," he said, his tone matter-of-fact but carrying the slightest hint of mischief. "I can't blame you for being a little nervous," he added, glancing over at his companions, knowing full well this statement would ruffle some feathers. In the background, the golden-haired woman let out a small puff of air, exasperation creeping in. A little. Try a lot, she thought to herself, though she kept her expression neutral. The tension, however, didn't last long as the White Magic Tower's master, Selly Dobella, broke into a grin. "You're making me nervous with all that tapping, ha ha ha," she said, her laugh breaking the otherwise stiff atmosphere. There was something about her relaxed posture, with her chin resting comfortably on her hands, that made it hard to tell if she was ever truly serious. Without missing a beat, Selly teased, "Oh my, it looks like your eyesight is getting worse with your old age." She flashed an innocent smile that was anything but innocent. "This isn't nervousness," she explained, still tapping the table, "it's a wah." Etoile, of course, wasn't going to let that jab slide. "Well, of course, I'm getting old," he shot back with a smirk. "I'm not wasting money on elixirs and putting my life on the line to look young, unlike a certain someone." His words hung in the air like a challenge, aimed directly at Selly. Her eyebrow twitched in response, but her smile never faltered. "I've always had a baby face," she replied, tilting her head slightly, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. Between them, a figure silently groaned, clearly used to their bickering. Have they forgotten why we're gathered here? They're fighting again, the bystander thought, pinching the bridge of his nose. The door creaked open, silencing the room as a new figure entered. "Ahem," the attendant coughed, signaling the arrival of someone important. "Professor Roselle Van Trias has arrived," he announced, stepping aside as an older man walked in, followed by another figure, his assistant. Everyone straightened up a little more, except, of course, for Etoile and Selly, whose expressions were carefully composed but eyes sharp. "She's here," one of them thought, their inner alarm sounding as the assistant, Rania Van Trias, stepped forward with confident grace. The older professor walked calmly, but the energy in the room had shifted. The Grey Magic Tower, under their leadership, had gained a considerable advantage in recent times. No one could ignore the disparity in power created by Raniel Van Trias, the overwhelming force behind their lead. From the corner of the room, one of the seated observers narrowed her eyes, her lips quirking upward ever so slightly. If Elder Roselle brought that monster with him again this time, she mused, her thoughts trailing off as she acknowledged Rania's arrival. As the assistant entered the room, the woman finally allowed herself a small smile. Whatever was about to happen, one thing was certain, it was going to be interesting. Rania walked forward, her footsteps soft yet deliberate, the click of her shoes echoing slightly in the hall. Her entrance caught the full attention of the room, even those who would prefer to look elsewhere. The murmurs were silent, but the tension was loud. In front of her, a few faces tensed up visibly, masking their thoughts poorly. Rania noticed but said nothing. This should be fun, she thought, her gaze unwavering as she took her seat. The shadows whispered amongst themselves, their eyes trained on the girl who had just entered the room. What is it?" one muttered, puzzled by her appearance. "She seems to be able to control mana, but, she doesn't look like a big deal. There was clear disappointment in their voice, as though they'd been expecting a grand display of power and received none. Another figure chimed in, echoing the sentiment. She's more normal than I had thought. They glanced at her with mild confusion. There doesn't seem to be a need to be on high alert. Whatever concerns they initially had were clearly beginning to fade. The rumors swirling around her had clearly been exaggerated. One of the shadows whispered again, "It looks like the rumor that she used mana in front of the princess was just a rumor." The conversation below them shifted, with someone stating firmly, "Obviously, the princess is a Stella. There's no way she could use mana." The tone implied that this was common knowledge, a fact so obvious that it shouldn't even be up for debate. As they all took their seats, the girl's discomfort became clear. She thought to herself, "It's already super awkward. They won't stop whispering about me." Her eyes shifted nervously as she sensed the tension in the room. One of the elders finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Princess, let us begin." His voice was steady, filled with the authority of someone who had done this countless times before. The princess, looking composed despite the situation, simply nodded and replied, "Yes, go ahead." One of the elders leaned forward, introducing himself with a sense of superiority. "It is an honor to meet the new assistant professor, Rania van Trias." He paused for effect, then continued, "You do not need me to explain who we are, do you?" Rania stared at him, not intimidated in the slightest, and responded plainly, "I don't know you, please explain." The elder blinked, momentarily thrown off by her bluntness. "We have gathered here today," he said, maintaining his composure, "to assess Rania van Trias's qualities." His gaze shifted around the room, making sure everyone was focused. That he motioned to the man beside him. Elder Roselle of the famed Grey Magic Tower is in charge of mana basics and deals, the most foundational class. His voice carried an air of importance, as though this title should make her understand the weight of the situation. Rania, still unfazed, looked at him and thought, "You have way too much attitude." But instead, she calmly replied, "That is correct." The elder then slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang, causing a few heads to turn. "In short," he declared with emphasis, "that means you will be teaching the top of the new students, Lord Lark." Outside the window, a figure stood tall, shrouded in snow, with an imposing presence. His back faced the room, a massive axe in hand, and the snow around him stained with blood. This was no ordinary student. Rania's eyes widened in recognition and disbelief as she pointed towards the image of Lord Lark, her voice sharp. He is the next head of the Grace House, the rulers of the North." Her shock quickly turned into defiance as she turned to face the elder. "Are you qualified to teach such a man?" As the whispers began to settle, one of the older magicians straightened up, his voice thick with authority. "I can already see the fear on your face, so why don't you withdraw now? Our Lord has the greatest talent of all time." His words were soaked with pride, practically glowing from his own self-assurance. Rania blinked, clearly unimpressed. "Lahu?" The old man next to her cleared his throat and sighed, answering the unspoken confusion. "The new student that the White Magic Tower is teaching. She's just boasting about her disciple." "Oh, I see." Rania nodded, pretending like she really cared. "Just a bit of disciple bragging, huh?" The man to her left nodded in agreement, stroking his beard thoughtfully. You have a point." The elder woman, not missing the opportunity to keep the spotlight on herself, chuckled gleefully, "I knew it. You may be old, but you still have an eye for people, Black." The smugness was practically radiating from her like a third sun. "Black, slightly flustered by the unexpected compliment, grunted in acknowledgement, although his expression betrayed his annoyance at being called old. But before anyone could retort, the conversation took a sharp turn. "You see," she continued, waving her hand in the air like she was delivering some divine revelation, "no matter how strong your students are, ours is Belnoa, the strongest of all new recruits." Her smile widened, waiting for the reaction. Rania's head tilted in confusion once again. "Eh? What do you mean?" As if on cue, the scene shifted dramatically in Rania's mind, depicting the cold, formidable figure of Belnoa, standing menacingly with a bloody blade in his hand, surrounded by the aftermath of what could only be described as a massacre. The air was thick with power, and even through the memory, Rania could feel the weight of his presence. Back in the present, Black leaned forward, his voice filled with a grim seriousness. "No matter how good your kid is, they'll never be able to destroy a slumlord's organization like that. He's a monster. A beast," he added, his face twisting with both fear and admiration. Rania barely flinched. "Bel who?" she asked again, genuinely trying to keep up with all the names being thrown around. Her older companion beside her finally couldn't take it anymore, facepalming. "A new student the Black Magic Tower is raising. Don't listen to him." Hearing that, the other magician exploded in anger. "Huh? Are you insulting me?" "Yes, you heard that right," someone else chimed in, backing him up. One of the students standing nearby tried, unsuccessfully, to calm the situation. Please, calm down, masters." The tension in the room was rising again until a new voice cut through. "May I have a word?" It was the elder magician who had been silent for most of the proceedings, stroking his beard in thought. The room fell silent. "I understand the feelings which all the Magic Tower masters hold toward Aplia." His words were calculated, slow, almost too diplomatic. The kind of speech that usually meant nothing would actually get resolved. Rania glanced at him, her lips curling into a small, knowing smile. "However," he continued, "what does this assessment care for your whims?" His eyes swept the room before landing back on Rania. "I believe that the ones evaluating her should be the students she will teach." There was a moment of quiet as his words sank in. Rania, clearly enjoying the validation, gave a small, approving nod. "Quite right." "Ahem." She tried to sound modest, but her smirk told another story. "Well, you're right." The older magician leaned forward again, presenting a proposal. "Here's my suggestion. For the class placement test that all students in the upper range shall take before the entrance ceremony," he explained, as if this was the ultimate solution to the brewing tension. "The class placement test." Rania thought, now intrigued. It seemed like things were about to get even more interesting. With the tension high and a lot of eyes on her, Rania could feel her heart pounding a bit more than she'd like to admit. After all, the stakes here were massive. The tall figure of the elder spoke with authority, declaring, "I will appoint Assistant Professor Rania as one of the supervisors." His words held weight, and Rania's internal monologue began to go into overdrive. "Wait, what? Supervisor? Me?" She wasn't ready for this, was she? Was there an instruction manual for being a supervisor somewhere that she missed? Maybe an instruction scroll. But before she could gather her thoughts, the elder added, "If she successfully accomplishes that task, then she shall be deemed qualified to teach students." "Master," Rania whispered, her face now showcasing a mix of disbelief and silent panic. This was one of those moments where you wished you had a heads up, any heads up. This is your life now kind of heads up. She kept her composure externally, but internally she was screaming. Such an important matter. Her mind repeated, her thoughts now barreled down a tunnel of questions. What even was a supervisor supposed to do? Manage things? Boss people around? She couldn't help but blurt out in her mind, "Tell me in advance." So much for keeping cool, right? In the distance, the beautiful scene of her main forest opened up, as students and supervisors alike gathered. The elder began his explanation. "Now then, we will explain the class placement test." Rania was still mentally stuck on the whole supervisor thing, though, trying to comprehend what that would mean for her. Wait, what? Didn't we already finish the entrance exam? A student's voice broke through the forest's calmness, a valid concern after all. Another student, trying to sound like the genius of the group, muttered, "If they're doing a class placement test, then there must have been a lot of skilled students." "I can already hear the sound of grapes dropping," the first student muttered back, clearly not thrilled at the possibility of even more tests. Who would be? But then came the real kicker. And why did the test have to be in the Hermain forest? Great question. Couldn't they have picked a more normal place, like a cozy library or a magic study hall? But no, forests were the trend these days for high-pressure exams. As the students continued gathering, one of the instructors raised their voice to regain control over the murmuring crowd. "Pay attention. Those students who don't apply themselves will be asked to leave. All students in the upper range and supervisors, please gather." Rania, fighting a yawn, internally sighed. This was it. The real deal. And all she could think was, "So sleepy. Hey, hey. Over there. Those four." Someone shouted, eyes now glued on the elite group that was making its way forward. "They are the strongest of the new students. Even the princess is there," came the hushed whispers. The rumor mill was already spinning at high speed. The strongest students had arrived, walking with an air of quiet confidence. Among them, their faces as sharp as their reputations, were students so gifted, even their peers could only whisper in awe. "They say the most powerful wizard in all of history is among them." One student muttered under their breath, "Why do all these monsters have to be in our generation?" They looked on as envy and admiration swirled inside them, all while another student whispered almost reverently, "They're so cool." Amid all the commotion, Rania yawned, completely unbothered. Her sleepy eyes betrayed no emotion, not even acknowledging the competition that seemed to spark excitement in others. "Man, it's so noisy so early," she thought, rubbing her eyes as though waking up in the middle of a boring lecture. "Don't they all want to sleep?" Her disinterest was almost comical given the magnitude of the test. She glanced around, her face practically screaming, "I need a nap." And then, without warning, the master's voice boomed again. "Everyone's here," he declared, holding up a sheet of paper like it contained the secrets to the universe. "After I explain it once more," he began, his voice carrying through the clearing. Behind him, a large board with strange symbols swung gently in the breeze. Rania let out a deep sigh, her mind already wandering far away from the task at hand. "I want some coffee." The air is crisp, the colors of autumn swirling around a forested academy nestled deep within the mountains. The type of place you'd expect to find magical duels or at least a dramatic coming-of-age moment. But today, it's all business. "I'll begin explaining the class placement test for upper-range students," announces the bespectacled man, his tone exuding the sort of seriousness only school administrators can master. He stands before a large crowd of students, all of whom are probably wondering why their futures are always decided by someone with a clipboard. The backdrop is picturesque, a stunning contrast between the vibrant fall leaves and the faraway mountains, but this man isn't here for sightseeing. No, he's here to make sure you know the exact procedure for the upcoming test. First, I'll do the introductions, he adds, as though delivering news that someone has definitely been waiting for, even though we all know no one really enjoys this part. His pen taps against the clipboard, and he gives a slight nod, as if confirming that yes, this is indeed important. The students are likely whispering among themselves, not quite ready for the serious mood that's about to hit them. Still, the introductions must be done. Tradition demands it. Department of Elemental Magic, he begins, looking as though the words have been rehearsed in front of a mirror this morning. Assistant Professor Caesar. It's at this point you wonder whether these students actually know who these professors are or if they're just good at pretending to recognize important sounding names. One thing's for sure, introductions, no matter where you are, can feel like a quiz with no answers. And this, the announcer continues, not letting anyone catch their breath, is the newly appointed assistant professor, Rania van Trias. The spotlight, figuratively, shifts to Rania, who, by the looks of it, wasn't quite expecting to be called out so soon. Her eyes widen just a touch, her silver hair catching the sunlight in a way that might distract the entire audience if they weren't too busy wondering whether they'll make it through this placement test alive. A pleasure, she begins, but the words seem to get stuck somewhere between her mind and her lips. It's not every day you get thrown into the center of attention like this, after all, and just like that, the introductions wrap up, leaving the students both enlightened and slightly unsure of what they just witnessed. Just another day in the world of magic academia. The professor stands in front of a captivated crowd of students, clipboard in hand, and glowing magical runes swirling around his fingers like he's about to drop the most important announcement of the century. But in reality, it's just another set of instructions for a class placement test. Well, to the students, it might as well be the most important test ever. Now, I'll explain how the class placement test will be carried out, he says, as if the students weren't already trembling at the mere mention of this test. The exam shall be held in the Hermain Forest, he continues, and immediately, a low murmur ripples through the crowd. Some students exchange nervous glances, probably thinking, great, a test in the middle of a forest, just what I needed today. That's Professor Roselle's assistant, whispers one student excitedly. The other nods in response, deadpan, seems so. Clearly, the gravity of the situation isn't lost on them. The professor, oblivious to the students' chatter, powers through his explanation. Students will be divided into 4 regions for the test. The magical map appears before everyone, each region lit up by a massive glowing crystal. The students' eyes widen, either from excitement or fear. Maybe both. The map feels like something out of a fantasy video game, only this time, there's no save point to help them out. In the center of each region is a magic stone, he explains, as if it were a perfectly normal thing to expect during an exam. Asterisk yup, no big deal, just some ancient magical stones that may or may not be hazardous. Totally standard. Asterisk students are nodding along, but the tension is building. You will receive points only for the amount of time you spend touching the magic stone in your region. Suddenly, this doesn't sound like a test of knowledge but more like an extreme sport. Who knew the final exam was a contact sport? But wait, there's more. Of course there's more. Defense and offense are allowed to a certain degree, the professor casually mentions, as though he's talking about a light sparring match and not the potential for magical chaos. Because nothing says educational testing like a few magical brawls, right? However, he adds, his tone growing serious, if the supervisor determines that students have gone too far, they shall intervene. Gone too far, the students wonder what exactly constitutes too far in this context. Lightning bolts? Summoning a dragon? Either way, it's clear the teachers will be watching, and probably with popcorn in hand, but then, just as they think they've heard it all, he drops the real kicker. And the most important thing, here it comes, the rule that no one's going to want to break. Please make sure you never approach the mana spring in the center of the forest. The entire group collectively holds its breath. Oh, they know why. Everyone knows why. That place is the stuff of legends, or nightmares, depending on who you ask. You all are well aware why, right? He asks, but no answer is required. The students just nod, the dark, glowing forest in the distance a reminder that some places are better left unexplored. No one in their right mind would want to get too close to the spring, unless they were feeling particularly adventurous or particularly reckless, and thus, the stakes have been set, and the students are left with a mix of anticipation, fear, and perhaps the slightest glimmer of excitement. This placement test is not just a measure of their abilities, but a trial of endurance, strategy, and, apparently, self-restraint. Rania stands there, hands folded, trying her best to maintain a composed and professional look. But her expression can't quite hide the confusion bubbling beneath the surface. She tilts her head ever so slightly, the gears turning in her mind as she gathers the courage to speak up. "What is it?" she asks, cutting through the tension with the simple question, her voice calm, but you can tell she's bracing herself for something unexpected. The professor turns to her with a casual nonchalance that suggests he's about to drop some information that is both obvious and baffling at the same time. Then why go to the trouble to take the test here? Good question, Rania thinks, blinking slowly as she processes the moment. Wait, what? There's a pause, her eyes narrowing in subtle confusion as if the professor just revealed the answer to a puzzle she didn't even know she was solving. The professor taps his chin thoughtfully, a classic gesture of someone who realizes they might have skipped a crucial step in explaining something important. "Ah, now that I think of it," he trails off, looking as if the revelation just hit him like a magical scroll to the face. "We haven't determined which region Assistant Professor Rania will supervise." "Oh, great," Rania thinks, holding back a sigh. She had a feeling she was being overlooked, but now it's confirmed. She barely manages to keep her expression neutral, though a tiny flicker of exasperation crosses her face for a split second. Would have been nice to know that earlier. The professor, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing beneath Rania's calm demeanor, carries on as if assigning regions is just another routine part of his day. Since Assistant Professor Rania arrived a bit later than the rest, he begins, using that tone people use when they're about to throw you under the bus but still want to sound polite about it. Rania's eyebrow twitches. "A bit later than the rest, huh?" He snaps his fingers dramatically, the kind of flourish you'd expect from someone who's just conjured a grand magical spell. "I'll leave the last one to you." With another casual wave of his hand, a glowing magical projection of the test regions appears. Rania stares at the holographic image of the North region, snowy, cold, and undoubtedly unpleasant. "That will be the North region," the professor declares with a smile, as if he's just handed her the best piece of real estate in the world. Rania's expression doesn't change, but internally she's bracing herself. Asterisk, of course it's the North region. It's always the North region, asterisk. The professor, standing tall and confident, crosses his arms with a smile that says, "I've got this under control." He peers at Rania with a calm, almost too relaxed expression. "There shouldn't be any problems. I trust you'll do a fine job," he states, radiating the kind of confidence that comes from someone who doesn't actually have to go into the northern region himself. Rania's eyes twitch slightly. "No pressure, huh?" she thinks. Before she can even respond, a chorus of gasps rises from the crowd. "Yuwa," one student blurts out, their face going pale as they process what just happened. Another, wide-eyed and panicked, adds, "They're sending a newbie there." The group collectively shudders, as if Rania's fate has been sealed by some cruel cosmic force. It's clear they all view the northern region as a no-go zone, like some sort of magical punishment reserved for only the bravest or the most unfortunate. Now then. The professor claps his hands together, once again blissfully unaware of the rising anxiety in the crowd. He steps forward dramatically, his cloak billowing slightly behind him. The class placement test for upper-range students begins. His voice rings out like the start of a gladiator match, as if he's just unleashed chaos upon the world. Suddenly, the students spring into action. One bold individual steps forward, his cloak whipping behind him as if he's the hero of his own story. "I'll go first." "See you," he says with the kind of nonchalance that makes you wonder if he's actually just trying to get it over with before anyone realizes he's terrified. His friend nods, equally casual, "See ya." And just like that, they vanish in a flash of magical light, disappearing to their assigned regions. A buzz fills the air as students begin teleporting away, like workers clocking in for a shift, except this shift involves surviving magical combat in a forest. Rania watches them, her fingers twitching slightly. "I'm going to the north region," she reminds herself, trying to keep her cool despite the ominous dread hanging over her like a cloud. The professor's voice rings out again, and this time, it's personal. "Assistant Professor Rania," he says, his voice dripping with an almost too cheerful tone. Rania doesn't turn to face him, but she can feel it, the smirk. "This guy keeps smirking at me," she notes, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. She doesn't need to look to know he's probably wearing the same smug smile that has haunted her since this conversation began. Great, she thinks. Just what I needed, a boss who thinks he's funny. With a deep breath, she steels herself for what's to come. Rania stands confidently, her silver hair flowing slightly with the breeze as she addresses the professor. "Ah, yes, what is it?" she asks, her tone calm and measured, though there's a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The professor, not missing a beat, responds, "I have some things to explain about the north region you were assigned." His tone shifts ever so slightly, indicating that this is not just any region, it's special. Rania's gaze sharpens as she listens. The professor gives her a knowing smile. "That region is a special one, like you." Rania raises an eyebrow, but before she can respond, the professor continues, his voice carrying a weight of importance. "Black Magic Towers Belnoa," he starts. And Rania's mind flashes to the imposing figure of Belnoa, a student whose presence alone radiates power. His connection to dark magic is legendary, and Rania knows that dealing with him will not be easy. And White Magic Towers Lark Van Grace. Another flash of imagery strikes Rania. Lark, with his piercing gaze and mastery of white magic, is equally formidable. His reputation precedes him, known for his precise control over powerful spells. Together, these two students make quite the dangerous pair. The professor's expression grows more serious. "Those two students were assigned to the north region," he says, watching Rania closely for her reaction. "Will you be fine?" Rania pauses, taking in the information. These aren't just any students, they're prodigies from two opposing magic towers. But Rania stands firm. She's not about to be intimidated. She nods subtly, showing no hesitation. The professor smirks, almost playfully, as if he's enjoying the tension. Hoo, what's the matter? You don't think you can handle that, do you?" Rania remains stoic, her eyes narrowing slightly. She doesn't dignify the professor's taunt with a response, her silence speaking louder than any words. "She'll handle it," whatever it takes. The professor's tone drops lower as he delivers the final warning. There are conflicting interests in this matchup between the masters of the magic towers. The moment one of the prodigies is injured, their tower won't stay quiet. Rania doesn't flinch. She understands the gravity of the situation now. As Rania stands calmly before him, the professor struggles to keep his own emotions in check. Inside, however, his thoughts are far less composed. I've waited years to become Professor Roselle's assistant, and yet. He muses, bitterness bubbling up as he watches Rania. She, the newcomer, had swooped in and taken the opportunity that he had worked so hard for. It stings. I can't let a nobody come in and steal that position from me. His mind seethes with frustration. He's not about to let someone like her, who hasn't endured the same struggles, just walk in and claim the role he so desperately wants. Meanwhile, on the surface, he maintains his professional demeanor. Those two are amazing battle mages. Please take good care of them, he says aloud, his words polite, but internally, he's practically sneering. Take care of them, he chuckles inwardly. This is going to be the end of the blatant show of nepotism. His glasses catch the light, a glint of his own scheming satisfaction visible. Hoo hoo hoo, his laugh is low, quiet, laced with hidden malice. Let's see how long she lasts. Rania, seemingly unfazed by the brewing storm within him, simply responds, "You're right." She meets his gaze, calm and resolute, as if his attempts to intimidate her mean nothing. Then, she turns, her movements composed, as if she's already dismissed him from her mind. Then, "I'll be going," she says, leaving him behind. But as she walks away, she can't shake the feeling that he's watching her with condescension. I feel like he's looking down on me so hard, she thinks, though she doesn't let it bother her. She knows her path, and no bitter colleague is going to derail her now. As Rania heads toward her destination, students around her prepare for the test, teleporting to their respective regions. This place is full of weirdos, she mutters under her breath, steeling herself for what's to come. Behind her, the professor watches her go, his bitter thoughts still swirling. This is my chance. Meanwhile, in the distant tower, the preparations are complete. A subordinate informs the Tower Master, the test has started. The Tower Master, seated in a grand room with a view over the academy grounds, simply replies, "I see." His voice is calm, controlled, yet his eyes suggest he's waiting for something more. He knows this test holds more significance than it appears. The Tower Master sits in his office, his hands folded under his chin, deep in thought. Papers and magical scrolls lie scattered across his ornate desk, yet his attention is fixated on a single document before him. He hums, staring down at a profile picture, the name on the file catching his eye. His thoughts drift for a moment, reflecting on his intentions for the day. I was going to patiently wait for the results of the test, he thinks to himself, but something nags at him, pulling his attention away, but I got distracted by something odd, his brow furrows, and he focuses on the image of a silver-haired woman, the one now overseeing the northern region. Rania Van Trias, he thinks, her name weighing heavily on his mind. His eyes narrow as he contemplates her presence. She turned out to be the supervisor for Belnoa. The implications of this connection aren't lost on him. There's more to this situation than meets the eye. He continues his internal monologue, reflecting on the magical anomalies that he noticed. I think I'm the only one who noticed back then. His thoughts trail to the research conducted by the Black Magic Tower, a line of study he's intimately familiar with. Because the Black Magic Tower has done research on the stocks, those who accumulate spells in their bodies. His mind drifts to the complex magic circuits that intertwine within a person like Rania, holding vast amounts of magical potential. But despite that, he muses, I couldn't tell just how many spells she had stocked, a curiosity, even for someone as knowledgeable as him. Nor what circuits they were. The depth of this mystery intrigues him more than he anticipated. Even for him, a master of a magic tower, someone accustomed to reading and understanding the complexities of magical circuits, Rania's abilities remained unreadable. Even I, a master of a magic tower, couldn't read them. He admits to himself, a subtle acknowledgement of the enigma that is Rania van Trios. He leans back slightly in his chair, folding his hands together thoughtfully. But for now, he pushes those thoughts aside, turning his attention back to the ongoing events. A faint smile plays across his lips as he decides, for now, let's enjoy the placement test. His eyes gleam with anticipation as he watches everything unfold, fully aware that this test may hold far more surprises than anyone expects. The Tower Master, still seated in his grand office, contemplates the test unfolding before him. His fingers steepled, eyes narrowed in thought. A wry smile spreads across his face as his thoughts swirl like a cunning storm. Whatever happens, he muses, shouldn't affect the results of the placement test. He speaks aloud as if reassuring himself that his grand plan will continue unhindered. His confidence, or perhaps arrogance, seems to fill the room. He leans back slightly, his smile deepening. Hoo-hoo, a small chuckle escapes him. No matter if he's White's disciple, he'll never be able to beat that monster. There's a satisfaction in his voice, as if the entire situation is playing out exactly as he had envisioned. The gears of his mind churn with strategies, anticipating each possible outcome. He can already picture it now. I can see the dumb look on that White Tower Master's face, he thinks, his inner amusement barely contained. The thought of his rival's frustration is, clearly, one of the highlights of his day. What a priceless expression that will be. As he revels in these thoughts, we shift to the scene of the challenge at hand, Hermain Forest, North Region. A place of dense trees and ominous mist, the landscape is hauntingly beautiful, with the air thick with magic. But this isn't just any forest, it's the stage for what's about to unfold. Footsteps crunch against the ground, steady and deliberate. We see a single figure moving swiftly through the shadows. Each step echoes with intent. This isn't someone who's merely walking. No, they are gliding with purpose, like a predator stalking its prey. His foot falls on something dark and sinister, liquid-like, that slithers underfoot. It writhes and moves as if alive. The shadows beneath him seem to twist and shift, obeying his every move, as if they are an extension of him. Sorcery. Shadow weaving, the narrator's voice echoes the technique's name. The forest almost seems to bend to this magic, responding to the dark aura that envelopes this mage. Then we see him, Belnoa, the black magic prodigy, suspended just above the ground, cloaked in the shadows he commands so effortlessly. His expression is calm, cold, and calculating. This is no ordinary spell, this is his domain. The dark energy surrounding him hums with power, as if the forest itself has come alive under his influence. The tension rises as the shadows writhe beneath him, waiting for his command, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Whatever challenge lies ahead, Belnoa looks ready, no, more than ready, he looks like he owns the battlefield. The forest is eerily quiet, save for the faint crunching of footsteps against the forest floor. A lone figure strides through the trees, his cloak swaying lightly behind him. The trees around him seem to whisper secrets in the breeze, but Lark Van Grace isn't listening. His eyes are sharp, focused, his senses attuned to his surroundings. Is he the guy that Old Black was talking about? Lark's thoughts race as he moves forward, but his expression remains cool and unreadable. His mind flashes back to the words of his mentor, and a sense of anticipation fills the air. There's no time for doubt. Meanwhile, deeper in the shadows, Belnoa stands with a quiet intensity, his figure shrouded in darkness. His mind echoes with the voice of his mentor, the one who had trained him, guided him, and molded him into the force he is now. "Did you get it, Belnoa?" The words from his mentor resurface, taunting him from the recesses of his memory. "Show them you're better than that disciple of the White Tower." Belnoa's crimson eyes flash briefly, a glint of determination hidden behind his calm facade. "This is no different from the requests I always take." He tightens his grip on his staff, ready to prove himself, ready to show them all who he truly is. The tension in the forest is thick, as though the trees themselves are holding their breath. Lark's eyes scan his surroundings, unyielding. Then, his gaze locks onto something in the shadows, something that feels different. There. Lark's eyes narrow, his instincts kicking in. He doesn't hesitate. With a sudden motion, Lark steps forward, the ground beneath him cracking under the sheer force of his energy. His hammer swings out, cutting through the air with precision, as if daring the forest to challenge him. "Don't hide. Come out." His voice rings out, strong and commanding, reverberating through the forest like a battle cry. His tone leaves no room for hesitation. "Warriors don't hide," his thoughts reaffirm, as if reminding both himself and his unseen opponent that this battle isn't for the faint of heart. The moment is charged, the air thick with anticipation. Both mages, now locked in an inevitable confrontation, are ready to clash, their abilities and pride on the line. The calm of the forest shatters in an instant. The ground erupts as Belnoa's dark magic surges forward, splitting the earth beneath him. His magic slices through the air with terrifying precision, black tendrils of shadow tearing apart the landscape like claws. The sheer force of the attack sends chunks of debris flying in every direction, the very trees groaning under the pressure. But Lark Van Grace isn't one to be caught off guard. As the wave of destruction charges toward him, Lark's body moves with speed and precision, sidestepping just as the shadow tendrils come crashing down. His expression doesn't waver. This isn't his first time facing overwhelming power. Belnoa's magic lunges again, black and crimson energy swirling in deadly arcs. With a swing of his arm, Belnoa unleashes another blast, and this time, it aims directly for Lark's chest. But Lark's sharp instincts kick in again, his hammer flashing with brilliant blue energy as he counters the attack. The impact sends sparks flying, the dark and light magic colliding in an explosive clash. The forest trembles from the sheer force of their exchange. Belnoa, eyes narrowed and focused, doesn't relent. His attack strikes with the precision of someone who has done this countless times before. He's used to battles like this, used to overpowering his enemies, yet, Lark isn't the kind to be easily overwhelmed. His feet slide slightly, barely leaving marks in the dirt, but he holds his ground firmly. His hammer swings with the power of a seasoned warrior, deflecting Belnoa's shadow tendrils with practiced ease, but it's not easy. Suddenly, one of Belnoa's attacks slips through, striking Lark's side. "NGH," he grunts, feeling the weight of the blow, his body momentarily thrown off balance. The sharp sting of the magic pulses through his veins, but Lark's eyes remain focused that he quickly regains his stance, his feet digging into the dirt as he prepares for the next move. This isn't a fight that either of them can take lightly, there's too much at stake. Both mages, powerful in their own right, face each other with a mixture of respect and determination. Each one knows that the next strike could determine the course of the battle. The air is thick with tension, the clash between dark and light magic sending ripples through the forest around them. Belnoa braces himself as the impact from Lark's previous attack reverberates through his body. His eyes narrow as he steadies his footing, the weight of Lark's strike heavier than he anticipated. "It's heavier than I thought," he thinks, realizing the full force behind Lark's movements. Just as he starts to recover, Lark vanishes from his sight in the blink of an eye. Belnoa's eyes widen in surprise. "Huh?" His sharp senses kick in immediately, scanning the area. But there's nothing. No sign of Lark. He's gone. Belnoa's mind races. Where did he whips his head around, eyes darting to every possible direction, but Lark is nowhere to be seen. The realization hits him quickly. He really does look like a battle mage. Belnoa's thoughts carry a grudging respect, but the tension in the air remains thick as ever. He can't afford to lose focus now. Then, without warning, Lark reappears. Haste. Wait. Lark's voice is low and controlled as he mutters the spell, his hammer now glowing with enhanced speed and density. His movements are lightning fast, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Belnoa barely has time to react before Lark comes crashing down from above, his hammer swinging with deadly precision. The weight of the strike, combined with his magical enhancement, sends shockwaves through the air. The ground cracks and shudders under the pressure as Lark's weapon moves with terrifying force. Belnoa grits his teeth, summoning his dark magic in response. His shadowy tendrils lash out, ready to meet Lark's attack head-on. But the sheer force of Lark's hammer sends ripples through his defenses, the clash of magic and weaponry sending sparks flying in every direction. Their powers collide, dark magic against battle-hardened strength, each strike echoing through the forest as the two mages refuse to give an inch. The energy around them crackles as if the air itself can barely contain their power. Lark's hammer strikes the ground with a thunderous force, the impact sending shockwaves through the earth as debris scatters in every direction. The sheer intensity of the attack reverberates through the forest, and for a split second, it seems like Lark has the upper hand, but Belnoa, crouched and focused, remains undeterred. "Shit," he mutters under his breath, his sharp eyes locked onto Lark's imposing figure. I guess that story about tearing a troll to shreds wasn't just a rumor. Belnoa's mind races. It's gonna be hard to win in a head-on fight. He quickly assesses the situation, knowing full well that brute force isn't his forte. Lark's strength is undeniable, and he knows this battle requires more than just sheer power. But then, a flicker of determination lights up in Belnoa's eyes. But it's not like I've already lost. His thoughts echo his resolve as he begins to formulate a plan, knowing that he'll need to be smart about his next move. There's no backing down now. Belnoa extends his hand, his expression hardening with focus. Dark, crimson energy swirls around his fingertips, as he prepares for a counterattack that might just shift the tide of battle. His lips move silently as he casts his next spell, the shadows around him twisting with malevolent energy. Offering, he whispers, his hand moving in a swift, deliberate motion. The air thickens with dark magic as Belnoa taps into his deeper powers. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracks open, and from the depths, black tendrils of shadow erupt, spiraling into the sky with terrifying speed. The forest groans under the strain as the dark energy surges forward like a tidal wave, crashing toward Lark with deadly intent. The shadows pulse, almost as if they're alive, responding to Belnoa's command with a vicious hunger. The crimson-tinged energy barrels forward, swallowing everything in its path as Belnoa stands tall, his eyes filled with unshakable determination. The battle has entered a new phase. and he's ready to show exactly why he's known as one of the Black Magic Tower's most formidable students. Rania crouches high up in the trees, observing the unfolding battle with a mix of curiosity and mild amusement. Her gaze sharpens as she watches the two prodigies clash, their raw power evident with each strike. "Ooh," she says quietly to herself, her voice a little playful, "these youngsters are pretty good." She can't help but be impressed by their skill and the intensity they're showing in the test. It's almost like watching an intense duel unfold for real, not just a test. She leans in slightly, getting a better view of the action. They're so full of energy. "It's nice," she adds with a soft chuckle, almost nostalgic. "Ah, youth," she muses internally, remembering her own days when she had that kind of boundless energy. Now, she's content watching these eager students try to prove themselves. Her eyes flick between Lark and Belnoa, her mind replaying the words of their respective tower masters. Their tower masters were boasting so much, I couldn't tell how they'd really be, she admits, a hint of skepticism lingering in her voice. She had heard plenty of big talk before, but rarely did it live up to the hype. "But they are pretty good," she concludes, nodding to herself as if confirming her own thoughts. The talent these two possess is undeniable, and she's starting to see why their masters spoke so highly of them. Her gaze lands on Lark, who is executing his techniques with precision and strength. "That one in particular looks like he could be sent to the battlefield right now," she muses. There's no doubt about it, Lark's control over his magic and physical prowess is remarkable. No wonder the White Tower Master has made him her #1 disciple, she adds with a knowing look, fully understanding why Lark has earned such a prestigious title. But her attention shifts quickly to Belnoa, the dark magic user, whose aura is becoming more intense by the second. "But the one the Black Tower Master sent out." She trails off, eyes narrowing as she senses something off. Rania frowns, her previous amusement fading slightly. "Even if they're fighting as if this was a real battle." Her voice lowers, a hint of concern creeping in. She watches Belnoa as the dark energy around him grows stronger, more unstable. "This is a bit too much," she finally says, her expression growing serious. For a test, she thinks, this level of intensity might be crossing a line. The shadows swirling around Belnoa are no joke, and Rania can't help but wonder how far this fight will go. Stars. Yes, stars. The all-powerful, glowing balls of gas that seem to control everything. Not just for astronomy anymore, they are the so-called truth, they are this world in all its glory. Because nothing says truth and glory like distant burning spheres. Forget life lessons or self-discovery, the stars have you covered. The stars provide wizards their power according to the price they pay. You want magical powers? Better be ready to cough up something valuable, your lunch money, perhaps. The stars don't give discounts. And the foundation of this exchange is... Alright, here comes the big reveal. What are we trading for all this cosmic power? Gold? Good vibes? The divine scale? Oh, of course. The divine scale. Because nothing screams cosmic justice like a scale that judges your life choices. It's like a cosmic version of those scales at the doctor's office, but way more judgmental. An extraordinary skill, perfect understanding of the divine scale is required before one can use it. So it's not just hey here's a scale have fun. Nope. You need extraordinary skill. As in you better have read the user manual and completed a 12-part online course on Divine Scale Operations 101. Hence only a small few of those who stand at the extreme of magic are capable of using it. Basically only the magical elite get to play with the divine scale. Regular sorcerers? Nah, they're still stuck doing card tricks at children's birthday parties. Meanwhile, you can almost feel the awkwardness setting in for those who didn't make the divine scale cut. Picture them in the magical equivalent of the waiting room at the DMV. Unable to make a deal with the stars, the sorcerers birthed a new concept. No cosmic contract. No problem. These sorcerers decided to DIY their own solution. Because when you can't get into the club, you start your own party. They created their very own imitation of the divine scale in its image. And just like that, they whipped up a divine scale knockoff. It's like the magical equivalent of those fake designer handbags. Looks fancy, but something's a little off. The scale. Well, there it is. The infamous scale, probably more dramatic than anything you've ever weighed yourself on. Definitely not measuring body fat percentages here. Different from the divine scale, the scale demands an offering. Because if it's not a divine scale, it's an extra needy knockoff. What's that offering gonna be? Your dignity. Your weekend plans. And all it ever demands is the sacrifice of the body. Oh, that's it? Just your body? Phew, for a second I thought it might ask for something big like a kidney or your favorite snack. Nope, just your physical well-being. Totally fine. The guy adjusts his glove dramatically, thinking to himself that I wasn't expecting to win unharmed in the first place. Yes, classic tough guy move. He knew this was going to end badly, and yet here he is. At least he's not going in delusional. Our hero cracks his fingers, preparing for whatever painful mess he's about to dive into. Sacrifice is only natural. Sure, no big deal. He says that as if we all casually break our hands before breakfast. That's just a Tuesday, right? More finger cracking, but this time it sounds like something's breaking. This guy's hand is going through some things. But he doesn't flinch. He just stares at the growing pain with the same enthusiasm you have when looking at your phone's low battery. What is this unpleasant feeling? Cut to the lark in the distance, feeling the vibes and absolutely not enjoying it. That's his polite way of saying this feels like bad news. My instincts are screaming at me. Oh, now his instincts decide to show up. Took them long enough. Like, hey buddy, maybe we should have been worried 5 panels ago. The panic is real now. Our lark is not sticking around for whatever is about to go down. That thing is dangerous. I have to run. Yes, sir. When in doubt, run like your life depends on it, because in this case it probably does. Forget dignity, forget pride, self-preservation for the win. Our lark stands ready for action, eyes darting around as he grips his weapon. I need to retreat for a bit and find an opportunity. Yes, the classic strategic retreat, also known as I'm about to nope out of this situation and come back when things are less terrifying. Suddenly he freezes, face grim. Did he just say retreat? Did he just suggest backing down? What is this, some kind of out-of-body experience? Retreat? He can barely believe the word escaped his mouth. It's like a warrior's biggest sin, admitting they might need a timeout, but no. Not today. Our hero shakes off that blasphemous thought like a bad case of dandruff. He clenches his fists, determination flooding back in. No matter the situation, a warrior shall never retreat. There it is, the inevitable overly dramatic declaration of resolve. Now he's ready to run forward into danger, because who needs common sense? With a burst of speed he activates haste, the equivalent of slapping a turbocharger on his legs. He's zipping across the battlefield like someone late for their Amazon delivery. Meanwhile, our Belnoa is watching all this with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. Clearly he's not impressed. I never expected you to retreat, you barbarian. It's the villainous version of a backhanded compliment. You know, I knew you didn't have enough sense to run away properly. But what's this? Our warrior is now flying through the air. Yes, actually flying, cape billowing majestically like a superhero, if superheroes forgot capes are more decorative than functional. And then bam! He slams straight into his opponent with a force that screams, I'm taking you down whether you like it or not. Blood splatters dramatically as if they hired an overenthusiastic special effects team. Both warriors land with a thunderous crash. Our lark winces, but it's not the pain that concerns him. Nope, it's the fact that something feels off. Something about you clearly changed. He exclaims as if his opponent just swapped from decaf to double shot espresso. But your majesties can't possibly be normal. Well, when someone's majesty is clearly up to something sketchy, calling them normal is off the table. Our Belnoa stares with fierce determination, looking like someone who's just been insulted by the last person on earth they wanted an opinion from. Normal? Who are you to dictate what is normal? Yeah, pal. Who needs your normal? Maybe throwing red ominous energy everywhere is totally normal in his world. Suddenly the word offering flashes in bold red letters like it's the world's most terrifying pop-up ad. And this isn't just any offering, something crackles ominously as if bones are protesting whatever is about to happen. Cut to our lark looking like he just walked into the wrong end of a horror movie. What is this ominous feeling? You mean the evil red energy swirling everywhere wasn't a clue already? Good instincts, buddy. Without wasting time, our Belnoa goes full send, rushing forward with all the finesse of a freight train surrounded by tendrils of red power that scream, I am not here to play. Suddenly there's chaos. Red energy lashes out like a wild hose and our lark is desperately dodging it. It's like trying to avoid laser tag, but much worse. Just as things are heating up and it looks like someone's about to get seriously blasted, a calm voice cuts through the madness. Enough. It's the classic parental tone, one that promises grounding if everyone doesn't stop immediately. Stop fighting. Enter the mysterious figure who, despite all the drama happening around, just strolls in like it's no big deal. Everyone freezes because when someone with this much authority says stop, you stop. They don't even need to raise their voice. Our lark is in full panic mode, wide-eyed and wondering what on earth is happening. What's happening? The question every protagonist asks when they've lost control of the situation. Spoiler alert, it's probably not good. Cut to the Belnoa equally distressed. My body can't move. Well, when you're being magically paralyzed by a random third party, that tends to happen. Welcome to the club, pal. Enter the mysterious figure of authority striding calmly onto the scene like they're about to discipline two kids for fighting in the schoolyard. Offensive acts must not go too far or else I will stop you. Translation: you both need to chill out before I put you in a timeout. A bright blue restriction flashes across the screen like an unwanted software update, and it's clear this person means business. With a piercing gaze and all the confidence in the world, they look at the two frozen fighters. Did you not pay attention? Basically, were you two not listening earlier? I said no more nonsense. Without a second thought, the figure casually waves their hand as if erasing a chalkboard of bad decisions. The Belnoa, who was very much planning on continuing this fight, is now stuck with a very real problem. She erased my shadow. Yes, buddy. She just erased your shadow. Forget bruises or wounds, she's on a whole other level of removing inconvenient things, Cut to her icy blue eyes radiating calm authority as if this is just another day of making people regret their life choices. You can almost hear her thinking, really? This is all you got? Our mysterious silver-haired figure looks down with the confidence of someone who knows they've already won the argument before it even started. For now I should treat you. I'll start with your hand. Oh, how nice. She's offering treatment, but we all know this isn't a spa day. When someone this calm offers treatment, it's never a good sign. Meanwhile, our Bel Noah is on the verge of panic. His hand is shaking and not in the "I had too much coffee" kind of way. The ominous red energy that surrounded his hand is dissipating and he looks like someone who's just realized their phone battery is at 1%. What's happening? Well, buddy, it looks like you're about to get schooled. She hijacked my deal with the scale and invalidated it. Wait, what? She's out here canceling magical contracts like she's customer support. And he's left wondering if there's a refund policy on this. How is that even possible? That's the question of the day. You thought you were the big bad villain and now you're stuck in the magical equivalent of a software crash. Better reboot, buddy. The camera zooms in on our silver-haired mystery woman looking like she just walked out of a shampoo commercial. Wind blowing through her hair, face full of righteous authority. She's not even trying and everyone else is already sweating. Who the hell is she? That's a great question and one everyone probably should have asked before trying to fight her. A moment of clarity. The battle is over. Defeat settles in like a heavy weight on our Bel Noah's shoulders. He sighs, accepting his fate. I lost. Well, at least he's honest about it. That's step one in the recovery process, admitting you've been thoroughly owned. The lark, looking like he's having the worst self-reflection moment of his life, clenches his fist. I was convinced I couldn't run. This is the moment he realizes, stubbornness isn't always a great battle strategy. Maybe listening to your instincts isn't such a bad idea after all. He looks over to his Bel Noah, finally ready to admit defeat, but not without explaining his convoluted plan first. So I was thinking that if I could destroy your arm, your shadow would multiply from there. Buddy, that was your grand plan? Destroying arms? This is like the villain equivalent of overcomplicating things for no reason. His Bel Noah looks on, not entirely convinced, but plays along. Even without your arm, your shadow, while V persisted. No. Lark said. You got it right. Bel sigh, happy that the duel is already done. But is it too soon to celebrate? Finally, with a deep sigh, the lark admits what everyone already knows. Then that would be my defeat. I admit it. I lost. You can practically hear the sound of his pride deflating like a balloon. At least he's taking it like a champ, sort of. But hold up. He has a bigger concern now. More importantly. And now we get to the real issue at hand. Is every professor as strong as her? He looks over at the silver-haired woman, clearly shaken by how casually she wiped the floor with both of them. His real problem isn't the fight, it's the idea that everyone at this academy might be this terrifying. The other guy's also trying to process it, staring at the professor like she's some kind of mythical creature. I still can't believe she managed to seize this region while we're both at full power. Yeah, that's called being outclassed, guys. Welcome to the realization that you're not the main character in this story. Cut to the professor standing there like she just finished grading a really disappointing test. Ha, what a pain. You can almost hear her thinking, ugh, why do I have to deal with these amateurs? Why are two high-leveled individuals assigned to the same region? She's not impressed. It's like someone sent her two strong but clueless students who didn't read the syllabus. Does the academy need to get rid of one of them or something? She's genuinely wondering why she's babysitting two overpowered children who don't seem to know how to play nice. The camera zooms in on her as she thinks I'm pretty sure both of them are worthy of being taught. Yeah, she'll teach them. Just not in the way they're expecting. This is going to be a tough love kind of lesson. Our two warriors glance at each other completely confused. Supervisor. What? She's their supervisor. It's like finding out your substitute teacher is actually a ninja. The professor is deep in thought, contemplating how on earth she's supposed to turn these two into functional members of society. Looks like it's going to be a long day for her. Suddenly the Rania's face lights up with an idea. Her eyes go wide and a light bulb practically appears above her head. This is the face of someone who just remembered something very important, probably the magical equivalent of I left the stove on. Come with me, both of you. No explanation. Just a sudden authoritative command. She's on a mission now and these two have no choice but to tag along. The group walks through a serene mystical forest that looks like something out of a fairy tale. But our two warriors aren't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. They're too busy wondering where in the magical world they're being dragged to. This place. Yeah, it's definitely not your typical weekend hike. The Rania stops at a clearing, turning to face a beautiful spring with sparkling water. Isn't that the mana spring? Oh great, because nothing screams fun times ahead like a mana spring. You know, just a casual, probably dangerous, magical fountain of power. She smiles, but it's the kind of smile that doesn't put anyone at ease. In fact, it feels more like a dare. Enter the spring for 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Sounds easy, right? Except when has anything been easy so far? Everyone knows this isn't going to end well. Then she delivers the kicker. Belnoa, if you can withstand a minute in the spring, I'll turn a blind eye to your use of sorcery. It's like a game show challenge but with much higher stakes, and no prize money. You can see the gears turning in their heads. A minute? That's all I have to do. How bad can it be? The two warriors exchange worried glances. They're not sure whether to be excited or terrified. The lark looks like he's calculating the risk, while the Belnoa is already questioning all his life choices that led him here. The Rania turns her gaze to Lark, flashing him a challenging smile that screams, "Are you ready for this? You too, Lark. If you can withstand it for a minute, then I'll ask Professor Rosal to put you into the upper range." Translation: Hey, want to be promoted? All you have to do is survive a magical spring that could maybe kill you. No big deal. She continues, already knowing exactly how to play on Lark's ego. Your pride won't allow it otherwise, right? She's got him there. Lark's face tightens. Yep, there's no escaping this one. His pride has been officially cornered. Lark's expression is priceless. He's glaring like he's just been dared to do something incredibly stupid, but he knows he has to do it. But then his brain catches up with the danger. But I heard that going near mana springs will make the mana in your blood vessels go berserk. Ah yes, he's starting to second-guess this life decision, and honestly, who can blame him? The professor is unfazed, her smile turning into the kind of casual reassurance that somehow makes everything worse. That only happens if you're submerging yourself in it up to your neck. Oh cool. Just up to the neck, no biggie. Clearly she's a big fan of it's only dangerous if you push it too far logic. Aren't we pretty far from the center? She says this like they're talking about the local swimming pool, not a life-threatening mana spring. No big deal, right? Just a casual stroll. Now she lays out the real dangers, still in the most casual tone possible. At most your blood vessels will be a bit ruptured. And your lungs will fill with blood. There's also a teeny tiny chance of death. But not much. Just a little bit of lung blood and death, don't worry, it's Phythian. Her words are like a cheerful warning label for a particularly dangerous roller coaster. Lark's eyes widen in pure horror as he absorbs this. With enough luck you won't die, you know. She says it like it's the magical version of hey, maybe you'll win the lottery. Only this time the lottery is not dying. The Belnoa just stares off into the distance, fully rethinking his choices in life. Both of them are speechless. They exchange looks. There are no words. Just the quiet internal screaming of two guys who realize they've been tricked into the worst challenge ever. They both start walking toward the spring with the enthusiasm of two kids who just got grounded. Are you entering? It's the ultimate question. One that neither of them knows the answer to. Lark shrugs, utterly defeated. That I don't know. You. This is it. This is their collective resignation to their fate. No one knows what's coming, but whatever it is they are not ready for it. I don't know. The Belnoa, after what seems like a lot of internal back and forth, finally takes a deep breath. I'll do it. His tone is the kind of resigned determination that says, well, I've already made enough bad decisions today, so what's one more? Not to be outdone, Lark immediately jumps in. Then I'll do it too. Because obviously if one person is going to risk their life, Lark isn't about to be left behind. Peer pressure, thy name is Lark. Lark clenches his fist, getting more dramatic by the second. A warrior of the North shan't accept defeat so easily. He's basically just written himself a movie tagline. You can almost hear the epic music playing in the background. He flashes a confident smile like he's trying to psych himself up, but his Belnoa is clearly not buying it. However, that doesn't mean he should accept being bested. Lark is giving himself a pep talk, but his companion's face says, yeah, sure, whatever you say, buddy. The Belnoa just rolls his eyes, completely unimpressed. Yeah, whatever. You can feel his energy shift to just let's get this over with before I regret even agreeing. The group stands before the mana spring, their serious expressions totally at odds with the colorful picturesque setting. Okay, let's get started. The professor gives the green light, and you can tell she's trying not to grin too widely. This is definitely more fun for her than it is for them. They dip their toes into the water. Lark is visibly bracing himself, but... Wait, this isn't so bad. Is it possible the professor was bluffing about the whole blood vessels rupturing thing? Lark turns to his friend, starting to feel a little smug. It's easier than I thought. Oh no, he's getting confident. That's never a good sign. But before he can finish basking in his victory, we see the dreaded countdown. 1. And suddenly their faces change from mild relief to absolute horror. The real effects are kicking in, and it's not pretty. The Belnoa is immediately in full panic mode, clutching his throat like he's just taken a deep dive into the worst pool ever. What's happening? I can't breathe. Yep, welcome to the effects of mana spring water. It's not exactly the spa day you were hoping for, huh? Lark is no better off, clenching his fist as veins pop in his neck. Both of them look like they're fighting for their lives. Forget easy, this is straight up torture. The professor, standing perfectly calm in the background, is just watching them struggle like this is a normal Tuesday. The countdown continues ominously. 2. 3. The professor finally speaks up, her voice calm and collected as if nothing weird is happening. Tell me if you can't withstand it, okay? Yeah, sure, professor. They'll just casually let you know in between gasping for air and their imminent doom. The professor adjusts her position slightly, still looking completely unbothered as her two students look like they're about to pass out. Her composure? Absolute. Meanwhile, Lark is literally falling apart. Lark looks like he's going to explode from the pressure, while his belle Noah looks equally furious. They're both holding on by a thread at this point, determined to somehow survive this challenge. Meanwhile, the professor sits down by the spring, cool as a cucumber, dipping her feet into the water like she's on vacation. For her, this is just a relaxing break. For them, it's like climbing Everest with no oxygen. The scene opens in the Hermain forest, the air heavy with tension as three guys stumble out panting like they just ran a marathon. Haha. Well, looks like someone wasn't prepared for the magical cardio session they just had. One of them clutches his side, looking around in a panic. Who is that summoner? This isn't the "I'm impressed" kind of tone, it's more like, why is she so OP? They clearly didn't sign up for this. Another one, still trying to catch his breath, stares at the sky like he's questioning his entire life. How are we supposed to fight against that? Yeah, you probably should have checked the difficulty level before jumping into this mess. The third guy wiped sweat from his forehead, looking like he's ready to just lay down and quit. I didn't think those four would be so strong. Oh, they thought this was going to be easy. Rookie mistake. Still huffing and puffing, one of them rubs his head, piecing together the nightmare he just survived. Even if she's the heir of the gray magic tower, that's too strong. You can hear the realization sinking in. They were in way over their heads, and that tower has more muscle than they bargained for. Suddenly one of them perks up, glancing around with suspicion. Hey, isn't this place kinda strange? Great. As if things weren't bad enough, now they've wandered into the magical equivalent of the Bermuda Triangle. The guy clutches his chest dramatically. My body's strange too. I can't breathe. Yep, welcome to the mana zone, where everything is designed to make you feel like you've just sprinted up a mountain. Except worse. His companion, looking equally freaked out, grabs his arm. Hey. Wait. The mana spring is this way. But there's no time to stop and chat. Apparently they're not exactly on the right track, and one of them's about to hit a full-on meltdown. What? Yeah, this is what happens when you're so busy running for your life you forget where you're even going. Now they're officially lost. Fantastic, but one of them finally snaps out of it, looking like he's just been hit with a reality check. Geez. Let's go back. We'll start spitting blood if we go further. Oh, so now he decides that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't a good idea. And as if to drive the point home, he throws his hands up in exasperation. There's no wizard who'd just waltz in there. You can feel the panic in his voice. He's done with this situation, and honestly, who can blame him? This whole Mana Spring misadventure is turning out to be a major health hazard. The scene opens in the magical spring, and the countdown begins. The atmosphere is tense as we hear the faint whisper of numbers. 45. 46. The wind rustles the trees, but there's no peace here, only the slow crawl of time for two suffering souls. Lark, with his head bent low and gritted teeth, is on the verge of a meltdown. He's pushing through the pain, but the blood trickling from his nose says he's probably regretting all his life choices. 47. You can almost hear him thinking, I didn't sign up for this. Why am I doing this again? The dark-haired guy is also not looking so great, blood seeping from his mouth as he struggles to keep it together. 48. They're barely hanging on. It's like running a marathon, except the finish line might be their own graves. Rania sits calmly, not even bothering to turn around as she continues her countdown. 49. Meanwhile her two students are in the middle of their personal hell, gripping their knees like that's the only thing keeping them from collapsing. Rania still seated with the poise of someone who's not even slightly impressed by this ordeal. 50. Honestly it's like she's just waiting for her tea to steep. The drama unfolding behind her doesn't faze her one bit. 51. The countdown reaches its dramatic climax. Lark and his companion are on the edge, their bodies practically screaming for mercy, but Rania, she looks like she's waiting for an elevator. 52. Lark's veins bulge, his muscles tense and his face is locked in an intense grimace. If there were any doubts left about his resolve, they've been wiped clean. He's now surrounded by an aura so blue and fiery it's like someone just cranked the AC up too high at the North Pole. It's go time. Suddenly Lark finds himself in a swirling blizzard deep in his mind. A voice booms as if narrating his entire internal crisis. Lark. Nope, this isn't a calm inner monologue. This is a full-on dramatic episode. Cue the snowstorm, dramatic lighting and existential dread. What have you felt in that Mother Nature's blizzard? We zoom out to an icy landscape as harsh as Lark's current situation. Snow-covered mountains loom in the distance as if mocking him with their cold indifference. The answer's simple: fear and helplessness. Well yeah, when you're standing in the middle of a magical spring that's literally crushing your spirit, fear and helplessness seem like pretty valid emotions. The voice doesn't let up. Do you know how those who overcome that are called? Lark grits his teeth, the tension building, as if the answer will determine his entire self-worth. His face is set in a look of sheer defiance, as if to say, come at me bro. Great warriors. Ah yes, the ultimate motivational speech. Lark's eyes widen, his determination reaching critical levels. He's about to prove himself, right now. The vision shifts to an even more dramatic scene. Lark is fully powered up, his hair blowing back as if caught in a hurricane of magical energy. The true warriors of the North. It's like he just found out he's in a superhero origin story and now there's no backing down. The ice-cold North, that's his playground. He charges forward with everything he's got, a literal force of nature. The water around him explodes as he steps forward, his aura practically igniting the air. 57. Yeah, this guy is not here to mess around. 58. 59. Lark's face is an absolute battlefield. Blood trickles down his forehead, sweat pours from his brow and his expression says, I'm not going down without a fight. He's teetering on the edge, but he's still standing. Barely. Finally the countdown hits its climax. 60. Lark reaches forward like a desperate swimmer grasping for air, only for his body to give up in the last second. He flails, then faceplants into the ground with all the grace of a deflated balloon. Rania watches him crash with a look of mild amusement, hands on her hips as if she's grading his fall. He resisted it well. Well, I mean, resisted is a strong word considering he's now lying face first in the dirt, but points for effort, right? She steps forward, her tone matter of fact. I was going to let him pass if he endured 30 seconds since he's at a disadvantage here. Wow. Turns out Lark didn't even have to survive the full minute. But hey, why tell him that before he almost dies? Lark, still in his stylish vest, lies motionless on the ground. It's not the most heroic pose, but it's the best he can manage right now. He endured it with guts and even took 3 steps inside. Sure, he collapsed immediately after, but let's focus on the positive: 3 steps. Rania smirks, turning her attention to the dark-haired guy still wobbling on his feet. It seems he has more guts than you. Oof. The ultimate burn. Lark may be out cold, but he's definitely winning in the guts department right now. The dark-haired guy isn't having any of it, but he's too tired to argue. Blood drips from his hand as he clenches it in frustration. Rania, still cool as ever, offers him a backhanded compliment. "Well, you're very unusual yourself, using offering to endure it." "Yeah, nothing says I'm special quite like using ancient sorcery just to survive a challenge. Gold star for creativity." Rania calmly gestures toward the dark-haired guy who's clearly on his last legs, looking more like he's auditioning for a zombie movie than participating in a challenge. "I'll recognize your determination. We're over, so come here." She says this so casually as if she's just inviting him for tea. Meanwhile, he's barely clinging to consciousness, probably questioning if he'll make it the full 5 steps. And there it is. The dark-haired guy takes one wobbly step, then collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. He ended up passing out too. Well, it looks like Lark won't be the only one face first in the dirt today. Both of them, 0 gravity, 1. Rania stands over their defeated bodies, hands on her hips like a superhero surveying the aftermath of a successful rescue. "Come to think of it, long ago I was also instigated to attempt this and failed." Wait, what? She failed this too now, she tells them. That would have been some useful information before they collapsed. She walks away, probably to leave them to their nap. Time sure flies. Yes, nothing like reminiscing about your own past failures while your students are passed out in the dirt. It's practically poetic. With a thoughtful glance toward the sparkling water, Rania muses to herself, then the question is. The tension builds. What deep, insightful question will she ponder? How about the me of now and there it is? A classic case of I'm still pretty awesome, right? Even in her reflection, Rania is having a little moment of self-appreciation. Because hey, if she doesn't hype herself up, who will? In the heart of an ancient forest where the light barely trickled through the dense canopy of trees, a figure stood silently gazing into the distance. The leaves above shimmered as if whispering secrets long forgotten, casting fleeting shadows over the forest floor. The reason this forest is called Hermain. The figure began with an air of mystery, their voice low and contemplative, is because of the old Hermain tree. Their eyes shifted to the enormous ancient tree standing tall in the middle of the grove. Its roots were twisted and gnarled, resembling a spider's web that had claimed the earth as its own. A profound stillness lingered in the air around the tree, as if it had witnessed far too many centuries and was simply tired. This tree, the figure continued with a slight smirk forming on their lips, was a gift from the ancient dragon wizard to the kingdom of Aplia. As far as gifts go, I guess it beats socks. They turned slightly, looking around at the crystal-clear waters pooling at the base of the massive tree. Tiny bubbles rose to the surface, reflecting the soft glow of magic that clung to the air like morning mist. Beneath the tree lies the spring of accumulated mana, they added with a hint of awe, staring down at the water. Basically, it's a giant puddle of power. Mana overload, if you will. With a cautious glance, they dipped their foot into the spring, their bare skin touching the cool mana-infused water. Ripples spread outward in gentle waves, distorting the reflection of the tree in the pool's surface. When you approach this place, the figure said, lifting their foot slightly, the saturated mana resonates with the mana in your body. They looked at their toes in the water with a half-squinted eye, almost expecting something to happen. And that resonance quickly turns into oppression, they added with a sigh, feeling the weight of the magic pressing down on them as if the very air had grown thick. Not quite the magical spa experience I was hoping for. They waded deeper into the water, their cloak gently floating on the surface. Their mind was focused, but a hint of frustration crept in as they muttered, was it around here? Despite the serene beauty of the forest, something was clearly bothering them. The deeper they stepped into the spring, the more it seemed like the place was purposefully making things difficult. The figure stood still, water gently swirling around them as their eyes widened. My blood vessels screamed, they muttered under their breath, feeling the intense pressure build up. The sensation wasn't pleasant, it was as if their entire body was caught in a vice grip of mana. As the resonating mana shrinks them, they continued, barely keeping their voice steady, it squeezing them tight like trying to wring out the last bit of toothpaste. Their expression remained calm, but internally they could feel the discomfort rising. That a memory flashed before their eyes, a time long ago. And I was going insane, tormented by hallucinations. Their face showed no emotion, but inside they were vividly remembering the bizarre visions. Not exactly the most comforting thoughts when standing in a mystical pool of mana. It's been about 7 or 8 years since then. They glanced down at the water, the surface shimmering with a strange energy. How much can I endure now? There was a brief pause, the figure reflecting on their past feats as if to reassure themselves. Of course, I attacked the territory of the Demon Lord's army and withstood their demonic energy. Their voice carried a hint of dry sarcasm, as if comparing that battle to their current situation was a bit excessive. But this is a mana spring, they reminded themselves, eyes narrowing at the pool around them. I should be feeling something soon. They waited, expecting the usual overwhelming sensation of mana surging through their body. They blinked, puzzled as they glanced around. I'm all ready. In the middle, their voice was filled with confusion. How had they wandered so deep without even realizing it? The vast expanse of the spring now surrounded them, and somehow it felt less grand and more awkward. Finally they cracked a small smile, exhaling softly. I have to admit it, at some point they whispered to themselves, the slight grin creeping onto their face. As the figure stood in the center of the pool, surrounded by reflections of the past, their thoughts echoed softly that it wasn't all for nothing. The scene quickly shifted to a tense room where papers flew off the table as a man slammed his hands down in frustration. What do you mean no one from the North region passed? His voice trembled with shock and desperation. Leaning forward, his face twisted in a grimace, he muttered through clenched teeth, at this rate I will be blamed for it. His thoughts seemed to spiral further, panic evident in every word. Across from him 2 individuals sat calmly, unfazed by his growing anxiety. The young silver-haired figure stared blankly at the man's outburst, not betraying a single emotion. The older gentleman beside them remained stoic, watching as the chaos unfolded. The man's frustration boiled over. He snapped at the seated figure, what are you wearing that stupid face for after failing both of them? Are you looking down on me? His voice rose shaky and filled with anger as he slammed his fist onto the table, grabbing at the scattered papers. It will be my fault as the one in charge. His hand clenched the edge of the desk, fingers digging into the wood as though his grip on the situation was slipping away just as fast. As the tension hung in the air, the old man sitting across from the frantic, frustrated individual let out a sigh, rubbing his forehead slowly as if the situation was beginning to give him a headache. It's not that no one passed, he said softly but firmly, like a parent trying to explain why broccoli wasn't actually the worst thing in the world. He glanced at the younger figure beside him and then back at the man who was losing his grip on reality. The older man continued, his tone level yet carrying a weight that could cut through the chaotic emotions in the room. The frantic individual, clearly on the edge, wasn't having it. If you're taking her side because she's your doll, his voice trailed off, too angry to even finish the accusation. The old man wasn't fazed in the slightest. He'd probably heard worse and was in no mood to entertain these theatrics. I believe you've also seen the report, he interrupted calmly before getting right to the point. He wasn't about to let the conversation spiral into personal accusations. Lark Van Grace shows a high awareness and excellent mental strength, the old man stated as if reading from a well-rehearsed script. You know, the kind of person you don't want to argue with at 3 a.m. when you're both exhausted. Images of Lark appeared in the frantic man's mind, flashes of her skills in sorcery and combat. It was like watching a highlight reel of someone who never let a moment go to waste. The guy had to admit she was impressive, and his frustration simmered slightly, though it didn't vanish completely. And then there's Belnoa Ekel. The old man continued, pointing to yet another student. Excellent in comprehension and strategy. The kind of person who would win every board game night and probably have fun doing it. The man's expression shifted as the truth started sinking in. Both students had undeniable talent. We can say they're both talents who deserve a befitting education, the old man stated with a matter-of-fact tone, as if he was discussing the weather rather than two incredibly powerful and skilled individuals. He gestured towards the institution's grand building, the shining beacon of knowledge and status they were all standing behind. Therefore they were put in the upper-level class at the request of the supervisor, right? He asked rhetorically, his eyes sharp as he drove the point home. There was no room for argument, and the man standing across the table was beginning to realize that. With a smooth flick of his wrist, the old man reached into his robe and pulled out an official-looking document. Here's the principal's letter of confirmation for them, he added with finality, placing it on the table as though it was the mic drop of the century. The room fell silent for a moment. It was clear, there was no going against this. The tension in the room began to ease, but only slightly. The old man continued speaking, his voice unwavering as he laid out the facts. They were evaluated objectively on their abilities alone, he stated, like a teacher explaining why two students got the highest marks on a test. He casually gestured towards the reports, emphasizing every word with precision. It was not influenced by the white and black magic powers relationship, he added, making it clear that this was all about merit, not about who had better connections, or better magical alliances for that matter. His eyes flicked toward the two profiles on the table as though to remind everyone that they were the real deal, whether anyone liked it or not. And thus he concluded, his tone flat but with a hint of satisfaction, they both entered the same class. He turned his gaze toward the frazzled figure across from him. Isn't that thanks to you, Caesar? The old man's voice had a slight edge to it, almost like a verbal nudge in the ribs, forcing Caesar to acknowledge his role in all this. Caesar froze for a moment, clearly uncomfortable. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he swallowed, his lips curling into an awkward, forced smile. Yes, he stammered. It is as you say. His face twitched slightly as if the words left a bitter taste in his mouth. The old man didn't seem to care about Caesar's discomfort, though. Without missing a beat, he straightened up and said, "Let's end the meeting here." The finality of his words echoed in the room, signaling that there was nothing more to discuss. It was over. The door shut behind them as they walked out, the young silver-haired figure trailing after the old man. They glanced back for a moment, watching Caesar through narrowed eyes. "I'm surprised he doesn't get tired living like that," they muttered, half amused, half exasperated. The old man didn't even need to look at them, he simply nodded as if he'd heard it all before. "Right," the old man replied, his tone almost fatherly. Then without any warning he added, "Good job on your first time in the class placement test." The compliment came out of nowhere, catching the silver-haired figure slightly off guard. They blinked but recovered quickly, offering a nod of acknowledgement. It wasn't every day you got praised by someone as sharp as him. Walking alongside the old man, the silver-haired figure's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. They were quite interesting. They raised a finger as if about to dive into a detailed analysis of the recent battle, their face almost glowing with excitement. Clearly this was a topic they found far more enjoyable than the recent meeting. "Their way of using magic kind of resembles mine," they said, a grin spreading across their face. There was a distinct pride in their voice, as if discovering they had some secret magical twin in the world. But then they frowned slightly, their expression turning more serious. But they were fighting mainly hand to hand. They paused as if to let the absurdity sink in. They're supposed to be using magic. If they're wizards, they added, exasperated. The old man walked beside them, not missing a beat. That's because they're battle mages, isn't it? His tone was as calm as ever, like someone explaining why water is wet. The silver-haired figure stopped mid-step, crossing their arms and frowning in disapproval. Anyway, I don't like it, they declared, as if their opinion would single-handedly change the entire field of battle magic. If they had the magic to survive on the battlefield, they wouldn't have suffered this much, they muttered, clearly dissatisfied with the idea of battle mages going in for fistfights rather than spellcasting. It was like watching a chef try to hammer nails with a frying pan. As they continued walking, the silver-haired figure cast a sideways glance at the old man, their brow furrowing slightly. This guy. He doesn't know he's the one who inspired the battle mage class, they thought, feeling the irony of the situation weigh heavily. It was like watching a cat claim it had no influence over the mouse population. The old man's voice interrupted their thoughts. Stop complaining and go to the infirmary to see how those two are doing, he said with the patience of someone who's had this exact conversation far too many times. Ye's going. The silver-haired figure replied, rolling their eyes but following orders nonetheless. Their steps quickened as they headed towards the infirmary, though the slight huff in their tone indicated they weren't quite done with their internal commentary. Entering the building, they muttered to themselves, still slightly annoyed by the whole ordeal. But hey, at least they'd get to see how their interesting new battle magic friends were holding up after all that hand-to-hand nonsense. The silver-haired figure walked briskly down the hallway, a confident stride in their step. The infirmary loomed ahead and they glanced around, squinting slightly as if unsure. I think the infirmary is here, they muttered to themselves, slowing down as they approached. They looked left then right before their eyes lit up with recognition. They tilted their head and smirked. I was right. A small sigh of relief escaped them, though whether it was because they found the place or just enjoyed being right was up for debate. They continued inside the cold stone halls, echoing with their footsteps. Are you perhaps? They began, eyes narrowing as they approached a figure lying still in one of the infirmary beds. Rania van Trias. The figure in the bed stirred slightly, the air around her thickening with tension. Slowly she raised herself, and when she spoke her voice was laced with sharp disapproval. How could a supervisor who can't properly mediate a test dare come here? The silver-haired figure blinked, taken aback. Their brains scrambled for a response, but nothing witty came to mind immediately. Instead they stared at Rania, a mix of confusion and amusement tugging at their expression. They thought, well, this escalated quickly. Rania's aura intensified, making it clear that this wasn't a casual conversation but more of a royal-level scolding. The silver-haired figure remained silent, thinking to themselves, great, just what I needed. A boss battle. But verbal. A powerful-looking woman with long, flowing silver hair and a stern expression strides confidently through the academy halls. Her cloak sways dramatically with each step, clearly announcing her presence. With a commanding tone, she addresses someone off-panel. You seem to be looking down on me. Her voice filled with both irritation and authority. Her gaze is intense as she continues. While this is indeed within the academy grounds, I am still the master of the great water magic tower. Her posture is proud, and she seems to radiate a palpable aura of importance. It is basic courtesy for a mere wizard such as you to show me some respect, she demands with an air of indignation. The camera pans down, revealing the object of her ire, a younger mage who looks equally annoyed and unimpressed by her grand declarations. His posture is casual, hands at his sides, almost as if he's challenging her authority with his mere existence. Yet what do I find? She exclaims, leaning slightly forward as if to intimidate him further. you're frowning at me and acting like you own the place." Her words are sharp, cutting through the tension like a knife. The young mage is still unfazed, almost daring her to continue. "Well then," she pauses for dramatic effect, her eyes narrowing to a determined squint, "I guess it is only right for me to hammer some etiquette into you." A mischievous smirk appears on her lips, clearly enjoying the thought of putting this young mage in his place. White, the silver-haired mage, stands with her foot firmly planted, her posture radiating authority and irritation. Her expression is stern, her gaze focused sharply on the younger mage before her. She speaks with a voice that cuts through the air like a knife, "You're a wizard with nothing to your name. You nearly adopted your position." Her tone is condescending, and the air around her feels almost electrified with her presence. She looks down at the young mage as if he's nothing more than a fly buzzing around her. "So I'm just doing that sorry excuse of an old fart a service." Her disdain is clear, and she makes no attempt to hide it. The young mage, meanwhile, remains standing in front of her, her eyes narrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. She seems unimpressed, almost as if her words are washing over her like a light breeze. Black thoughts bubble up quietly, frustration evident in his inner monologue. "That crazy chick," his brow furrows, and he mutters under his breath, "Doesn't she know an unknown enemy is most dangerous?" The atmosphere grows thicker, the tension palpable. Black, who seems to have had enough of this spectacle, watches the scene unfold with exasperation. He mutters to himself, "I gotta stop her before things get ugly." He rolls his eyes, clearly used to White's over-the-top behavior. Realizing that this is about to escalate further, Black decides to intervene. He waves a hand dismissively and shouts out, "Oi, White, give it a rest already." His voice carries a mix of annoyance and concern, hoping to de-escalate the situation before things get out of hand, but White, as usual, is having none of it. Her eyes are sharp, a flicker of amusement dancing within them. Her hand begins to glow with a crackling light, the energy building up rapidly. Sparks of electricity start dancing around her fingers, and it's clear she's preparing to unleash something powerful. The sound of electricity crackling fills the hallway, and the Black's face contorts in disbelief. He waves his hand more frantically, but it's too late. White is already charging up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. White, with a mischievous grin on her face, lifts her hand, now glowing with an intense blue light. The crackling sound of magic fills the air, and sparks shoot from her fingertips. The Black, still trying to calm her down, yells, "Crap, this bitch is out of her mind. What are you doing, White?" But White is not listening. She is entirely focused on the young mage in front of her. Her expression is one of excitement, clearly enjoying the challenge she is presenting to the younger mage. The air crackles with electricity, the blue light growing brighter, and then, with a sudden surge, White unleashes a powerful blast of lightning. The sound of crackling electricity fills the hallway as the magical energy shoots toward the young mage with incredible force. Rania's eyes have no emotion, she doesn't flinch. Instead, she braces himself, her expression determined. White, still grinning, watches with anticipation, seemingly eager to see how he will respond to her overwhelming power. "No need to yell, I know how to hold back my power," she taunts, her voice filled with a mix of curiosity and amusement. "Who do you think dash?" The lightning continues to surge around her, lighting up the entire hallway in flashes of blue and white. Suddenly, with a loud "gone," the blast impacts the ground in front of the young mage, sending debris and dust flying into the air. The explosion is intense, shaking the walls of the academy, and for a moment, everything is shrouded in smoke and dust. As the dust begins to settle, White's confident smile remains, though there is a slight bead of sweat on her brow. Rania watches carefully, waiting to see if her display of power has had the desired effect. The Black, looking increasingly alarmed, shouts, Hey, Black. Don't go and hijack my spell like that. His eyes are wide with a mix of fear and astonishment as he watches the unfolding chaos. Amidst the dissipating smoke, White stands, her expression one of confusion and surprise. She mutters to herself, "What did I just watch?" Her disbelief is evident. "I can't believe it." She easily hijacked White's spell and doubled its output. The realization hits him hard. Even with all her skill, he hadn't seen this coming. Even now, I failed to notice her activating the spells she had in her stock. His thoughts are filled with awe and a hint of frustration, recognizing the gap in their abilities. White, still reeling from the unexpected move, finally snaps, "Why would you do that?" "Hello. I'm talking to you." Her voice is a mix of irritation and desperation, as if trying to make sense of what just happened. The Black coughs slightly, a clear attempt to regain some composure. Ahem. He's trying to diffuse the tension, sensing things could escalate even further. He turns his attention back to White, his expression more serious now. "What good do you get from acting out here anyway? Don't go and make yourself look bad." His words are cautious but firm, trying to bring some reason to the heated moment. White, however, isn't having it. She spins around to face him, her frustration bubbling over. "Are you messing with me? Hey!" She waves her arms, trying to get his full attention, feeling her authority slipping away. The Black sighs, turning slightly to address Black. "You're worried about your disciple, right? Come on." His tone is calmer now, almost as if he's trying to appeal to reason. But White isn't done yet. "Why are you always like this?" she mutters, frustration evident in her voice. Her stance is defiant, unwilling to back down. She stomps her foot, the sound echoing through the hallway. "It's my pride on the line here. Hello. Are you listening?" Her eyes are wide, demanding some acknowledgement, but the Black looks on, now more resigned than before. He mutters under his breath, almost regretfully, "I should have let her be." The scene closes with White still fuming, the Black deep in thought, and Black standing quietly, the tension still hanging heavily in the air. The tension in the air begins to subside. White takes a deep breath, letting out a relieved sigh. Phew. She seems to calm down a bit, her shoulders relaxing as she reflects on what just happened. "Well, I did bring their disciples into the mana spring, so I was ready to take a punch or two," White mutters to herself. Her expression shows a mix of self-reassurance and a touch of irritation. She glances down at her shoes and continues, "But leave my shoes alone, come on." Clearly, she's more concerned about her footwear than the magical skirmish that just took place. She looks around at the mess left behind, the cracked walls, and the dust settling on the ground. Her expression changes to one of mild regret as she realizes the extent of the damage. I sure messed up," she admits, a small bead of sweat appearing on her forehead. Inside the academy, another figure moves quietly along the wooden floors. A young mage with dark hair mutters, "Crap, that spooked me." He's clearly shaken by the recent events. "What's got you so jumpy?" a classmate asks, noticing his unsettled demeanor. He glances around nervously and responds, "I was running away from her all the way to the mana spring." His voice is filled with a mix of fear and disbelief. "I thought you got the West region," the classmate inquires, clearly confused by the young mage's frantic behavior. "I heard she's number 1 in the overall score for all areas combined," he explains, his voice hushed, as if worried she might hear him. "Hell if I know." "Don't look at her too much," he advises, looking around cautiously. Descending the staircase, a girl with purple hair, wearing a cloak and holding a book, catches everyone's attention. The whispers continue among the students. Well, she is the heir of a magic tower after all. They speak with a mix of awe and respect. The girl's name is revealed, Lesty Eleanor, heir of the Grey Magic Tower. She moves with purpose, her eyes focused, her expression serious. As she descends the stairs, she thinks to herself, the Mana Spring. Lesty thinks hard of what happened at the Mana Spring as she sits down, gripping her book tightly. She still thinks if what really happened at the Mana Spring is real, or just a rumor. Because you know what happens when you go to a spring, at a secluded region, right? 2 days ago, her main forest, West Region. The scene shifts to a serene forest setting with a crystal glowing in the middle, surrounded by trees and magical familiars. The air is thick with tension as multiple mages watch from the shadows. Impossible. She's perfectly handling 10 familiars at once. One of them whispers, their disbelief evident. She's on a whole other level. Another mutters, watching her carefully orchestrate the magical creatures. Just give up. Might as well head to a different region, someone suggests, knowing they stand no chance against her. Lesty remains focused, seemingly in her own world. Her eyes glow with a faint light as she activates a magical ability, Shared Vision. A beam of purple magic connects her to a bird familiar, and she gains a broader perspective of the surroundings. I guess all the nearby participants gave up, she thinks, realizing that she's cleared the area of competitors. Should I call it quits then? She wonders aloud, considering her next move. Suddenly, through the shared vision with her familiar, she spots someone unexpected. Rania van Trias. She's a supervisor for the North region. Lesty recognizes the figure immediately. Her brow furrows, puzzled. But why is she soaked? The only water in the forest should be. Her thoughts trail off as she observes Rania, dripping wet and clearly out of sorts. No, there's no way. Lesty's eyes widen in realization, piecing together what might have happened. Lesty Eleanor looks out toward the center of the Mana Spring, her thoughts running wild. Not even Lord Raniel dared to come near the center of the Mana Spring, she reflects, her inner monologue filled with awe and disbelief. There's no way she could do it. It's not even a question, Lesty concludes, casting doubt on the possibility that anyone could surpass such a legendary figure. A flurry of thoughts surround her, echoing in the background like whispers. Lord Raniel is. Lesty is brilliant, but if only it was Lord Raniel. Compared to Lord Raniel, she is, they murmur with a mix of admiration and frustration. Lesty clenches her fist, feeling the weight of their comparisons. No matter how hard they try, no one in the Grey Tower can ever match him, she thinks, acknowledging the immense legacy she's up against. Lesty sits at her desk, her eyes downcast. A faint sound catches her attention. Who's that? She wonders, lifting her head slightly. She notices a figure entering the classroom. Wait, isn't this Mana Basics and Exchange? That's not Professor Rossell. The door creaks open, and all eyes turn toward the entrance. The students sit up straight as Rania van Trias steps into the room, her footsteps echoing across the hall. Good morning, she greets the class confidently. Rania introduces herself. Today, I will hold the lesson in place of Professor Rossell. I am Rania van Trias, his assistant. Pleased to meet you all. The students begin to murmur amongst themselves. Rania van Trias, isn't she from the rumors? One student asks. Yeah, Professor Rossell said she got hired from family connections, another replies skeptically. Professor Rossell never needed an assistant before, a third student adds, sounding unimpressed. It's nepotism, I said, another mutters, his face showing clear disdain. Rania looks slightly nervous as she speaks to her master. Master, are you sure I should be the one to teach? Her master nods and replies, go teach the class. I need to attend the Magic Tower meeting, you go and teach the class for me. Rania looks doubtful, is this really a good idea? She thinks, but with little choice, she nods and accepts the responsibility. Rania stands at the front of the room, holding a sheet of paper. She announces to the students, for today, I want you to solve the question sheet I'm giving you. Feel free to ask me if you're stuck. As she hands out the sheets, a student raises a hand. I have a question, he says immediately. Rania looks slightly surprised, but we just started. She thinks but responds politely, yes. Ask away. The student, with a serious face, asks, please tell me how to solve question number 30. Rania looks at the paper, question number 30. That's on the theory of the divine scale, right? A whisper spreads through the class. Professor Rossell is the only one who can solve this, one student comments. Is she picking on her? Another asks, skeptical of Rania's teaching abilities. Just watch. This looks fun, someone adds with a grin. Rania, sensing the challenge, takes a deep breath. She mutters, studying the question intently. One student snickers, look at her pretending to think up an answer. Don't look so try-hard. Another student chimes in, you don't know since this is your first day, but Professor Rossell's class is too advanced for you. The mocking remarks ripple through the classroom like a wave, spreading doubt and amusement. Rania's master speaks calmly, one more thing I need to tell you, don't assume that students have the same mindset as you. Especially, do not try to explain something with, well, just do it, and you'll learn. He looks stern, but there is a hint of a smile on his face. Rania frowns, a bit defensive. But I always just do things to learn stuff, she mutters, crossing her arms. Her master chuckles, that's exactly why. They are not the same as you. He points at her playfully, trying to make his point. He continues, also, don't hold yourself back for me. Rania looks surprised, Sure, she responds, clearly confused by the advice. What, so you knew? Still surprised that her master knew everything she's done, so far. He knew that I was trying to keep quiet. But because of my temper, I guess it really shows. Rania suddenly remembers her encounter with the White Magic Tower Master. And the damage she has done to her reputation. And maybe the damage that she's done on the Academy's ceiling. Well, he said not to hold back, but I shouldn't cause any more trouble. As you should, because I smell something. Something like a pay cut from her salary. Back to the present, in the classroom. Rania takes a deep breath, her determination slowly returning. Alright, let's take my time and teach, she begins to think, but before she can finish, the mocking continues, see, you don't know the answer, a student taunts, causing more murmurs in the room. Leslie's eyes narrow as she listens to the jabs from her classmates. I guess I put too much expectation in Professor Rossell's judgment, she thinks, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The tension in the room thickens, but Rania's resolve strengthens. She looks directly at Leslie and says, I advise you to work a bit harder. We know you got in with nepotism, but at least learn some basics. Her words are stern but carry an edge of challenge. Leslie's face remains composed, but her eyes flash with determination. She replies calmly, either way, I guess it's too soon for you to be an assistant professor. Rania smirks slightly, unfazed by the comment, if it's the divine scale you want, I can materialize it easily. The class grows silent, and ever yawn. The sunny exterior of Aplia Academy, where the air is filled with murmurs and excitement. The academy building stands tall under a clear sky. A caption reads, Aplia Academy, in front of the principal's office. Inside, the halls are filled with students and teachers, all gathered near the principal's office. The crowd murmurs with curiosity and confusion. Honestly, one of the teachers sighs, looking around at the growing crowd. How much longer is he going to make us wait? Another one asks, visibly frustrated by the delay. Professor Rossell, noticing the commotion outside his door, thinks to himself, why are there so many people in front of the principal's office? His expression is one of both confusion and concern. There's no way she did it, he mutters, clearly troubled. A group of teachers is whispering among themselves, thanks to that, the students had their heads in the clouds for my whole class. The frustration among the staff is evident. Another teacher, looking slightly amused, replies, "Ha, your class too? Then did they really see?" He pauses, glancing around to make sure no one else is listening. That assistant professor materializing the divine scale. The scene shifts to Rania, standing in front of the classroom, her expression focused and determined. A magical circle forms around her, glowing with energy as she begins to conjure the divine scale. Her hand moves gracefully, manipulating the arcane energies with precision. The students whispers, their eyes wide with amazement. The divine scale begins to materialize, a complex array of glowing symbols and celestial bodies intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. Back in the hallways, the rumors continue. Come on, one teacher says skeptically, there's no way she could materialize the divine scale so easily. Another teacher adds with a nod, we all have exchanges with the stars, clearly, these geezers are not happy to hear that someone's is smarter than them. But to materialize the divine scale, you have to understand each and every exchange's process to its fullest. They said, other professors huddled up and agreed to this. Ha! The teachers continue to debate, the disbelief apparent in their expressions. It's just not within a simple assistant professor's scope, one of them concludes, but his expression betrays a hint of doubt. No, but, it seems like they saw it in person, another murmurs, conflicted between disbelief and the reports they are hearing. I guess that can be solved rather easily if we check it for ourselves, someone suggests, their curiosity clearly piqued. Rania's master, the Grey Tower Master, felt like he aged 10 years. One day, just only one day, and this what happens. Rania, what the hell did you do? He felt another 10 years coming to him. It's a total of 20 now. I think I can picture it. The principal sits at his desk, visibly annoyed. Why did the assistant professor give the class to start with? He grumbles. It's outrageous for an assistant professor to cause such a commotion and confuse the students. He slams his hand down on the desk, causing papers to scatter. Grey Tower Master, sensing another 10 years coming to him, left the scene quickly. Let's come back later. That damn Roselle. He caused a ruckus and doesn't even show his face. I'll have to control this somehow, he mutters under his breath, clearly frustrated with the situation. He calls out to the crowd, everyone, quiet. As he slammed the table, trying to regain control of the situation, with a stern expression, he announces, if you're doubting that assistant professor's ability, you should go see and judge her for yourselves. He leans forward, determined, I'll exert my authority as the principal and have Rania van Trias teach an open class. Rania walking away from the academy building, seemingly unaware of the storm brewing around her. In the scene, Lesti Eleanor, the heir of the Grey Magic Tower, finds herself in a bit of a predicament. As she walks down the hallway, papers filled with intricate magic diagrams and notes flutter down around her. "Ah," she mutters, realizing that she's dropped them, and they scatter in every direction, creating a chaotic mess on the floor. Nearby students glance over, some mildly curious, others surprised by the sudden downpour of paper. Lesti looks at the papers, a mix of frustration and determination in her eyes. She begins to gather them up quickly, but before she can make much progress, a tiny figure appears beside her, a small, blue fairy-like creature with a concerned expression. "Master, are you all right?" the little creature asks, its voice tinged with worry. Before Lesti can respond, the fairy declares, "Leave it to me." In a flash, the tiny helper zips around, creating a small whirlwind that neatly gathers the scattered papers back into a tidy stack. With a simple clap, Lesti muses, watching the fairy's efficiency with mild amusement. But then, with a thoughtful look, she murmurs, "No, an even easier hand movement than that." Clearly, her mind is already analyzing how to make the process even more efficient, her determination never wavering. She turns her attention back to the task at hand, but the interruption clearly lingers on her mind. That assistant professor, she thinks, recalling her earlier encounter with the mysterious figure, materialized the divine scale with ease. Lesti, still doubtful of Rania's ability, thinks of anything that she could have possibly done. She had to have used a trick. Meanwhile, a fellow student approaches her, holding one of the scattered papers. "You didn't need to go so far, did you?" he comments, offering the sheet back to her. Before Lesti can respond, Lark goes to pick up the stray paper and jumps into the conversation, his tone irritated. "Now she's going to teach an open class." He grumbles, "Why are you so dissatisfied?" Lesti glares back, refusing to be outdone. "Don't talk as if you know it all," she snaps, her temper flaring. Belnoa casually leans on the wall, smirks and responds, "What then? Don't wear your emotions on your sleeve like that. Anyone would notice such hostility." As the verbal sparring continues, another figure steps in, trying to calm things down, but the tension in the hallway is palpable. Belnoa, with irritation clearly evident, "This wouldn't have happened if you'd been in the north during the test." Lark simply agrees, "True. There was no need to go through the trouble of having her prove it in an open class." Then the dialogue takes a humorous turn. The Belnoa quips, "I guess even barbarians can reason," causing the Lark to react, "It's too cruel to call her a barbarian, Lesti, don't mind him." The black-haired boy, still engaged in the verbal sparring, points directly to the purple-haired girl and says, "Can't you tell I'm talking about you?" The moment is met with visible confusion from her, illustrated by the question marks hovering above her head. Frustration mounts as the purple-haired girl responds sharply, "Shut up. What would you Magic Tower protégés know?" This statement hints at a deeper divide, perhaps a rivalry or a perceived superiority among students, identified here as Magic Tower protégés, suggesting they belong to a special group or class within the academy that may look down on others or hold themselves to a higher standard. As the purple-haired girl walks away, clutching her papers and clearly miffed, the black-haired boy and the white-haired boy discuss her reaction. The black-haired boy, seemingly proud of their elite status, declares, "We at Grey have a standard." The Lesti adds that this standard is the absolute standard of his shadow, which might imply a high benchmark or an overshadowing presence that the other Magic Tower struggles to meet. As she walks away, lost in thought with a stern expression, Lesti observes, she must be draining her brain trying to prepare for the open class right about now. This comment suggests that despite the previous criticisms and the pressure they put on her, there's an acknowledgement of her efforts to meet the high expectations set for her. Far away, the conspiratorial voices continue, plotting. Since all of the professors and the tower will be there for it, her luck and tricks won't work anymore. Go ahead and try your best, Rania van Trias, they whisper, with malicious intent. But somewhere, perhaps closer than they think, someone else is observing, saying softly, "You worked so late. Good job." Back at a cafe, Rania sits with a warm cup of coffee in front of her. "Here's the coffee you ordered, Professor," says the server cheerfully, startling her slightly. "Eh? Professor?" "Ah, yes, thank you," Rania replies, trying to sound confident. She stirs the coffee absent-mindedly, deep in thought. "Professor, huh?" Still not accustomed to her new title. Do professors normally give open classes like this? She wonders silently. I wonder if this is okay. Her musings are interrupted by a voice. "You're doing a good job," remarks a fellow student seated across from her. Was I thinking out loud? Rania asks, embarrassed. Yes, very clearly, the student replies with a chuckle. Rania blushes slightly. Because technically, she is still a he. Inside her, there is still Raniel. And in front of him is a very beautiful princess. Well, a student is inviting me for coffee after my first class. That means I didn't do badly, right? The narration humorously concludes, extremely positive. I thought it was wonderful. Princess Isla responds to Rania's worry. The first time we met, during the placement test, and in the class as well, she says as they take their coffee, drinking it while worrying it might get cold. You stick to your own styles. Princess Isla, clearly tired of the professors buttering her up, just because she is a royal. She smiles warmly, while holding the cup of coffee. I don't think she's ready to put it down either. You're always moving, even when you're lost. You remind me of someone, she says, hinting at a hidden admiration. Rania's eyes widen slightly. Ah. She responds, caught off guard by the compliment, her mind racing with thoughts of her next challenge. Rania sits at a small, round table in a serene, sunlit cafe, her expression calm but contemplative. She lifts her cup, savoring the warmth, when she suddenly speaks up, her voice earnest, "Princess, thank you." Her tone is sincere, filled with gratitude, and her hands tremble slightly, causing the teacup to rattle against its saucer. Princess Isla smiles with a knowing look, her eyes soft yet steady. She listens intently as Rania continues, "That means things are fine like this, right?" There's a hopeful glimmer in Rania's eyes, as if seeking reassurance. The princess nods gently, maintaining her calm demeanor. "I'm feeling better thanks to you," she replies warmly. There's a sincerity in her voice that seems to ease the tension in the air. Rania straightens up, a smile forming on her lips. "I'll go back and prepare for the open class," she declares with newfound determination, her earlier doubts seemingly washed away. The princess watches her with an approving smile, her eyes conveying silent encouragement. "Yes, I look forward to it, Professor Rania," she replies, her words filled with a gentle confidence that seems to bolster Rania even further. With a nod of understanding, Rania rises, her resolve firm, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The scene at Aplia Academy is filled with an electric atmosphere as students and professors gather in front of the notice board, their eyes glued to an announcement. The paper reads, "Announcement on the open class regarding mana exchanges." A crowd murmurs in confusion and excitement. It's unheard of for the academy to hold an open class, whispers one student. A mix of professors and students went to look for the posted signage at the academy board. Right? Did the principal really give permission for this? Another responds, eyebrows raised in disbelief. I heard the class will be given by an assistant professor, someone chimes in, voice tinged with doubt. Seriously, I don't think the professors will stay quiet. Amidst the crowd, two imposing figures appear, their expressions tense and wary. One of them, with a wide grin, breaks the silence with a sharp comment, "Oh, my, I thought I smelled something aging somewhere." I was right. White's rival, not missing a beat, fires back with a smirk, "I see you can smell yourself as well." Annoyed, the first figure retorts, "Are you for real?" The second one crosses his arms, unimpressed, "It's better than having no pride." Clearly, the first figure isn't backing down. He steps closer, challenging, "I see you dared to come to the open class after picking that fight." His rival, with a hint of mockery, shrugs, "What do you care? I'm just carrying out my job as a tower master." The tension between them crackles, just like the mana sparking in the air around them. The crowd watches, a mix of anticipation and amusement on their faces, knowing this showdown is just the beginning. The scene unfolds with two young students standing in a dimly lit hallway, their expressions tense. Noah, glancing around nervously, remarks, "I see you were also dragged here." Lark, equally unsettled, replies with a simple, "Yeah, it seems they have both been summoned to a place they'd rather not be." Just then, they notice some commotion at the end of the hallway. "Ah, it's about to start," one of them murmurs, as they turn their attention to the upcoming event. The scene shifts to a large, imposing room. Rania Van Trias, the assistant professor at the center of all the recent buzz, strides confidently toward the front of the lecture hall. She looks around, taking in the rows upon rows of seats, all filled with curious and skeptical faces. Some of the students whisper among themselves, their expressions a mix of anticipation and doubt. Rania reaches the chalkboard and with a sharp gesture, grabs a piece of chalk. She turns to the audience and declares, "Today, we will have an open class on the basics of mana exchanges." Her voice is calm, but there's an underlying determination that makes it clear she's ready for whatever challenges this open class might bring. With the attention of the entire room on her, Rania continues, "I am Rania Van Trias." Her tone is polite yet firm. "I may be lacking in some ways," she admits, acknowledging the murmurs and glances of doubt from some of the students, "but please focus and listen carefully." The room grows quiet as all eyes are on Rania. The tension is palpable, everyone waits to see how this young assistant professor will handle the challenge before her. She takes a deep breath, ready to prove herself and command the attention of her audience. As the class begins, a figure stands at the front of a large lecture hall. The room is filled with rows of students and faculty, their eyes all fixed on the new face standing confidently at the front. From the crowd, some skeptics sneer and mutter under their breaths. "Cuckoo, she's starting the class," one of them smirks, mocking the idea of an assistant professor daring to hold an open class. Another adds with a sarcastic grin, "A mere assistant professor thinks she can hold an open class. Know your place." White, with a smirk, says to another faculty, "She has the principal's backing, after all. This boomers doesn't accept defeat easily." Amidst the muttering, another skeptical professor murmurs, "As the real wizard's here, let's see how she fares. This can't be anything more than a game for people like us." The class is filled with an air of tension and expectancy. Rania senses the judgment but remains unfazed. She takes a deep breath, her expression calm, yet determined. "Hello, everyone." She starts, a soft yet firm voice cutting through the room's murmur. Do you know the 3 steps required to activate a spell? The seasoned wizards in the audience raise their eyebrows, unimpressed. Humph. I was expecting more, but she's just reciting the basics that even a 5-year-old brat would know, one of them snorts, leaning back in his chair. This isn't off to a great start, whispers another. Rania, aware of the skeptical eyes watching her every move, remains undeterred. She knows that while strength is important, teaching is a different skill entirely, one that takes patience and understanding. Right, she thinks to herself, it doesn't matter if she's strong, knowing something and teaching something are worlds apart. The truth of the matter is that, White says, while still eyeing Rania in front of the open hall. Knowing something and teaching something are worlds apart. She continues, everyone here has centuries of experience in magic and teaching. She acknowledges their experience. A mere greenhorn can't catch up to the time we've sped. White was bewildered on what Rania did. Rania clasps her hands together in a simple gesture, and the crowd looks on, bewildered. A clap, someone sneers. She thinks a meaningless gesture can, but before they can finish their thought, a dazzling burst of light erupts around Rania. The room fills with a luminous energy, and the audience is left momentarily stunned, their jaws dropping as they realize this is no ordinary display. Rania's confident expression suggests she has something more planned, and the crowd, suddenly silent, leans forward with anticipation. In the scene, tension fills the air as a group of onlookers suddenly realizes that something extraordinary is happening. Wait a minute, it can't be. One of them exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that what the students claimed they saw? Another gasps, squinting at the spectacle unfolding before them. An elderly man grumbles, using underhanded tricks in class is vulgar, but his voice betrays a hint of nervousness. Another person interjects, hey. Don't stand in front of me. I can't see. Everyone's eyes are now glued to the young girl in the center of the room, who is the cause of all this excitement. With a calm expression and unwavering confidence, she stands at the heart of a complex magical circle, glowing with mystical energy. She declares, it's the supreme spell used to make a deal with the stars. The divine scale. Her voice carries a certain authority that commands the attention of everyone around her. With a calm expression and unwavering confidence, she stands at the heart of a complex magical circle, glowing with mystical energy. She declares, it's the supreme spell used to make a deal with the stars. The divine scale. Her voice carries a certain authority that commands the attention of everyone around her. More specifically, the creation of circuits. Her fingers move gracefully, drawing glowing symbols in the air as she explains. Monograms and words started to float on the air as Rania swiftly drew the symbols. The scale appeared, glowing in gold while circuits of symbols were flowing around it. The size of it is as big as the center of the open hall. The display was mesmerizing, as if the backdrop used was the galaxy itself. The circuit glows brighter, and the audience can't help but be in awe of the sheer complexity and beauty of the spellwork. So delicate. One observer whispers, while another mutters in disbelief, to think such a delicate circuit can be so perfect. The scale contains various complex symbols, still glowing and proving that Rania's skills were in fight. Proving that these boomers were wrong. Ha! Serves you right. Unfazed by their reactions, she moves on to the next phase. The second step is paying the price. She continues, her tone still calm but carrying a hint of determination. She holds out her hand, and a brilliant, ethereal blue flame appears, swirling in her palm. With mana, she adds with a knowing grin. The onlookers watch, captivated, some still skeptical, others visibly impressed. The scene captures the wonder and mystery of magic, and the young girl's confidence in her abilities leaves everyone in the room guessing what will come next. The air full of suspense, the room now filled with a glowing, magical light. The girl, standing confidently in the center of the enchanted space, focuses intently on the balance of mana, murmuring to herself, not too much, not too little, just the right amount. Her eyes narrow as she carefully measures the flow of energy, aiming to maintain the perfect equilibrium needed for the spell to succeed. The intricate scales in front of her glow brighter, balanced perfectly. This is the exact amount of mana needed to keep the scale perfectly balanced, she announces, her voice steady but filled with concentration. The audience watches in silent awe as the scales shimmer with a delicate golden light, seemingly suspended in a moment of perfect harmony. Finally, she breathes, a hint of satisfaction in her tone, as the spell reaches its peak. She continues with a teaching air, "You must specify the direction of the spell." Her finger points forward with a decisive flick, and with a single word. "Ignite," the room erupts into a fiery display. Flames burst forth from the magical circle, roaring to life with a ferocious intensity that catches everyone by surprise. The audience gasps, some shielding their faces from the unexpected heat. As the flames dance wildly in front of her, she remains calm and composed, her blue eyes reflecting the fire's glow. She turns to the onlookers and states, These are the 3 steps required for spell activation." Her voice is firm and instructive, cutting through the crackling of the fire. The students in the room nod, some with expressions of wonder, others with a hint of fear. Lesty, still in disbelief, wears a shocked expression on her face. "I would be lying if I say that this looked so satisfying." One student whispers to another, and eventually everyone in the hall were amazed, and probably still surprised with the display of power. Because, hey, it's not every day an assistant professor displays the divine scale so perfectly. "My eyes aren't tricking me." A sense of disbelief lingers in their voice. Another observer, with an intense look of focus, thinks to themselves, subtle as it is, there are definite traces of star mana within that spell. That means she could manipulate the extreme however she wishes. The thought deepens, when someone uses the same spell tens, hundreds of times, the light of the stars will start to reside within it. The realization is almost too much to comprehend. It's a special phenomenon in which the very concept of said spell has been sublimated to a higher level. The room buzzes with whispers and gasps, everyone in awe of the remarkable display and the implications of what they have just witnessed. It's clear this young mage has not only mastered the fundamentals of spellcasting but has also unlocked a deeper, more profound understanding of magic, leaving the audience both amazed and, perhaps, a little intimidated. The scene opens with a blazing fire, vivid and intense, swirling with sparks and embers. The young mage's voice cuts through the crackling flames, calm and confident as she declares, "We call it the extreme." The fire dances wildly in front of her, a visual testament to the power she has summoned. With a final glance at her audience, Rania adds, "That is all from me." The spectators are left in a mix of awe and contemplation. Princess Rania, eyes wide with amazement, thinks to herself, "I knew she wouldn't disappoint me." While her trusted right hand, still gaping and processing what just happened, meanwhile, Rania acknowledges, "I'm sure everyone present is already aware of these steps," implying a certain familiarity with the basics but a newfound appreciation for the mastery on display. The mage steps forward, maintaining her poise. "We are all treading on the path of magic," she begins, her voice steady, but a hint of curiosity creeps in. "But why do we call it such?" She pauses for a moment, considering her own question, then continues, "As the name suggests, it is a path." White stills. As if something within Rania's words reached her. Awakened something on her. She takes a breath and elaborates, "We polish this path, we tread upon this path," emphasizing the commitment and effort that every mage invests in their craft. Images flash by, showing her younger self diligently studying, reading every book within her reach, her determination evident. "We read every book in our reach to master it," she adds, the memory of countless hours spent studying clear in her mind. The scene shifts, showing her facing various challenges, a fierce dragon, the cold wind whipping around her, a magical barrier shining bright in her defense. "And we put in hours upon hours of time to prove that mastery," she explains, hinting at the battles fought and the effort put into honing her skills. Cutting to another scene, a stern figure with a sharp gaze leans forward, surrounded by books and scrolls. "This is as far as I need to explain," Rania says while building for her closing remarks. Nearby, Princess Isla looks on with interest, perhaps a bit too eagerly, while remembering her memories with the Ashen Wizard. Rania continues, as we all delve into the unknown, she adds, we mustn't forget the foundations of our path. It's a solemn conclusion, a note of wisdom that resonates with everyone present. The scene is set with the young mage standing amidst a brilliant display of magic. She raises her hands, her voice filled with conviction, and declares, this is our foundation. The magical scales above her glow intensely, the balance of mana resonating throughout the room, but the reaction from the audience is mixed. Some are impressed, while others remain skeptical. One observer, with a skeptical look, mutters under his breath, you're just speaking in circles. His words cut through the air, causing a ripple of doubt among some of the students. The young mage's eyes narrow slightly, but she remains composed. Her posture speaks of someone who has heard such comments before. The scene shifts to another individual in the audience, clearly agitated, who blurts out, return to your own passion and master the basics. It's almost as if he's mocking her, trying to undermine the sincerity of her message. The young mage takes a deep breath, her expression unwavering. That's what you want to say, right? She responds, her tone tinged with challenge. Another person, white perhaps, can't hold back her frustration, this isn't even in textbooks. She scoffs, her voice loud enough to be heard across the room. She shakes her head, continuing, what a third-rate class. She slams her hands on the table, clearly exasperated. But just as tension rises, another voice from the back cuts in, softer but insistent, Master. The young mage looks toward the source, eyes narrowing slightly as if assessing whether this interruption is friendly or not. The question hangs in the air for a moment, creating a brief silence. Suddenly, the young mage begins to clap slowly, her expression unreadable, but the gesture seems to carry a sense of irony. The clapping grows louder, echoing throughout the room, and others start to join in, hesitantly at first. Master, one of her students echoes, joining in the applause, perhaps recognizing the point she is making with this unexpected act. Gradually, more students follow suit, their claps hesitant but building in momentum. A mix of confusion and realization spreads across the faces of the audience. The initial dissenters look around, caught off guard by the sudden change in mood. Slowly, they too begin to clap, some reluctantly, others with growing respect. The applause spreads through the room, uniting those who were moments ago divided. The blonde student in the front, who had watched with quiet confidence, joins in with a knowing smile. The scene ends with the sound of applause filling the hall, a surprising resolution to what had seemed like a confrontation, showing that perhaps, in this magical world, even skepticism can turn into acknowledgement. As the applause fills the room, a quiet figure with purple hair sits silently, eyes fixed on the scene before her. She seems deep in thought, her expression hard to read. The young mage, standing in the center of the room, turns slowly, taking in the faces of those around her, listening to the clapping that has now spread throughout the audience. With a small, satisfied smile, she addresses the room. Those were the basics of mana exchanges, her voice calm and composed, resonating with a sense of accomplishment. She pauses, allowing the significance of her words to settle in. Her demeanor is confident yet approachable, clearly pleased with the way the demonstration has unfolded. Then, with a gentle nod, she concludes, with that, I end this open class session. Her smile broadens, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of pride and relief. The light from the magical scales above her continues to glow softly, adding an ethereal ambience to the room. The applause continues for a few moments longer, showing appreciation for the knowledge shared and the skills displayed. She stands tall, taking in the moment. Her smile is genuine, a reflection of both her passion for magic and her dedication to teaching. As the applause slowly fades, the room is filled with an air of satisfaction and anticipation, the audience clearly eager for what comes next. The sky is clear and blue in the grounds of Aplia Academy. Everything seems peaceful, but not for Rania. That was Lady Rania, right? One of the students pointed out to her friend as she spotted Rania walking in the halls with Professor Rossell. You're right. She's splendid. The other student chirped happily as she told what happened at the open class. Man, I should have gone to the open class, another student says as he regret not attending the open class. Her divine scale was perfect. Almost all of the students were talking about her, not minding if they were heard or not. They just want to praise the professor or maybe cling to her since they judged her too quickly on her first day. This is only a rumor, but the chattering still goes on around her different stories. She doesn't know where it started. And then Professor Rania, unlike the first time that they looked at her with contempt because they accused her of nepotism, now they look at her with admiration as if they saw a new inspiration in her. Rania and Professor Rossell walk with their heads up high, can feel everything around them, although their reactions are completely different. The stares Rania is sensitive and shy are piercing me, definitely not used to this kind of reaction. I was wondering what I had done to suddenly get called to the principal's office. Rania's confusion was evident on her face, probably not expecting any of this to happen after the open class. But he babbled about leaving the academy to me, the old geezers. I mean, the principal's attitude was definitely a 360 from his first reaction to Rania and said, "I'm the future of wizards." They saw Rania in a different light. I mean, who wouldn't? She displayed something that even the Magic Tower wizards praised. "Roselle's really been blessed, sir. I can feel your jealousy up until here." "Ah. Thank you," says the baffled Rania. "They want the Ashen Wizard. They got the Ashen Wizard. They weren't just aware." His attitude completely changed, but I think it's not only the principal that changes his attitude. Someone is definitely feeling boastful beside her master. "You look happy," Rania whispered to her master Rossell. "Ha, do I? Ha, do I?" Professor Rossell says, "If I may, Professor, you are shining as if 30 years of your age was lifted." Ah, of course, he was thinking about the encounter with other Magic Tower master. "I have to recognize what's worth recognizing. I just don't understand why you didn't come to visit me when you have such ability. Then again, we are human beings and can make mistakes through bad judgment." As the White Magic Tower's master, "I shall turn your mistake into an opportunity and welcome you to our tower. Please consider it carefully. It is not too late to join, even now." White Magic Tower master says, all caps, because she almost didn't breathe while saying that. At least she knows how to recognize her faults, while Lark is already feeling the second-hand embarrassment. "Unlike certain someone, I perceived your strength from the beginning. I sensed you weren't a normal person from the circuits engraved in your body." In her ignorance, that someone lashed out to you. "But if you come to me and the Black Magic Tower, I promise nothing like that will happen again. I believe it is more than worth considering." Black Magic Tower master said with a friendly tone. In all fairness, he was really respectful with Rania from the beginning. "Ah yes," Rania says, feeling really awkward. Together with Belnoa, they can't believe the two towers are actually recruiting her. Looking back, this is the reason why Professor Rossell looks like that. I was recalling how the principal and even the White and Black Magic Tower masters were anxiously trying to poach you, he says. The two of them reach the end of the hallway, and as they exit the door, Professor Rossell asked Rania, "What do you think? Do you feel like going straight to the Grey Magic Tower? I want to see the faces the elders make. He really is proud of his apprentice." "No thanks, I don't want to see them," Rania said, still having the war flashbacks from when she was Raniel and how much the elders bother her or him at this point. "I'm confused on what pronouns to use." Professor Rossell stops and looks at Rania. "I see, I bet they want to meet you, though you never know when they'll come. So don't let your guard down," he warned Rania, as he knows the way the tower elders think they can be persuasive, sometimes or maybe always. "Right, I'll be careful." The students were not deprived of communication to the outside world, and this includes our little mages. They write letters to their family and parents. In Lark's situation, as the successor of the North, he wrote to his father, "Dear father, how are you feeling? I can't tell if they're awkward or he is just too formal. It has been a month already since I entered Aplia Academy." Lark recalls his first experience, the Mana Spring. "Every day, I realize just how much more I have learned after what happened to the Mana Spring. I'm pretty sure they were humbled enough, and I find it difficult, oh dear, seeing the structures and letters and numbers on the board. I also find it difficult. Reminds of when I was learning chemistry and mathematics." Rania, unknown to the monologues of Lark, is still teaching in front of the podium. "Doing that, if the spell activates, Miss Ma'am, I don't understand a thing. It is truly difficult, Lark. It is truly difficult." Lark continues his monologue, probably thinking, why did he choose to study at Aplia? "I used to do that when I was still studying in the university." And then suddenly, Lark's brain stopped working. "I do not understand a single thing. It went haywire. Absolutely nothing at this point. He should just accept defeat. But what helps me is," Lark surveyed his surroundings, as if he was looking for opponents that were ready to attack any time, "that I am not the only one." He feels satisfied that he isn't the only one that is close to either quitting, sleeping, throwing up, or just want to call it a day. Lark finishes his letter to his father, the ruler of the North. With "Father, the path to learning magic is long and very steep." He seems happy with the letter's content, and his father was also contented knowing his son is in good hands. Harania exclaimed as she throws another book on a pile of books. along with the other piles. It seems endless. This is bad. When did it become so dirty? Well, that happens when you're too busy to even return the books you use to the bookshelf. Oh well, I'm so busy that I don't have time to clean. That doesn't justify anything, just admit that you're just lazy. But the pile of books seems a common occurrence to wizards now that I think about it. I haven't had time to myself for a while. She sits back to the sofa and closed her eyes for a bit. I don't know if she's taking a quick nap or reminiscing the past. Well, I retreated from the front lines. My habit of withdrawing because of the tension has also calmed down. Rania thought of the years he fought with the heroes, the sleepless nights, the food they eat at the camp, the soldiers' camaraderie, the villains, and the victims. She thought hard. If the life she is living now is good enough also, teaching isn't as bad as I thought. And one asked anything. So it seems the classes are going well. She looks back at her daily life as Rania, the assistant professor at Aplia Academy. When she was Raniel, hard stares were given to her, but now that she is Rania, she was praised on everything she does. Except for her first 10 minutes of her first teaching day. She finally decided to sleep for a bit and call it a day, maybe for an hour. She's still at the academy. Let's just rest for a bite. A knock came from the door. Assistant Professor Rania, may I come in? Just in time. Dang, why now of all times? Her sleep, now gone poof, like a wind. Rania opens the door, biting her lips in the process. But let's just pretend it didn't happen. Wipe that blood off. Rania, yes, what's the matter? And right outside her door, Lesty is standing while clutching her books, looking like she was a puppy that got thrown out of the house. Rania quickly closes her door to hide her unorganized room. Do you have any questions? She says, smiling, but her inner thoughts were also in a mess. Like her room. I messed up. What was her name again? Listine? Lemute? Rasta? Aren't you reading too much manhwa, Rania? Those were magisters and magicians' name. But, anyways. There is something I would like to tell you, Lesty says, eyes full of sadness and regret as she looks back at the things she has said and done to Rania. I have to say it. Lesty's internal monologue started with her memory when she was trying to make fun of Rania in front of the class. I have to apologize for what I did back then. And her memories drifted back when she learned her first magic. Her awakening tell her that what I had forgotten, the pleasure of learning in itself, was brought to me by her classes. The moment Rania casted Divine Scale, it's as if it unlocked a part of Lesty that was hidden away because of the pressure from the Grey Tower. Elders. I want to say thanks, girl, if you just blurted that out already instead of having an internal monologue. You're done now. Last time, she says, before she was cut off. What did I tell you? So this is where you were, Assistant Professor Rania. A bunch of geezers, or elders rather, butted in, and what Lesty has to say was cut off. Don't say I didn't warn her. We were looking for you. An elder with a bald hair that looks like the hair on his head were transformed into a beard says, I was impressed by your open class, he says while bowing down but not introducing himself, as if you should know his name. Is he one of the Grey Magic Tower's elders? Rania recalls this man. They probably met when she was still Raniel. I wouldn't expect less from a disciple of Rosiel, another elder said. His hair and beard is like Rania's Divine Scale, perfectly balanced. The other elder that approached her were, I don't know, full of hairs. I think you have a new method of approach there, he says. How they're only saying that because Rania displayed an immense amount of power while they haven't. He changed in 5 years. Her inner thoughts were completely different on what she says to them. Yes, thank you. But they cut off what she was about to say again. The spells you showed in class were truly beautiful. You've reached that point despite being so young. I can't wait to see what you'll show us in the future. These three, they were like Anna and Prince Blondie. They finish each other's sentences. Or was that sandwich? Rania is pissed, but they were not able to sense it. Ha, shut up already. I haven't seen you guys in 5 or 6 years, but nothing has changed. You're still desperately trying to win me over. I didn't expect these lazy bags of bones to drag their butts here, though. Rania noticed something behind the Grey Tower elders. It was Lesty, trying to leave the place as quietly as she can. That kid, what's she doing? Of course, what you wanted to happen never happens. One of the elders bumped into Lesty, eliciting a surprised yelp of AH from them. In the next instant, Lesty loses their footing and topples to the ground, together with her books. This, of course, attracts everyone's attention. Flustered and embarrassed, she stammers out, I am so sorry, while the crowd looks on in various states of disinterest and amusement. One man, perhaps more annoyed than the rest, clicks his tongue in exasperation, muttering, TCH as Lesty slowly rises. Bald elder confronts her with biting words, you're useless in comparison. This cuts deep, and you can almost see the sting of those harsh words in their eyes. Finally, the elders confront Rania again. Now, Assistant Professor Rania, Don't mind the next tower master, he says with a smirk. Excuse me, Rania said while focused on Lesty. I have things to attend to, so please leave for today, Rania frankly said to the elders. What? Bald Elder said, in shock, that a magician could decline him even if he's one of the tower's elders. Another interpretation for it. Go away, I don't want to talk to you. Rania grabbed Lesty beside her, the perfect distraction. Abate, this is a place of learning, not your magic tower. Lesty had no time to ever react when Rania held her shoulder. Students are the priority here, aren't they? Still smiling, as if she's not telling them to fusike off. And the finishing blow, please take care on your way back, with a smile. As the 3 tower elders left, Bald Elder visibly disappointed and angry, Lesty looked back. Assistant Professor Rania. She was worried that what Rania did would enrage the elders. Lesty was about to start the conversation again, but Rania had other things in mind. You should go the other way down the main staircase so you don't run into them again, Rania said, and Lesty was shocked. She was expecting a conversation. I said I had things to attend to, right? I'll listen to what you have to say next time, bye-bye. Rania said in a rush, leaving a still haven't moved on Lesty standing outside her door. What do you mean? Lesty's confusion is visible on her face. Weren't you talking about me when you said you had things to attend to? She stood in front of her door, not sure if she should knock again or leave, then come back next time. As she shut the door, the real reason why she drove the elders away, including Lesty, was revealed. Blood splattered on the ground, as Rania vomited blood as she clutched her heart. The curse is activating. The curse that the demon lord put on her heart. I forgot about it for a while, but here it is again. One by one, Rania's secret was starting to be revealed. In the dead of night, under a sky teeming with stars, devastation lay bare at the front lines of Kilmert Canyon. Silence hung heavily, interrupted only by the whispers of wind, as if the canyon itself mourned the fallen. Amongst the chaos, a commander's voice sliced through the deafening stillness, filled with urgency and desperation. Stay in formation, even at the cost of death. His eyes flared with determination, urging his weary troops to hold the line. Another soldier, face marred with blood and dirt, bellowed in solidarity, hang on. They gripped their weapons tighter, knuckles white with resolve. But then, a creeping dread settled in. Amidst the cacophony of battle, one soldier couldn't help but mutter, how much longer will this battle drag on? His voice shaky, he questioned the very fabric of their existence here. Can we even survive in this demonic place? As if in answer, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, eyes glowing with an unholy red luminescence. It towered over them, muscles rippling with menace, a demon straight out of their darkest nightmares. The same soldier, eyes wide with terror, could hardly breathe. He muttered to himself under the weight of impending doom, I want to rest. His words were almost swallowed by the air, as exhaustion seeped into every fiber of his being. Just when despair threatened to take hold, there came a powerful gust, a whoosh that made everyone's head turn. The ground shook with a thunderous impact as a figure darted across the battlefield with blinding speed, unleashing a devastating attack that struck with pinpoint precision. Could it be? Dust and debris flew everywhere, a testament to the sheer force of the blow. Wide-eyed, the soldiers looked on in astonishment, hope slowly seeping back into their hearts. Whoever had delivered that strike had momentarily turned the tide, a beacon of light in their seemingly endless darkness. Lady Lemia's arrow. The soldiers exclaimed, Lady Lemia has come. In a moment of divine intervention, a warrior stands tall above the fray. Commotion ensues, and the soldiers cheer, oh, ooh. The soldiers exclaim, recognizing their savior, Lady Lemia. There stands a fierce warrior, armed and ready. This pisses me off, the warrior mutters, her anger palpable. Utilizing an awe-inspiring weapon, she fires what can only be described as divine arrows. Using this arrow now is a waste, she declares, yet her resolve remains unshaken. We have the divine arrows. Advance without fear, she commands, sending waves of light into the enemy ranks. The soldiers find renewed strength in her words, but one among them still questions their fate. Can we win? As if in answer, a radiant light bathes the canyon, catching everyone's attention. This light, marvels a soldier, looking up. The sacred aura emanates from a cloaked figure channeling immense power. One by one they were being healed by the green light. Saint Sarah, the soldiers whisper in awe, mesmerized by the holy presence. Another hero emerges from the shadows, armored and resolute, and that person. Lord Kyle, one soldier exclaims, recognizing another legendary figure. It's the hero, Kyle. The hero's party is here. With hope rekindled, the combined forces of their revered leaders and holy savior might just turn the tide of battle. The soldiers' spirits soar, and they prepare to face the overwhelming darkness with newfound courage. As the heroes slayed the monsters, one by one, the hope of the soldiers grew. They battled with fierceness and gained strength. It was already dawn when the battle ended. We won. Deliver news of our victory. The soldier rejoiced. Our heroes, feeling their fatigue, basked themselves with the cheers from the crowd. We defeated them. One of the soldiers exclaimed, the heroes' party is amazing. Kyle, 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 they cheered. Kyle. Kyle woke up from his trance, still remembering the battle between the demons and monsters the day before. Saint Sarah, looking somewhat annoyed, leans in closely and asks, are you listening to me? Kyle is still wiping his sword, not minding Sarah, who has been clinging to her the whole night. Clearly, he is more interested in his sword than her. Something is on her mind as she trifles, lamenting, the stench of the undead is all over my clothes, and I can't get it out. With a tone that suggests a little shopping spree might be in order, she proposes, want to go buy new clothes? Sarah, seemingly lost in contemplation, adds matter-of-factly, I've worn these clothes twice already. Lady Lemia, still munching on some snacks, chimes in with a slightly exasperated tone, stop it. Switching the topic to something more serious, Lemia recalls, the battle could have been over a bit sooner if we had that dying wizard with us. She continues to chew, looking a tad disgruntled as she considers the wizard's contribution. Sarah one reflects on this, acknowledging, certainly he had his uses. A smaller inset panel shows a somber reflection, well, he's surely on the verge of dying now. A sly smile spreads across her face as she thinks about the situation. With a hint of pride and a touch of arrogance, she concludes, without my help, he won't be able to handle that curse mark. The night air was crisp as shadows danced in the moonlight. A figure walked through the quiet streets, his cloak billowing behind him like he was auditioning for a role in a dramatic play. I somehow managed to endure it, he muttered to himself, trying to keep his cool. But just then, a sharp pain gripped his chest, and he clutched at his heart. F***ck, it's here again. The sudden wave of agony was like an unwelcome guest who didn't know when to leave. Her heart suddenly throbbed, the curse started activating itself, killing Rania slowly. In the process she tried to keep it in, this shitty curse. She cursed, feeling the dark magic surge within her. Despite the stabbing pain, he forced himself to take deep breaths. I've somehow held it back until now, he sighed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But even he knew this wasn't going to cut it forever. This isn't a permanent solution, he thought. If only swearing could make curses disappear, it would be that simple. Shit, why do I have to go through this? She thought hard about why the curse chose her. Looking back, she did nothing but give her best to help the heroes. She didn't mind that she was called names, she just wanted to defeat the demon lord. Reflecting on her past, she recalled, I managed to buy some time when I paid half of my lifespan to bind the demon lord's legs, but a curse was put on my heart. Ah, the classic case of heroism biting back, hard. With a resigned chuckle, she admitted, well, I guess it's something I brought on myself. Determined to find help, she roamed through the quieter lanes. I think that person's place was around here. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, almost expecting neon signs or banners saying, curse repair, open 24/7. Finally, she stopped and thought, found it. Before her stood a door that looked like it belonged in a haunted house attraction at a carnival. Shady as always, she mused, giving the handle a wary glance as she stepped forward. The door creaked open with an eerie groan, welcoming, or rather, warning, her inside. Stepping inside, the air is thick with mystery. Even before she opened the door, the old man recognized her already. There is some connection between them. That's maybe why he can sense her without actually seeing her. An elderly man, engrossed in his work, hears the faint creak of the door. Without looking up, he wonders aloud, I wondered who it could be at this hour. Looking at her appearance, the old man snickered. He looked at Rania, studying her appearance, her energy, and the circuits in her. He comments dryly, you've picked up a weird hobby since we last met. Rania is not even shocked as he was recognized by the old man. Raniel, he whispers. This just proves that the old man isn't an ordinary magician. Even her master, Rossel, wasn't able to recognize her at first glance, but this person. The reunion, however, is far from pleasant. Raniel's frustration bubbles over. How do you think I'm like this because I want to be? Rania explains she knew she didn't have to detail out what happened, because the old man already had an idea. Aren't you being mean to your friend you haven't seen in such a long time, Cardi? Rania tries to lighten up the mood, before revealing her true agenda. This man may be the only person who can help her extend her life, or maybe even save her from the curse. Cardi's observant eyes don't miss a thing. Your physical appearance changed, your soul was altered, he notes seriously, and you have a curse on your heart. To boot, his words trigger a flood of painful memories for Raniel. The fragmented images of comrades and fierce battles cloud her vision, and trying to make sense of the past 5 years' turmoil. Exactly what happened to you these past 5 years? Cardi's question hangs in the air, demanding answers that Raniel isn't sure she's ready to give. Raniel. The scene begins with an atmospheric introduction stating, several weeks earlier, setting a flashback sequence into motion. We transition to a vibrant bustling cityscape at dusk, the streets lively and crowded, capturing a moment frozen in time as people go about their evening. The narrative swiftly moves to a grim contrast in the next panel, a lonely defeated man slumped among barrels in a dark alley, underlining the bad decisions. Raniel utters a resigned, "Ah shit," a simple yet profound expression of his despair and fatigue. The focus then shifts to a dimly lit tavern where Raniel, the MC, nursing a drink, broods over his fate. He's cloaked not just in his scarf but in his grievances, lamenting, "Why do I have to be treated like this?" This rhetorical question hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of unresolved injustices. As the tale unfolds further, we learn about this man, described as the Ashen Wizard, ex-member of the hero's party Raniel von Tiras. He reflects on his past with a mix of nostalgia and bitterness. Famed as the best in the kingdom and the great mage of the new magic tower, his expectations of a sure bright future were vivid and promising. However, this reminiscence is tinged with melancholy as he acknowledges, "I rejected a sure bright future and started a 5-year journey, but leaving his sentence and his past suspended in the shadows of what followed." The MC returning to the solitary figure in the tavern, he grimly sips his drink, muttering a curt "shit" as he contemplates his drink. As the night deepens and the lanterns cast their glow over the tavern, the man continues his introspective journey, shrouded in the weight of his personal plight. His voice, filled with surprise and regret, reflects on an unforeseen twist of fate. "I couldn't have foreseen that I'd get kicked out of the party." His turmoil extends beyond mere professional loss. It's deeply personal and a barrier to reconciliation with a mentor. "I'm too ashamed to go see my master." Outside the window, the chilly evening air does nothing to cool his brewing thoughts. He watches passively, a silent observer to the lively tavern scene, but then a jolt of realization strikes him. His eyes widen as he spots a familiar and formidable figure, a woman of significance and power. His whisper barely escapes him, "No way, that woman is the succubus queen." The scene shifts to the exterior where the succubus queen herself stands, radiant and commanding, basking in the adoration of her unsuspecting admirers. Her charisma and allure are palpable, casting an almost tangible spell over those around her. Her presence raises questions and fears, her identity unmistakable and her intentions murky. "Lepi, why is she here?" Her laughter rings out, a melody that carries into the quiet streets as she makes her dramatic exit from the tavern. The sounds of her joyous departure, "Tu Lululum," echo through the alleyways, marking her path like breadcrumbs of mystery, beckoning the man to either confront his past or delve deeper into the enigma of her visit. The night, filled with whispers and songs, hints at stories yet untold and fates yet unsealed. The scene shifts to the charismatic and mesmerizing succubus queen standing at the threshold of the tavern with a playful and inviting smirk. She gestures gracefully to her enchanted audience, "This way, warriors." She coos, her voice laced with a charm that pulls the crowd along invisible strings. As she leads, she warns with a seductive yet commanding tone, "Please keep calm and enter in order." Her allure is undeniable as she saunters ahead, her figure framed by the doorway, confidently proclaiming, "Looks like I'm gonna fill my stomach today." Her words, though light, carry an ominous undercurrent, hinting at the darker intentions behind her beguiling facade. Behind her, a group of enchanted men follow, tripping over themselves in their eagerness, captivated by her every move. Their expressions are glazed, clearly under her spell as she playfully chides, "Ho, come on, don't trip." Her control over them is complete, her power undeniable and her intentions cryptic. Suddenly the atmosphere thickens with tension. The Ashen Wizard, previously brooding and introspective, now finds himself caught in a moment of action. His expression hardens as he prepares to confront the succubus queen, his magical powers awakening around him in a brilliant swirling vortex. His eyes are set, his posture tensed, signaling a confrontation that's both inevitable and fraught with peril. As the wizard steps forward, the magic at his feet glows brightly, illuminating the night with flashes of blue and white energy that crackle with potency. This magical display culminates in a dramatic encounter as he catches the succubus queen off guard, grasping her firmly. "Yeah," she gasps, her composure shaken for the first time, her eyes wide with surprise. The standoff intensifies inside the tavern, magic crackling in the cool night air. As the tension escalates, the door bursts open with a sudden surge of energy, the force of the magic so strong that it sends bystanders scattering, their shocked faces lit by the light of the spells. Caught in a tight grip by the ashen wizard, the succubus queen's face contorts in surprise and fury. Wait, she demands the command in her voice piercing the night. The MC, unfazed and stern, pushes back with a gruff, "Who are you?" Leppy demanding answers while MC's hands remain securely fastened around her. The MC, regaining his composure, is not one to be subdued easily. He taps into his formidable powers, initiating a series of spells, multicasting the air around his whispers as he summons multiple layers of magic simultaneously. His skills are on full display as he layers Magic Boost and Anti-Spell, each incantation amplifying his might and preparing his defenses. He effectively counters her moves with an Anti-Shield, his spell slicing through her magical defenses with precision. As the magical duel between the Ashen Wizard and the Succubus Queen intensifies, the stakes and powers escalate dramatically. The wizard, harnessing an intense surge of magical energy, thrusts his arm forward, the magical force crackling around his hand. The impact of his power is immediate and forceful, disrupting her concentration and breaking her composure. The Succubus Queen reels from the unexpected counterattack. "He cancelled my polymorphism," she cries out, astonishment coloring her tone as she finds her transformative magic rendered useless. "And he destroyed my mana shield too," she adds, her voice tinged with a mix of anger and respect for his formidable magical prowess. Amid the chaotic energy, the Succubus Queen's eyes widen in disbelief and fear as she gasps, "Who is this man?" Her recognition of his formidable power comes too late as she realizes she has underestimated him. The wizard's mastery over magic is apparent. He conjures a spell labeled Weakness, which targets her vulnerabilities, leaving her staggered. The air shimmers with energy as the wizard further imposes his dominance with a spell called Restriction, aimed at containing the queen's movements. She attempts to retaliate, her expression twisted in a mix of anger and desperation, but the wizard's spells are relentless. With precision and intensity he casts Smite, a powerful attack that strikes the queen with a brilliant burst of light. The impact sends her reeling back, her form momentarily enveloped in a blinding glow. The force of the spell knocks her off her feet and she hits the ground hard, the debris from the shattered surroundings flying around her. As the dust settles, the Succubus Queen coughs violently, struggling to regain her composure. Amidst her disarray, the wizard stands tall, his figure illuminated by the residual glow of his spells, a look of grim determination on his face. His control over the situation is clear, having successfully subdued one of the most cunning and powerful beings in his world. Raniel forcefully grabs a chair, his actions signaling not just his control over the environment but also his readiness for further conflict. With a steady, confronting tone he addresses her directly, "Succubus Queen Leppy." His words trail off a mix of recognition and disdain in his voice. Leppy, still recovering from the magical assault, looks up, her face a blend of confusion and irritation. Raniel's direct address prompts her to question his identity further. "You don't change, do you? Do you remember me?" he asks, his tone both accusing and mocking. This sparks a moment of realization for Leppy. Her eyes widen as she recalls, "I remember now, this man. You are that virgin wizard from the hero's party." Her recognition comes with a sneer, an attempt to demean Raniel's past and character, emphasizing his earlier, perhaps less formidable identity. However, Raniel, unfazed by the jab, retorts with a blend of sarcasm and defiance, "No, Raniel, right?" Leppy concedes, acknowledging him with a forced familiarity that borders on contempt. "Good thing you remembered," he replies sharply, hinting at the unpleasant consequences had she not. "Good thing you remembered, otherwise I was planning on hitting you until you did." Leppy then jests about his aggressive stance. "You would hit a frail lady? Is it fine for someone associated with the hero's party to do that?" Raniel counters, quickly dismissing her faux vulnerability. "A frail lady? I'm just dealing with a succubus that sucks the life energy of good citizens," as he distances himself from her, still surrounded by the chaos of their duel. Leppy calls out with a mixture of threat and mockery, "I've been restraining myself, overlook it just this once." But Raniel, standing firm amidst the swirling magical energies, declares resolutely, "No can do." His stance is clear. No quarter will be given regardless of past affiliations or her attempts at manipulation. "Wait a sec," Leppy cried, trying to plead Raniel. With the battle escalating, the Succubus Queen Leppy tries to assert a semblance of control, revealing her resistance to non-holy magic. "Only holy magic works on me," she claims, her voice betraying a hint of desperation hidden behind her usual bravado. Her challenge to Raniel is clear. "How do you intend to kill me without the saint, or do you have another method in mind?" Raniel, seemingly pondering her question, strokes his chin thoughtfully. His response hints at a strategy unfolding in his mind. That woman did excel at that." Right, so doing this is useful dash, Leppy, a glimmer of hope is showing upon her only to be cut off afterwards. Let's try it out anyway. Despite acknowledging the apparent futility, his decision to proceed suggests a deeper plan, or perhaps a bluff meant to unsettle Leppy further. As he channels a surge of mana, his stance becomes more assertive. Can you withstand a hit full of mana? Here I go, clench your teeth. The energy around him crackles intensely, illuminating the dark surroundings with a fierce glow. The air vibrates with the power he's about to unleash, a direct challenge to the queen's earlier taunt. Leppy's face contorts with shock and fear as she realizes the gravity of his intent. Wait, are you nuts? She exclaims, the fear palpable in her voice. It dawns on her that Raniel isn't just bluffing. He's serious, he's seriously trying to kill me. This realization triggers a primal survival instinct in her. I have to get out of this somehow. Someone's attack launches, striking with a force that shatters the surroundings. Debris flies. The blow is more than just physical. It's a clear message that this someone is not to be underestimated. In the wake of Raniel's potent attack on the succubus queen, Leppy, a new challenger, abruptly enters the fray, intensifying the battle. A formidable black knight materializes amidst a surge of dark energy, his arrival marked by an eerie calm. With a stern voice full of concern, he calls out to Leppy, Leppy, are you alright? Her stunned response, D-Dyke, reveals her shock at the unexpected rescue, a black knight from the Demon Lord's army. Raniel was shocked on the sudden intrusion of an unknown powerful individual. The black knight, standing tall in his imposing armor, announces his purpose. I follow the rescue signal. His glance towards Raniel is probing and disdainful as he questions, did this guy beat you? The knight, a high-ranking demon commander, emanates a powerful aura signaling his significant status within their ranks. Raniel, assessing this new threat, realizes the gravity of the situation. He has quite the demonic energy. It feels like he's on the level of a commander. He muses, his eyes narrowing in calculation. His inner monologue reveals his strategic mind pondering. Wait, a black knight at the level of a commander comes to her rescue just because she failed to absorb some energy from these men. Unfazed by the odds, Raniel prepares to continue the battle, his resolve unwavering. Just because she calls for backup doesn't mean I'll ease up on these moves, he declares, reinforcing his commitment to the fight. Despite the escalation, the knight, not one to waste time, launches an attack with a forceful, take this. His blade swings through the air, aimed directly at Raniel, who counters swiftly. Even if there's an excess of commanders, this is too much. Raniel enhances his spells with a double spell and spell reinforce, amplifying his defenses and preparing for a powerful retaliation. With a calculated and powerful smash, he strikes, the impact reverberating through the battlefield, showcasing his skill and determination. This intense moment of clash with spells and swords in play showcases not just a battle of strengths but also of wits and will, as Raniel stands his ground against a higher-ranking demon determined to protect the city and its people from their malevolent intentions. In a display of sheer power and tactical acumen, Raniel delivers a devastating blow to Commander Dyke, striking him down in a swift, decisive motion. The aftermath shows Dyke crumbling to the ground amidst a shower of debris, his armor no match for Raniel's enhanced abilities. The force of the strike sends shockwaves through the battle scene, marking a pivotal moment in their confrontation. Leppy watches in disbelief, her eyes widening as the reality of her protector's swift defeat sinks in. He took Commander Dyke down in an instant, she mutters, stunned by Raniel's strength. How is someone capable of such explosive combat skills? She wonders, her mind racing as she reassesses the man she once dismissed. Raniel stands amid the settling dust, his expression calm yet stern, surrounded by a faint glow of residual mana. The gravity of his power and the intensity of his determination resonate through the quiet aftermath, prompting Leppy to question with a mix of fear and intrigue, who is he? As desperation sets in, Leppy contemplates the grim possibility of her own demise. I might actually die at this rate, she whispers to herself, her usual confidence replaced by a rare flicker of vulnerability. It is then she remembers a potential game changer, something that could shift the odds back in her favor. With a sudden spark of realization, she recalls the marble. This mysterious object, dark and swirling with ominous energy, appears to hold significant power. As she holds it out, the marble pulses with a threatening glow, its purpose and potential as yet unclear. A shadowy figure nearby instructs her, shrouded in darkness and mystery, don't ask about what this marble is, just focus on filling it with the life energy you absorb. This command hints at a desperate strategy to leverage her inherent abilities in a last-ditch effort to turn the tide. In a desperate bid to turn the tide of the battle, Leppy clutches the mysterious marble, channeling decades of absorbed life energy, otherwise known as mana, into it. "I've been collecting life energy for decades, as I was told," she reveals, her voice tinged with a mix of determination and resignation. Her plan becomes clear as she hopes the marble's power might be enough to thwart Raniel, thinking, "If I use this, I might be able to stop that monster." Her strategy isn't just about winning, it's about survival. "I can at least buy time to escape." As she activates the marble, it unleashes a terrifying burst of energy, manifesting as a swirling dark red vortex. The raw power it emits is palpable, and Leppy, momentarily taken aback by the force she's unleashed, hesitates, realizing the potential danger even to herself. Raniel, watching the unfolding chaos, braces himself. The sudden surge of energy catches him off guard, his eyes widening in shock as the power of the marble exceeds his expectations. Leppy's cry of alarm echoes her surprise and fear as the energy spirals out of control. The situation escalates rapidly. The marble's energy explodes in a violent eruption, throwing Leppy back with tremendous force. Her scream, "Kaiowea," cuts through the air, a stark indication of the intensity of the blast. Raniel, startled by the unexpected and violent reaction, curses under his breath, "Shit, what's that?" The explosion results in a massive billowing black fog that quickly envelopes the area, obscuring everything in its shadowy veil. Raniel, now faced with a new unknown threat, mutters, "A black fog." As he tries to assess the situation, the fog, thick and opaque, adds a layer of uncertainty and danger, complicating the battlefield further. As the dark fog envelopes the area, its ominous presence brings an unexpected and chilling development. Raniel, caught off guard by the dense black fog, begins to cough violently, a splatter of blood confirming the fog's lethal nature. "There's no doubt about it, this black fog is," he gasps, realization dawning on him as he recalls a harrowing memory from his past. The fog isn't just a simple smokescreen. It's the same malevolent force he encountered 3 years ago in the Black Field, a nightmarish place where he faced unspeakable horrors. The fog, a manifestation of pure malice, is an accumulation of curses, each strand woven with dark intent. As Raniel struggles to maintain his composure amid the debilitating effects of the fog, he is struck by a more terrifying revelation: the emergence of a figure shrouded in this malevolent mist. "The monster I encountered 3 years ago in the Black Field, an accumulation of curses, the Demon Lord," he utters in a mix of awe and dread. The presence of the Demon Lord, a being so sinister that it once cast a profound curse on Raniel, raises the stakes to an unprecedented level. The air crackles with dark energy as the Demon Lord reveals itself, towering over Raniel with a presence so overwhelming it distorts the very atmosphere around it. "There's no way I could forget," Raniel murmurs, the shock of recognition mingling with a surge of adrenaline. The Demon Lord's arrival signifies not just a personal battle for Raniel, but potentially a dire threat to the wider world. "The being that cast a curse on my heart, why is his fog here?" Confronted with this formidable adversary, Raniel must gather all his strength and resolve. The battle ahead promises to test his limits and force him to confront the demons of his past. Amidst the chaotic surge of dark energy, Raniel faces an unexpected and shocking revelation: the malignant black fog, a sinister force imbued with the essence of the Demon Lord, inexplicably emanates from Leppy, the succubus queen. As he stands bewildered and pained, blood trickling from his lips, his confusion and horror culminate into a desperate question: why does a succubus have it? His disbelief is palpable as he tries to comprehend the alarming alliance or power that Leppy wields, something profoundly dangerous and deeply tied to the darkest magics of their world. Leppy, transformed and empowered by the ominous fog, looms over Raniel, her figure a dark silhouette against the swirling purple mists. The image is terrifying, a stark contrast to her previous desperation, now replaced by a sinister command over the dark forces that threaten to overwhelm everything. A blast of swirling energy erupts with a mix of black and violet, crackling with raw power. A figure, ominous and otherworldly, hovers within the dark mass, their body radiating with destructive magic. The force of the explosion pushes the lone observer, who stares up at the overwhelming spectacle, his eyes narrow, determination etched into his expression despite the chaos around him. He crouches, gripping his knee tightly as debris floats around him, blood on his lip, but his focus sharp, his thoughts are clear, almost echoing in the stillness. There's no doubt about it, this black fog is. The view shifts as the dark fog grows larger, taking form, something sinister, ancient and malevolent. It stretches upward, crackling with dark energy. The Demon Lord, the accumulation of curses that defeated our party. The realization hangs heavy in the air as the cursed fog looms, its presence undeniable, a threat ready to strike again. As the Demon Lord's influence becomes more apparent, MC finds himself questioning the true nature of Leppy. Who exactly is this woman? He wonders aloud, his confusion and alarm growing as he tries to piece together how a succubus could command such formidable and distinctly malevolent power. The demonic energy emanating from Lepi reveals itself to be multifaceted, not just a singular force but a complex amalgamation of spells. MC senses 3 distinct spells at work: physical change, transforming Lepi's body into a vessel capable of withstanding and channeling these dark powers; mental pollution, likely manipulating her thoughts and enhancing her malevolent intent; and a third spell, mysterious and unknown, which eludes his understanding but undoubtedly contributes to her terrifying transformation. Summoning every ounce of his resolve and magical prowess, MC prepares to confront the ominous fog that envelopes him, a manifestation of the Demon Lord's dark influence. With fierce determination he declares, "Whether it's the Demon Lord or not, I can't let him get me again." This is more than just a battle for survival. It's a fight to reclaim his past and prove his strength against the nightmares that have haunted him. Amidst crackling energy and a surge of power, MC vows to use every spell in his arsenal. "I'll have to use every spell I have. I'll take this fog down," he proclaims as brilliant light bursts from him, signaling his readiness to dispel the darkness that threatens to overwhelm. As the energy intensifies, MC's strategy unfolds. He plans to counter each aspect of the demonic curse with precision and depth, a spell for a spell, a curse for a curse, he states, highlighting his tactical approach to combat the layered curses embedded within the fog. This isn't just a physical battle but a complex magical duel requiring equal measures of power and cunning. The scene is set with MC surrounded by a whirlwind of magical energy, his figure defiant against the swirling darkness. "I'll show you these 3 years weren't in vain," he asserts, his voice filled with the power of someone who has faced their demons and emerged stronger. The visual depiction of his energy pulsating against the shadows of the Demon Lord is a powerful representation of his growth and determination. This climactic moment encapsulates MC's journey from the shadows of past defeats to the light of newfound power and resolve, setting the stage for a showdown that will test the limits of his abilities and the depth of his MC as he faces off against the formidable Demon Lord. MC is not just fighting for victory but for redemption and a chance to close a painful chapter of his past. The scene crackles with intensity as a young man, his silver hair spiked upward from the force of his power, grits his teeth in sheer determination. Blue lightning arcs wildly around him, illuminating his fierce gaze. He is unleashing an immense power, with the text, "Cursed Mana," rippling above him, signaling the dark nature of the energy he's channeling. His body is strained under the pressure as he prepares to strike. In the next frame he's seen charging forward, hands glowing with swirling cursed energy compressing into a singular orb of concentrated destruction. The ground trembles beneath him, debris scattered as the mana surges outward. It's an overwhelming blast tearing through the space in front of him, leaving a trail of devastation. Finally, the aftermath. A group of people are violently flung backward, their bodies tossed helplessly through the air by the sheer force of the cursed mana's impact. The sheer power of the attack leaves nothing untouched as the scene becomes a blur of motion and destruction. The quiet aftermath of battle lingers in the air as we first see the crumbling ruins of a building, dust and debris still settling from the destruction. It's eerily silent, with only the soft sounds of collapsing rubble breaking through the heavy atmosphere. Inside the shattered building, a lone figure sits amidst the wreckage, cloaked in shadow. They appear unharmed, but the tension is palpable. As the figure assesses their surroundings, they quietly think to themselves, both their presences are gone. The realization is grave and a sense of emptiness fills the space. Their cold, piercing eyes narrow slightly as they continue, "Every spell I had stocked is also gone." Raising their hand they test their magic, but it's clear everything has been drained. Looking down at the aftermath, they reflect on the events. That black fog was suspiciously easy. There's a sense of frustration in their voice as they consider how effortlessly they navigated through the danger. "I wouldn't say it put my life at risk." With a tired sigh they adjust their posture, thinking back to their encounter with the Demon Lord. "I mean, the first time I met the Demon Lord I surrendered half my lifespan." The memory is intense, marked by sacrifice, and yet a strange realization dawns. They pause, then suddenly look down in surprise. They inspect their own body, bewildered by the changes. "My breasts grew, my hair is long." The astonishment is clear in their eyes as they come to grips with the transformations that have taken place. The MC stares in disbelief at their arm, lifting it up to inspect it more closely. Confusion washes over them as they notice the drastic changes. "And my arm is pure white and extremely thin," they think, trying to make sense of what's happened. A realization hits them hard. Isn't this a woman's body? The full shock of their transformation sets in as they look down at their new form, eyes wide with surprise. "Yua!" they exclaim in panic. His thoughts race quickly, landing on one person to blame: Lepi, that woman. "What did she do to me?" Determined to regain control, they assess the situation while still adjusting to the bizarre transformation. *T how troublesome, they frown considering his current vulnerability. My body's in this strange state and the demon lord's army could still be around. Despite the discomfort, his mind quickly shifts to survival. I need to work out a counterplan. Focusing his mana, he knows he need his power back before anything else. For now, let's recover my spells. With that, he begin casting a glowing aura enveloping them as they invoke divine scale, preparing for whatever comes next. A magnificent glowing scale appears before the MC. Bathed in golden light, the air hums with power as the scale floats in the middle of an intricate magic circle. Energy swirls around it as the mechanism begins to turn and a voice echoes, "Name your wish." Without hesitation, the MC's blue eyes shine with determination. They respond with calm resolve. I wish for what the curse swallowed the spells that were stocked in my body. The glow of the scale intensifies, shimmering in response to the request. Offer compensation, the voice commands, and the weight of the trade hangs in the air. The MC unfazed coolly answers, 90% of my mana. His expression is resolute as they prepare to sacrifice nearly all his power in exchange for what was lost. Eyes locked on the brilliant scale, the deal is set. As the brilliant scale continues to glow, a voice declares that compensation is not enough. The light around the scale intensifies, spinning faster as it announces limitations will be applied. The weight of the decision becomes clear and the figure sighs, frustration crossing his face. Stupid constellations as usual, the cost-performance ratio is bad, they mutter, clearly irritated by the situation. Resigned MC close his eyes and simply say, fine. With those words, the scale flares up once more, its golden light shining brighter than ever. The deal has been established, echoes the final pronouncement. The scale spins wildly, energy bursting out in all directions as the exchange is sealed. Suddenly blue energy erupts around the figure, swirling violently as the MC brace themselves. The power is intense and the markings of a mysterious symbol burn into his arm, glowing brightly through his clothes. The transformation is complete, the magic stops having left its mark. The air crackles with intense magical energy as the MC stands at the center of a storm of blue light. Text announcing the powers being activated flashes around them. Multicasting magic boost haste, and again multicasting. His silver hair billows in the powerful surge of mana, glowing with an overwhelming aura. The sheer force radiates outward, shattering glass and causing the ground to tremble. With sharp focus, his piercing blue eyes gleam with determination as they unleash his full power. In one swift motion they shatter the barrier that had surrounded them, glass flying in all directions. Purple smoke swirls ominously, dark energy now spilling out of the building and spreading into the night sky. Outside, citizens in the nearby town sense the disturbance. One of them mutters, looking confused as a foul odor begins to fill the air. Ugh! What's this smell? Another cries out, covering his nose in disgust. As the dark energy continues to seep from the building, one person speculates, the stink is coming out of that building. Could it be demonic energy? A group of armored guards rushes in, spears in hand. Citizens, please step away from that building. One of the guards commands, ready to investigate the source of the ominous energy. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure remains silent, his back turned to the chaos they've unleashed. As the MC walks towards the commotion, his footsteps echo softly. Everything was fine until a second ago. What happened? They mutter, clearly perplexed, turning his attention to the building now oozing with strange energy. They inquire, by the way, what was that building originally for? His thoughts quickly answer, a barrier that distorts perception was cast over the whole building. Skeeble. The scene shifts to a dark figure cloaked in mystery, eyes glowing an eerie blue. I'm sure the barrier originated from that four heavenly king skeleton head. They conclude. His thoughts race further, unraveling the culprits behind the chaos. The succubus queen, a commander, and even a marble that emits the demon lord's presence. The MC clenches his fist, frustration building within. I can't let this go, they think to themselves, determination rising in his eyes. There's no turning back now. As they assess the situation further, they ponder. Then there's the weirdest part of it all. His brow furrows as they realize something even more bizarre is at play, something that doesn't sit right. The mystery continues to deepen. As the MC walks through the dimly lit street, deep in thought, they ponder the bizarre situation. Why change my gender? They question, still unable to grasp the motive behind this strange curse. Looking down at his body, they think, if killing me was their goal, there were easier ways to go about it. Why bother doing this? Frustration builds, but they know there's no use dwelling on it. They sigh aloud, the cold night air swirling around them. No point in worrying about it since I won't get the answer now. With a sense of resignation they shift his focus. The question is how to adapt and live with this curse since it won't be lifted anytime soon. The scene shifts and now the MC sits on a quiet dock under the night sky reflecting on recent events, and then I went back to my master and almost died, they recall with a slight chuckle. I was really surprised when he suddenly snapped at me. They pause and laugh. No wait, the elderly man interrupts, he can be really mean huh? Raniel Rania rather the MC dismissed this as a joke. His mind sharpens again as a memory resurfaces, a black fog you attacked the fog. The words echo in his mind as they remember something crucial. A vision of hands dropping ingredients into a potion fills his thoughts, a possible clue to unraveling the mystery of the curse. An elderly man with a stern look and tired eyes holds a pipe as he speaks dismissively. Raniel don't spout nonsense, his frustration is clear, but MC seated nearby irritated shoots back confidently, it's not nonsense, can't you see me here? The older man strokes his beard half listening, from what I heard so far it seems the past 5 years have been splendid for you, he says sarcastically. MC visibly annoyed slumps over in his chair, what part of that was splendid? They grumble clearly exhausted by the conversation. The old man snaps his fingers either to change the subject or signal his impatience. In another scene a tall figure bathed in green mana gazes at the MC with calm intensity. It seems that you've gone through more amazing experiences than the rumors say, they muse. The swirling green energy crackles around them as they continue. I'm surprised you tried to suppress the curse by turning it into mana. The figure moves gracefully handling the purple substance with care. I'm not sure how to fix the physical change you experienced, they admit, his voice calm but thoughtful, but I can stop the curse's corrosion. As they pour the purple liquid into a container his intent is clear, they may not have all the answers but they're offering a solution to slow the curse's damage. The MC holds up a purple potion scrutinizing it with a serious expression. Will this potion do it? They ask wanting reassurance. The older man arms crossed responds calmly, well the potion won't be a permanent solution either, you'll at least be able to manage without the saint's healing. His tone is practical but then he adds with a bit of disdain. Why bring her up? She's just an idiot anyway. I'm super grateful. MC's words trail off suggesting sarcasm. The MC narrows his eyes, not buying the casual tone. You know something about this curse don't you? They press his suspicion clear. The older man's eyes shift slightly and he replies coolly, I cannot tell you. Frustrated the MC clicks his tongue, tisk. The conversation continues, the tension still thick. You're always putting on airs. What a bad habit. The MC snaps, clearly fed up, but the older man's response is more direct this time. Drink the potion once a month, he advises before adding with a smirk, yeah I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not letting it go, the MC sighs, I mean I'm not gonna get it for free, so let me know if there's anything I can do for you. The man thinks for a moment, his yellow eyes glinting. I don't really need payment, he starts, but then something catches his attention. There's one thing I've been feeling, something crawling in the underground waterways these past few days. His voice turns darker, a sense of unease filling the room as ominous energy swirls in the background. The air is thick with a dark oppressive energy as a shadowy menacing creature with glowing red eyes prowls through the mist, its aura pulses with danger, a sense of foreboding filling the space. As it steps forward a voice calmly says, I already sent a disciple, but... The words trail off leaving the tension in the air. From the shadows emerges a young figure, blood splattering softly onto the ground. The scene reveals someone cloaked, his face partially hidden as they stand amidst a crimson trail. You have a disciple? The MC questions, eyes narrowing. What's his name? What does he do? The dark figure continues, a sinister grin stretching across its glowing maw. Instead of calling me his teacher, it would be more accurate to call me a parent. I directly taught that kid magic. The camera shifts to the young man, his expression stoic and serious. Blood-red tendrils swirl around him matching the intensity of his gaze. His name is Belnoa, the figure reveals as the darkness consumes the frame, leaving the mystery hanging ominously. The scene is tense as dark twisting tendrils snake through the dimly lit corridor. The mist swirls ominously and from the shadows a menacing beast with glowing yellow eyes emerges, growling low and dangerous. Its dark form is cloaked in an eerie purple aura. Ahead of it stands Belnoa, calm and unbothered by the creature's presence. Belnoa narrows his eyes, calculating. I promise to meet Chloe tomorrow, he muses quietly to himself as if this encounter were just a minor inconvenience. I better finish this now. Without hesitation he strikes, his movements swift and precise. Blood splatters across the stone floor as his attack cuts deep into the creature, and blue text, **** offering ****. flashes marking his brutal skill in combat. The beast collapses, blood pouring from the fatal blow. Belnoa stands tall, hand outstretched, watching as the dark tendrils of blood swirl back towards him, vanishing into the air. He remains unfazed, already thinking of his next task. Belnoa's tendrils of dark energy lash out, tearing into the beast with a brutal force, sending it crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. Blood splatters across the floor as the creature's body is torn apart by his relentless attack. The aftermath is a scene of devastation, with the beast lying in a growing pool of blood. As Belnoa surveys the damage, he reflects, "I thought she was out of her mind when she forced me to enter the mana spring," but his gaze shifts, considering the unexpected strength flowing through him. The tendrils around him swirl ominously, dark and powerful. "It's giving me benefits I didn't expect," he muses, realizing the full extent of his newfound power. "I can use less mana for more effects than ever before." With a quiet sigh, he straightens up. "Phew," he mutters, the fight behind him, yet the air still crackling with tension. His eyes sharpen as he walks away, the blood-red tendrils following him like shadows, a quiet reminder of the power he now wields. The eerie clang of footsteps echoes through the dimly lit hallway as Belnoa glances over his shoulder, sensing something ominous. His expression hardens and silence stretches between the rhythmic sound of metal boots. ******. Far in the distance, a shadowy figure appears, walking slowly toward him from the depths of the corridor. Belnoa narrows his eyes. Undead are roaming freely down here in the underground waterways. He thinks, the dim light revealing the glowing eyes of beasts lurking in the shadows, yet someone is taking a stroll without so much as hiding their presence. His suspicions deepen as blood-red energy flares around him, crackling ominously. The figure becomes clearer now, and Belnoa's mind sharpens. That means they're the one who unleashed all these undead. He concludes, the realization hitting him with force. His body tenses, the tendrils of darkness wrapping around him like a coiled serpent ready to strike. The air thickens with tension as he braces himself for the encounter. Belnoa swiftly unleashes his attack, the dark tendrils of his magic darting forward like razor-sharp blades. ****, shadow needle **** flashes in the air as the crimson energy shoots towards his target. The needles slice through the air with terrifying speed, their aim deadly. But in a blur, the cloaked figure evades the strike, moving with impossible agility. Belnoa's eyes widen in surprise. What? They evaded that? His mind races, processing the speed. They're faster than that northern barbarian. Determined not to let his opponent slip away, Belnoa cracks his knuckles, dark energy surging around him. "I need to use everything I have," he resolves, his power intensifying. The air grows heavy with tension as the mysterious figure, hooded and calm, stares back with an unreadable expression. A deadly confrontation is about to unfold. Belnoa's heart pounds in his chest as the figure moves with blinding speed, the words acceleration flashing through his mind like a warning. He watches helpless as the figure seems to vanish before his eyes, only to reappear mere feet from him, streaks of blue energy trailing behind them. His breath catches, his body frozen in place as the figure closes the distance effortlessly. "No way," Belnoa whispers to himself, his thoughts racing. The gap between them shrinks in an instant, and for the first time in a long while he feels vulnerable. His eyes widen in disbelief as the realization hits him. ****, he can't react. ***, his powerful shadow needles, his dark energy, none of it can keep up with this overwhelming speed. "I can't do anything," he thinks, panic clawing at him as the figure barrels toward him like a force of nature. "At this distance I'm finished." He braces himself, muscles tensing as he prepares for the inevitable strike. He expects pain, the force of an attack too fast and too powerful to dodge. But it never comes. Instead, the figure stops just short, their gloved hand hovering above Belnoa's head, the threat lingering but never materializing. His eyes dart to the figure's face, trying to understand what just happened. The figure tilts their head slightly, their voice calm and collected despite the intensity of the moment. "Well, you've improved a lot, but..." They say, the words hanging in the air, heavy with meaning. There's no malice in the tone, just a quiet observation, as if Belnoa's efforts had been noted but deemed insufficient. Belnoa, still frozen, can barely process the situation. His mind is flooded with questions, his confusion palpable. His sharp instincts, honed through countless battles, are now dulled by the sheer difference in power. He expected a brutal fight, yet here he is standing face to face with an opponent who hasn't even needed to strike. The figure's cryptic words echo in his head, and though no attack was made, the tension between them remains thick like a drawn bowstring waiting to snap. Belnoa's heart is still racing from the intense confrontation, but the figure's next words catch him off guard. "You still lack the basics," they say, voice firm but not unkind. "First of all, don't just attack anyone you don't know." Belnoa's eyes widen in disbelief, his focus shifts from the battle to confusion as the figure continues speaking. "Wait. That voice, it's strangely familiar. His eyes narrow, scanning the figure more carefully. Then it hits him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, Assistant Professor Rania. His voice cracks with surprise as he realizes who he's been facing this entire time. The figure now clearly revealed as Rania stands confidently, arms crossed, as she gives him a tired but knowing look. Good catch, she says, unimpressed. Belnoa's surprise turns to a jumble of confusion. Why are you down here, Assistant Professor? He stammers, unable to make sense of the situation. The last thing he expected was to encounter her, of all people, in this eerie, dangerous place. Rania, still as casual as ever, lets out a small yawn, her exhaustion evident. Your master asked me to clean up the mess down here, she replies, shrugging as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Belnoa blinks in disbelief. Master? You mean old man Carty from the potion shop? He feels his mind racing again, trying to piece together why his master would send someone like Rania, let alone why she agreed to such a task. Rania nods, summoning an orb of blue magic in her hand. Belnoa watches in awe as Rania decimates the dark beasts with a single powerful strike. Lightning crackles in the air, illuminating the underground passage as the monsters are torn apart by a blinding surge of magic. Yup, that's him, she remarks as casually as if they were discussing the weather. He and I go a long way back. Belnoa is momentarily speechless. How could someone so effortlessly powerful be someone he knew? His brain struggles to catch up with the situation, then without thinking he blurts out, how old even are you? Rania sighs, folding her arms and raising an eyebrow as though she's heard this question 1,000 times before. I'm 27, actually make it 21, she replies without skipping a beat. Belnoa hesitates for a moment, then decides against asking further. What? Is there something you want to say? She presses. And no, nothing, he stammers, scratching his head awkwardly. He steals a glance at the carnage around him, still in disbelief at how easily she wiped out the enemies. Then something occurs to him. With a curious look he asks, can I just ask one thing? Rania pauses mid-step, glancing back at him. What were you doing before you came to the academy? Belnoa's thoughts race as he watches her closely. She's extraordinarily efficient in battle. Belnoa followed a few steps behind Rania, his gaze flickering between her and the aftermath of their battle. The dimly lit corridor seemed suffocating, the thick stench of blood and burnt flesh hanging in the air. He couldn't shake the thought running through his mind. Her movements are something else. For someone who taught at the academy, her actions weren't that of a mere scholar. He clenched his fist, the dull ache from earlier combat still lingering in his muscles. A scholar who spent their life reading would never be able to move like that, he thought, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed her every step. Rania walked confidently, with none of the hesitation that someone inexperienced in battle would display. Rather than a wizard, she's closer to a fully trained soldier. Belnoa's final thoughts before moving toward the MC. The corridor echoed with their footsteps, occasionally punctuated by the distant dripping of water from the old stone ceiling. Bodies of shadowy beasts lay scattered, their forms twisted and broken from Rania's earlier attacks. The air was heavy with death, yet she seemed unfazed, as if this was just another routine task. As she continued ahead, she finally broke the silence. Well, she said, her voice calm but layered with something deeper. You could say I spent time in a very dirty place. A deep guttural growl reverberated through the corridor. The shadows shifted unnaturally, and out from the darkness emerged a group of hulking beasts, their eyes glowing with a menacing light. They moved silently, their enormous paws barely making a sound as they prowled forward, teeth bared and growls rumbling in their throats. Belnoa instinctively readied himself, feeling the familiar surge of adrenaline course through him. He tensed, preparing for another battle. But before he could even step forward, Rania raised her hand, her eyes fixed on the advancing creatures. There was no urgency in her movements, only complete, unwavering confidence. Enough chit-chat, she muttered, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. It's about time to put an end to this exercise. The beasts were circling now, their growls growing louder, echoing off the stone walls of the corridor. Belnoa could feel the pressure in the air shifting as Rania began to summon her magic. Her fingers twitched and the air around her started to shimmer, a faint blue light swirling around her form like an aura of pure energy. That seems to be our destination, she said calmly, pointing ahead to a large stone door at the far end of the corridor. Her voice carried a tone of finality, as if everything that had just happened was a mere stepping stone, an obstacle easily removed. Her expression remained calm, almost detached, as she observed the creatures with cold precision. She glanced at Belnoa briefly, then turned her attention fully to the beasts. In one smooth motion she lifted her hand high, her magic coiling around her. Like a serpent ready to strike, Ash, she intoned, her voice low but commanding. The glyphs she etched in the air glowed fiercely, the runes appearing out of thin air, crackling with raw magical power. The temperature in the room plummeted, frost creeping along the edges of the stone walls as her spell took form. The beast, sensing the shift in power, snarled and leapt forward, but they were too late. Ignite, she finished, snapping her fingers. In an instant the corridor was filled with blinding white flames. The magic surged outward from her hand like a wave, engulfing the entire area in a searing blast of heat and light. The beasts had no time to react. Their bodies were consumed by the flames, turning to ash before they even hit the ground. The fire burned so hot and fast that nothing remained but charred remnants drifting in the air. Belnoa remained silent, still trying to process what he had just witnessed. His eyes moved from the smoldering remains of the beasts to Rania's back. He had seen her fight before, but this was different. Her control over magic, her calm under pressure, her ruthlessness in battle. It was as if she were someone else entirely. As they approached the door, the air grew heavier, the sense of foreboding more pronounced. Whatever lay beyond this point, Belnoa knew one thing for certain. Rania was no ordinary assistant professor, and whatever secrets she held, they were buried deep, just like the enemies they had left behind in ash. A sudden roar of blinding blue flames erupted through the corridor, consuming everything in its path. The shadowy figures screamed in agony as the fire tore through them, their cries of "Gyaa" echoing off the walls before being snuffed out. The intense heat radiated outward, pushing Belnoa to shield his face, his thoughts racing as he struggled to comprehend the sheer power on display. What kind of spell is this? He wondered, eyes wide, watching the magical destruction unfold. The intensity and scale were unlike anything he had ever seen before. There was something about the way the flames moved, controlled yet chaotic, as if multiple layers of magic were working in tandem. It's as if she mixed several spells at once, he muttered to himself, trying to piece together the mechanics. His brow furrowed in frustration. I can't even begin to guess the principle and mechanism behind it. Rania stood amidst the aftermath, her expression calm despite the carnage around her. The flames slowly dissipated, leaving behind charred remains and a stench of burning flesh. The eerie silence that followed was unsettling, and the smell of rot intensified, hanging heavily in the air. Belnoa wrinkled his nose, glancing toward the door ahead. The smell is getting worse. Are we going to enter anyway? Rania didn't look back, her focus fixed on the stone door in front of them. Yeah, she replied, her voice steady. I can already guess what's in here, but you really need to be thorough when cleaning up this kind of thing. The door creaked open with a deep groan, the ancient hinges protesting as Rania pushed it forward. Darkness loomed beyond the entrance, swirling with shadows that seemed to pulse with life. Something far more sinister awaited them inside, and as the thick fog of miasma leaked out into the corridor, both Rania and Belnoa steeled themselves for whatever horrors lay within. With determined steps, Rania walked forward, the stone door closing ominously behind them. As the scene shifts, the bright light of day casts over the potion shop, filtering through the windows as the clear blue sky looms above. Inside, the air is filled with the subtle scent of herbs and brewing concoctions. Rania, leaning casually against the counter, asks, by the way, who is Belnoa meeting with? The old man Cardi strokes his beard thoughtfully before answering, Chloe, his childhood friend. Rania's eyes widen in mild surprise, her gaze drifting toward the upper floors of the shop. A childhood friend? Now that's a surprise, she muses aloud, her tone carrying a mix of curiosity and disbelief. She clearly hadn't pegged Belnoa as the type to have such close personal ties. Cardi, ever the observant one, cuts through the brief silence. Why do you change your appearance? His voice is calm yet probing, as if he's always known more than he lets on. Rania, unbothered by the question, glances down at her own form before replying, it's easier to get closer to humans this way. The words leave her lips with a certain detachment, but a hidden wisdom in her tone suggests deeper reasoning. Her understanding of human nature seems calculated, as though this choice of appearance is simply one of many tools she wields. Pushing herself off the counter, she stretches her arms slightly. Well, I gotta leave now, I've got tons of things I need to look into, she says, already shifting her thoughts to the tasks ahead. As she walks toward the door, she pulls out a small stone tablet and gently places it on the table in front of Cardi with a soft thud. I found this altar in the underground waterways, she explains. Her voice is casual, but the object itself carries a heavy significance. This small altar was unleashing an exponential amount of demonic energy. It was quite difficult to remove it all. It's suspicious enough that this altar was right in the middle of the underground waterways, she reflects. Her expression is serious, eyebrows furrowed as she recalls the endless waves of undead creatures that had been guarding it. But what's even more worrying is that it's just like the marble Lepi had. Her mind quickly flashes back to the mysterious marble imbued with powerful demonic energy, eerily similar to the aura surrounding this altar. The scene flickers to Rania as she recalls the perception warping barrier which had shielded the altar from anyone wandering the area, and it was also protected by a perception warping barrier. She notes her face set in a grim frown. The barrier had been incredibly sophisticated. capable of distorting the senses of anyone nearby. Another reason no one had noticed the altar's presence for so long, that's why nobody spotted it this whole time. Back in the shop, Cardi stands silently behind the counter, his brows knitted in concern as he gazes down at the stone altar fragment. Its cracked surface gleams under the light, almost mocking the ease with which it had hidden from them for so long. After a long pause, Cardi speaks, his voice heavy with the weight of realization. While the underground is far from prying eyes to think that something as suspicious as this would be right in the heart of the royal capital, Rania, her mind still piecing everything together, responds in a low voice, "Yeah, this can't be a trivial matter." Her sharp blue eyes narrow as a sense of impending danger washes over her. She instinctively knows that something bigger is on the horizon. There's going to be an uproar soon, she adds, her voice barely above a whisper, as if bracing herself for the chaos to come. In a shadowy, unknown location, the atmosphere turns colder and more sinister. A looming figure, dark, skeletal and draped in an ominous cloak, emerges from the shadows. The figure's eerie glowing eyes focus on the shattered altar fragment in its hand, enveloped in a pulsating purple miasma. The figure's voice, cold and resonant, cuts through the silence. His scent is all over this. The miasma swirls around the fragment, hinting at an even darker, more dangerous force behind the mysterious events unfolding. In the capital, the connection to a greater unseen evil is undeniable. It's been a month since Rania assumed her role as assistant professor. The academy grounds stretch below her, bathed in bright sunlight. The sky is clear, with the occasional drifting cloud, reflecting the calm after the whirlwind of her recent experiences. Rania looks over the academy and thinks to herself, many things have happened, and it has been a month since I became an assistant professor. Her tone, though steady, carries the weight of her swift adaptation to the new environment. I'm now kind of used to giving classes, she reflects, but there's a hint of doubt in her internal voice. I think. The scene shifts to a classroom. Rania stands at the front, her eyes fixed on the students seated before her. The room is well lit, large windows casting a natural glow on the desks and the intricate magical diagrams floating above her. The magical symbols glowing softly in hues of blue hover in midair as she walks the students through the theory behind spellcasting. You cast with. Rania begins moving her hand to illustrate her point. She gestures at the magical system she has drawn in the air, her explanation precise and deliberate. The students watch closely, their attention entirely on the diagram. For example, she continues, her hand slicing through the air to reshape the diagram. This is a kind of restraint that can be diagrammed like this. Her words are clear, and with a flick of her wrist the diagram shifts, showing a more refined version of the spell. And we end up with this kind of system. The room remains quiet except for the sound of quills scratching against paper as students frantically take notes. Rania pauses briefly, giving them a moment to catch up. It can be cast with very little mana, she adds, emphasizing the importance of efficiency in their spellcasting. The symbols before her shimmer, reflecting the minimal amount of mana required to maintain them. Is anyone having trouble so far? Rania asks, her voice carrying across the room. She waits, allowing her students the space to absorb the complex information she's presenting. The tension of managing the classroom, balancing her new role and ensuring each student understands, weighs subtly in the air. Rania stood before the class, her sharp gaze scanning the students, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion and distraction. The lecture she had given she thought should have been straightforward, yet the heavy silence in the room told a different story. Not a single student seemed to grasp the spell theory she had carefully explained. Why do I feel like nobody understood anything? She wondered, her lips pressing into a thin line as she studied their vacant expressions. It baffled her that something so basic had left them all so lost. Deciding to take a step back, she turned to the blackboard, her movements swift but deliberate as she grabbed the chalk. For now I'll leave the contents of today's class written on the blackboard, she announced, her tone steady, though inwardly she was puzzled by the class's lack of response as the chalk made a soft scraping sound against the board. Rania wrote out the key points from her lesson, each line as precise as her thoughts had been while preparing for this class. With the material written clearly before them, she stepped back, casting one last look at the students. Please use the remaining time to go over it, she instructed, her voice calm but firm, hoping they would take the time to absorb the information. She placed the chalk down and moved to leave the classroom, her mind racing. It's strange, she thought as she walked out, her long silver hair swaying with each step, leaving aside that I'm still getting used to teaching. Today's class was way too easy for them to be this confused. Rania stood at the front of the classroom, her voice calm but authoritative as she addressed her students. I think it would be good if you tried casting the spell yourselves before the next class, she suggested, her eyes scanning the room, gauging their reactions. She knew they struggled today, but practice could help bridge that gap. you can also try solving the practice problems I gave you, she added, her tone firm but encouraging, offering them a path to understand the material more deeply. As she glanced at the notes on the blackboard, her mind raced with thoughts of how to improve their learning experience. With a final composed breath, Rania closed the class. Class is over for today, good job, her words were simple, but the weight of responsibility she felt as a teacher lingered. She hoped that her guidance would be enough to push them forward. Stepping away from the podium, she watched as the students began to shuffle their papers, some of them looking more determined than others. Her keen eyes, however, picked up the uncertainty still hanging in the room. There was a lot more work to be done for both her and her students. In her absence, a murmur rose among the students. Some leaned toward their notebooks, attempting to decipher their hurried notes, while others turned to the blackboard, squinting at the spell structure she had left for them. I have to write it down again, one student mumbled under his breath. Another student, equally confused, whispered, so this part comes here. His friend nodded uncertainly, both trying to make sense of the day's lesson. Rania's thoughts remained troubled as she left the classroom behind, the weight of her first real challenge as an assistant professor settling onto her shoulders. Rania let out a long sigh as she walked down the hallway, deep in thought. Hugh, I feel like Master's going to scold me again, she mused, imagining his disappointed face. Her hands instinctively rubbed the back of her neck as she pictured the lecture coming her way. His disciple of mine, there's no way they'll understand if I teach them like that, she thought, the weight of her responsibilities as a teacher sinking in. Teaching was far different from simply doing the spells herself. Showing them is easy, so why is it so hard to put it into words and explain it? She reflected. Despite the challenge, she couldn't deny the feedback she'd received. Many people had mentioned how much they had learned from her open class. It was one thing to teach someone a spell, but getting them to fully grasp its depth was another challenge entirely. Still, there are many people who say they learned a lot from my open class. As she rounded the corner, she spotted some students chatting enthusiastically, repeating what she had taught them earlier. It's easy, right? You just do it this way, one student said, mimicking Rania's gestures. She paused for a second, watching them with a faint smile on her face. Continuing down the hallway, she noticed one student approaching her hesitantly. His gaze wavered as he cleared his throat, unsure if he should speak. He simplified the chain explosion principle to explain it. Rania raised a brow, sensing his uncertainty. Her mind raced with thoughts. Wait, don't tell me I have to explain that too. She froze for a moment, trying to formulate an answer. I can't tell. If they didn't understand, they'd come ask like Lesty did, she reasoned internally, excusing herself quickly before slipping away through the door. As Rania moved down the hallway, her pace quickened, her mind still full of reflections on her teaching style. The weight of her role was becoming clearer with each passing day. His eyes were sharp and stern as he slapped the stack on the table in front of her. Assistant Professor Rania, do you know what this is? He demanded, his voice brimming with frustration. The man pushed the papers closer to her. They're complaints about your classes, there are just too many of them, he said flatly. Rania's eyes widened slightly as she glanced at the pile, the weight of his words sinking in. Rania blinked, surprised by his intensity. Yes, she replied, unsure of what was going on. You've only given 2 classes, but, he continued, the sharp edge to his tone unrelenting, please read through them. Rania took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself for the onslaught. The man began listing the complaints as if reading from a script. The circuits used are extremely complex, so I can't understand them. The pace is too fast. I do not know the spell terminology used in class. He rattled off, his voice monotonous yet pointed. Rania looked at the board where intricate spell diagrams and formulas were still faintly glowing from her last lesson. She had thought she was being thorough, yet here was proof. The tension in the room was palpable as the man leaned over the table, his frustration evident. What exactly are you doing in the classes? He asked, almost pleading for an explanation. Please put yourself in the student's shoes. His voice grew louder, unable to mask the growing irritation in his tone. He slammed his hands on the table for emphasis. Rania stood there, visibly annoyed by the barrage of questions, her eyebrows furrowed, and she pressed her lips together. In a thin line she let out a small sharp exhale, clearly unimpressed. I also don't understand the situation, she replied, her voice colder than usual. A vein popped on her temple as she gave the man a piercing look. The man flinched, feeling the weight of her glare. He straightened up immediately, sensing the danger and pushing her further. Please tone it down a notch, he mumbled, his previous bravado now a bit deflated. You're getting too excited. Rania scoffed at his words, but she stepped back, folding her arms as she waited for Him to continue. The man rubbed his temples, sighing heavily, clearly stressed by the whole ordeal. I've received complaints from students, he muttered. They said they felt like they were being left behind. They're struggling to understand what you're teaching. As if to emphasize his point, he looked at her with a slight sneer. You and Assistant Professor Celt are miles apart, he added, attempting to wound her pride. His words carried a mocking tone, as if daring her to compare herself to someone more qualified. Rania raised an eyebrow, now genuinely curious. Who is that? She asked, her irritation slowly turning into mild interest. She had never heard of this Celt before. The man was taken aback. You don't know about Assistant Professor Celt? He said, a little surprised. He adjusted his glasses, regaining some of his previous composure. The light filtered in through a large stained glass window, casting intricate patterns of gold and white along the floor. A young man stood beneath it, a thick book in his hands. As he gazed up at the magical display, the air around him hummed with energy, the symbols in the window seemingly alive as they glowed softly behind him. He looked lost in thought, the weight of the moment apparent on his features. He was discharged from the army due to his wounds, but he's still walking the path of magic. A voice narrated, revealing a glimpse into the man's past. His expression was calm, yet there was a determined aura about him, as if the dismissal from the battlefield had only redirected his passion. The pages of the tome he carried shimmered, each word etched with powerful intent. This was a man who had not given up on his destiny, who still sought advancement in his craft despite the physical limitations he now carried. And he teaches them how to advance. The tone dripped with a slight undertone of condescension, clearly directed at someone less empathetic. Unlike a certain someone, he puts himself in his student's position. The scene transitions to a cozy cafe where the warm ambient light streams through the large windows. The space is bustling with the low hum of chatter, cups clinking against saucers, and the faint hiss of coffee machines. The atmosphere is lively, with students scattered around, engaged in quiet conversations or buried in books. A girl with soft lavender hair steps inside, the bell above the door chiming softly as it closes behind her. Lesty holds a book against her chest and scans the room with a neutral expression. Her eyes land on a nearby table and she politely greets the cafe worker. Welcome. Please sit wherever you'd like, they say, gesturing with a smile. As she passes by a group of students seated outside, their conversation catches her ear. Assistant Professor Rania's classes are difficult and I can't understand anything, she says. One complains with a sigh of exasperation, another nods in agreement. Even Professor Roselle's classes were easier to understand, adds a second student, a frown creasing his face, but at least Roselle gave a lot of homework. She glances around once more, noting the unusual number of people in the cafe today. Were there always so many people here? She wonders to herself, eyebrows furrowed in slight confusion. Adjusting the book in her arms, she steps forward, intent on finding a quiet spot. The girl, clearly uninterested in gossip, shakes her head slightly, blocking out the idle complaints. She spots an empty seat near the back and makes her way toward it. Nice, a free seat, she thinks to herself with a small sense of relief. I hope the person sitting next to me isn't too loud. As she slides into her chair and sets down her belongings, her expression quickly shifts as she realizes who's seated just beside her. Lark, with his signature sharp features and silver hair, casually sipping on a cup of coffee. He glances her way with a smirk, almost as if he's been expecting her. Oh, hi Lesty, he says in a casual tone, not at all surprised by her presence. Lesty, caught off guard by the encounter, tries to compose herself. Lark, you're also here? She asks, a little surprised, her tone flat but polite. Yeah. Lark replies, his eyes not leaving his coffee. He swirls the cup lightly, the dark liquid rippling as he waits for her next move, a subtle smirk tugging at his lips. Lesty sits down, unsure of what to make of the situation. She thought she'd have a moment of peace, but instead she's now seated next to someone who might just make her day a little more complicated. Lesty stares at Lark's cup, her eyes narrowed in confusion. I'm drinking black water, he says, taking another sip with an intense look on his face. Her brows furrow in response, puzzled by his choice of words. Black water, she repeats, her mind conjuring up images of something far more ominous than what was in the cup. Her gaze moves back to the cup itself, a simple steaming brew that many would call coffee. Are you referring to the coffee? She asks, tilting her head slightly, still unsure. Lark nods. That's what they seem to call it, he answers, his tone serious as if discussing something far more profound than a simple drink. His grip on the cup tightens a little and he takes another sip. Lesty watches as he lowers the cup, his expression still unwaveringly stern. It's not a simple task, he says, as if drinking coffee required great effort and concentration. He's making such a serious face, he must have a reason for drinking it. Lesty wonders. Her curiosity is piqued, though she doesn't quite understand why such a simple drink has him looking so intense. Her attention shifts as she notices a complex diagram among his papers. Lark, that's. She begins eyeing the intricate lines and symbols drawn meticulously across the page. The diagram is unfamiliar yet undeniably complex. Lark follows her gaze, then lightly taps the paper with a finger. Ah, this? It's a problem I received this morning, he explains casually. I haven't been able to solve it yet. Lesty leans closer, her curiosity growing. The spell diagram sprawled across the page is unlike anything she's encountered before, filled with geometric shapes and magical symbols that make her head spin. Lark continues unfazed. I came here because some of my classmates said they studied here at this cafe and drank black water when they got stuck. His logic leaves her momentarily speechless. So basically the North doesn't have cafes? She thinks, her mind still trying to wrap around his explanation. Her focus sharpens as she studies the diagram more closely, the wheels in her head turning as she tries to make sense of the problem herself. Lesty sees herself on Lark when she sits in a dimly lit room, her desk cluttered with piles of books and papers. She pores over her notes, scratching away at the paper with a quill, her expression focused, but strained. Tears begin to fall silently, dropping onto the page in front of her, leaving small splatters on the ink. She continues to write despite the tears, her frustration clear. The scene shifts to a brighter cafe where Lesty is now sitting across from Lark. He looks at her with slight confusion. What don't you understand? He asks, placing a thick book in front of her with a thud. His tone is direct, almost impatient. Lesty is quiet, unsure how to respond. Lark continues, you have to use the same method you used on the third question. His voice leaves no room for argument. Lesty tenses up, clearly overwhelmed. I'll only say it once, so listen, Lark adds with authority. Lesty stares at him with wide eyes, almost startled by his bluntness. Why, yeah, okay, she stammers, barely keeping up with his explanations. Lark leans back casually, clearly in his element. If you ask Assistant Professor Celt about the basics of this spell, he'll explain the theory behind it, Lesty says, motioning to the diagrams between them. Her tone is almost dismissive, as if the solution were simple. You can consult the book for this problem. Rania's mind races, but all she can manage is a heavy sigh, her internal frustration building. Ah shit, she mutters under her breath, realizing just how lost she is in the conversation. Rania's eyes narrow as she hears that familiar name again. Celt, that name again, was it Cult? Can't. She grumbles to herself, her mood visibly souring. Even Lesty mentions his name, which only fuels her irritation. With her usual serious expression, she drinks her tea in silence, but in her mind Rania can't help but reflect her thoughts, dripping with frustration. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions on my students is enough for even me to realize I suck at teaching. Before she can dwell further on her insecurities, a student interrupts her moment of silence. Ah, he's here. The students gather eagerly, calling Assistant Professor Celt. They flock to him. Sorry to bother you during your break, may I ask you a question? Voices filled with admiration. The young professor answers enthusiastically, inviting them to his table. Yes, of course. What are you having trouble with? Rania watches intently, unable to hide her annoyance. That's Assistant Professor Celt. Her gaze sharpens as she observes the assistant professor answering questions with ease. His casual demeanor in handling the students and their enthusiasm stings her pride. As she watches from the side, her grip tightens around her cup. Come on, show me how great you are, she mutters under her breath, her gaze hardening as she challenges him silently from a distance, clearly not willing to accept defeat that easily. Aplia Academy. Indoor training grounds 2. The tension in the air is thick and the faint echo of footsteps resounds in the vast imposing chamber. The ceiling is high with sharp angular lights overhead casting a sterile glow over the arena. Dust lingers in the air, disturbed by the violent commotion that's unfolding. You all. The cry of sheer terror rings out from a student, fear gripping his voice. His eyes are wide, panic written all over his face. He's on the floor, helpless, back against the cold stone wall as a monstrous beast stalks toward him. Its body is covered in dark bristling fur, and its yellow eyes glow with a terrifying unnatural light. The creature snarls, baring its sharp jagged fangs. Saliva drips from its maw, showing no sign of hesitation, no mercy. Gee, go away, the student stammers, desperately trying to back. Sharp commanding voice slices through the chaos. That's it. The voice of authority sends shockwaves through the room. Standing tall at the sidelines is McCart Clerpet, the stern and unyielding professor of combat magic. His sharp eyes are locked on the scene unfolding before him, arms crossed as he surveys his students' pitiful performance. Pathetic. On your feet now. You have no grasp of the basics at all. If this were a battlefield, you'd already be dead. There's no sugarcoating, no softness in his words. Every sentence hits with the weight of reality. This isn't just training, it's survival. The other students watching from the sidelines whisper amongst themselves, their faces betraying their unease. One of them mutters under his breath a question that's been gnawing at all of them. Even if it's for practical combat, why should we fight a demon beast solo? The students stand together, voices low as they grumble about their situation. One of them crosses his arms, frustration etched across his face. It was better when Assistant Professor Celt was teaching the class in his stead. His voice is heavy with nostalgia for the easier days when they weren't forced into life-threatening combat drills. Another student sighs in agreement, exasperation weighing him down. Tell me about it, Ha. When will this ever end? Besides, why would they even breed demon beasts, eh? But then something's wrong. Oh, doesn't it look a bit weird? He stammers, noticing a change in the demon beast's behavior. Its eyes flash with a fiery red hue and an ominous growl rises from its throat. The once controlled creature suddenly looks more menacing, more dangerous. The professor tries to calm him down, dismissing the concern. Don't be afraid, it's bound by control magic, so it won't. His sentence trails off as the beast's body tenses, its muscles coiling like springs ready to unleash violence. Suddenly the beast growls clear and terrifying, attack. The word simple but filled with dread triggers the nightmare they all feared. The demon beast lunges forward with terrifying speed, its massive form darkening the students' vision as it descends upon them, jaws wide open. One of the students freezes, eyes wide in disbelief. His breath catches in his throat, his instincts screaming at him to move, but it's too late. He's locked in place, terror gripping him as the beast barrels toward him. You are. Outside the academy, the peaceful skies seem oblivious to the chaos within. The sun shines brightly, birds chirp and a breeze rustles the trees. The contrast between the serene exterior and the horror unfolding inside the training grounds couldn't be starker. In a calm sunlit cafe just outside the academy, a figure with silver hair and piercing blue eyes sits at a small table known as our MC Rania. She is observing. A delicate porcelain teacup rests in her hand as she watches the students with an unreadable expression. That's Assistant Professor Celt, she remarks, leaning in. They sit in a cafe sipping her coffee, but her attention is completely drawn to the figure outside. Come on, show me how great you are, the MC mutters sarcastically under her breath, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. The lesson in front of her is clearly testing his patience, and he taps his quill against the desk, irritated. Another student leans over, pointing at a section of the equation in their notes. So what do I do when applying the inequalities? He asks, seeking clarification on the difficult subject. The first student narrows his eyes, glancing between his notes and his friends. Isn't this basically the same lesson I taught in my class? He mutters, confusion crossing his face. What's so different? The other nods, pointing to his own work. That's right, apply the circuit with this spell and you can substitute the formula. When doing so, his tone is confident, the explanation smooth. The scene shifts back to Assistant Professor Celt, who takes a calm sip of her tea, her eyes as sharp as ever. Her gaze falls back onto the students with a critical, thoughtful look. She didn't explain this part, the frustrated student realizes. She omitted this important bit. Outside, Celt places her cup down with a small clink. Her posture is relaxed but her thoughts are clearly focused. But she muses, her mind drifting to the classroom and the current lesson being taught. His students clearly look happier. The students seem more engaged now, their expressions have shifted from confusion to clarity, a marked change as they start to understand the material. They no longer struggle with the spellwork or equations but are actively working through them, sharing insights and helping one another. Rania watches quietly, noting how her students are progressing. They show a clear understanding of the material and are progressing, she says softly, her eyes narrowing just slightly in contemplation. The peaceful cafe, her silent observations and the shifting attitudes of the students create an intriguing contrast as the scene quietly unfolds. Rania looking in disbelief, clenching her fist as frustration boils over. Just what is he doing differently? She exclaims, trying to make sense of why her lessons don't seem to have the same effect. In the background, Rania looks quietly, her intense gaze almost burning through him as she watches him. I feel a passionate gaze, he thinks, visibly uncomfortable as the pressure weighs down on him. Nearby, another student bowing respectfully. Thank you very much, Assistant Professor, she says with gratitude, her voice sincere as she scurries off after receiving help. Celt smiles softly, his tone calm and collected. I believe this is the first time we've properly met each other, he says, he eyes meeting her, Assistant Professor Rania. The next scene shows them in a cozy corner of the cafe where the natural light streams through tall windows. Rania stands before him, her silver hair catching the light as she asks with a polite but direct tone, can I help you with something? Surprised, the MC looks up at him, her curiosity piqued. You know me? She asks, clearly not expecting him to recognize her. He offers a slight nod. Of course you are the latest hot topic in the academy, he states, casually gesturing to the chair across from him. He adds, please have a seat. Kelt's voice softens as he extends his offer. You seem troubled. I'd be happy to chat with you if you don't mind. His demeanor is calm and inviting, but her reputation for sharpness still lingers in the air, leaving the professor with mixed feelings as he sits down to hear what she has to say. Rania sits at the cafe, her cool blue eyes focused on the professor in front of her. You seem to be teaching students in a way they can understand. Is there a trick to it? Her question is straightforward, but there's a hint of curiosity behind her calm demeanor. The professor chuckles softly, feeling a bit flattered by the compliment. Haha, I'm honored that you think so highly of me. He takes a moment, lifting his teacup to his lips, then sets it down gently. It isn't really a trick, but students are still children. He leans back slightly, contemplating his words as if recalling a lesson he's imparted many times before. With so many paths before them, they don't know which to choose, and even when they do choose one, they often stop in the middle and doubt their choice. All I'm doing is teaching them my path, he explains, his tone softening, much like how my master taught me. Rania listens closely, her eyes narrowing in thought. Images of the professor's own mentor, a wise figure with a staff and gentle authority, flash before her eyes. Much like how my master taught me, the wisdom of the past is passed down generation by generation, forming a continuous chain of knowledge. I see, Rania murmurs deep in thought as she absorbs his words. There's something unspoken in her expression, a glimmer of understanding that lingers as she reflects on her own methods of teaching. The conversation eases up as the professor chuckles lightly. Well, that was a heavy topic, he says, letting the earlier intensity fade. The sun casts a warm glow through the cafe windows, giving the space a relaxed atmosphere. Kelt tilts his head slightly, acknowledging the shift in tone. Right, he responds, his usual seriousness softening for a moment. The professor smiles warmly. I studied pedagogy a bit. If you'd like, I can suggest a few books for you. His offer is genuine, and he gestures lightly with his hand, inviting her to dive deeper into the teaching craft. Rania remains composed, considering his suggestion. Why don't we go to my laboratory after this if you're free? He adds, leaning forward slightly as he makes the invitation. The soft clink of their teacups adds a peaceful backdrop to their conversation. MC pauses for a moment, then gives a small nod. Well, my schedule is pretty open. Very well, let me show you the lab, the professor says, rising from his chair with a sense of purpose. They make their way out of the cafe, stepping into the fresh air as the sunlight spills across the cobbled streets. As they walk, the professor glances at the stunning view of the academy against the evening sky. The golden hues of the sunset cast a magical glow over the grand buildings. May I ask a question of my own, Lady Rania? He says, curiosity creeping into his voice as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, signaling the start of a new conversation. As they walk down the hall, Kelt looks over his shoulder at Rania. Well, ask away, she says, inviting him to continue their conversation. His expression is relaxed, though curiosity lingers in his eyes. Rania meets his gaze. Can you tell me how you met Professor Rose? She begins, but her question is cut short by a sudden shout that echoes down the corridor. Kelt freezes mid-step, his eyes widening in surprise. Rania also glances back, immediately recognizing the voice marching toward them with his usual commanding presence is none other than Professor McCart. Clerpet, his brow furrowed with frustration. What are you doing there? McCart demands, his voice filled with urgency. Kelt stands rigid, unsure of how to respond. Professor McCart, he stammers, clearly caught off guard. Rania narrows her eyes, her sharp gaze shifting from Kelt to McCart. McCart, she murmurs, her mind racing. Come to think of it, that see what's his name also mentioned him. She begins to piece together the connections. I was having a chat with Assistant Professor Rania, Kelt told the furious McCart as he strides forward, not slowing his pace, his irritation clear. There you go, doing meaningless things, he snaps, pointing an accusing finger at Kelt. How can you be so sloppy with control magic? The intensity of his words hangs in the air as McCart continues. There's another demon beast going berserk in your class. His voice is sharp, full of frustration and anger, as if scolding a student who had just made a serious mistake. McCart stands over Kelt, his voice sharp with anger. If you can't even do your job properly, you might as well return to the battlefield. His words are cutting, filled with the weight of disappointment. What do you think, you can just put on some fancy clothes and be a scholar? Ha! Kelt lowers his head, feeling the harsh sting of McCart's words as papers scatter across the floor at their feet. This is your last warning, McCart declares, his tone heavy with finality. Investigate properly and make sure the report reaches me tonight. With that, McCart turns and strides out of the hall, his footsteps echoing down the corridor, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. Rania watches him leave, then turns to Kelt, her expression softening. Are you okay? Kelt smiles a bit sheepishly. Yes, well, this is normal for me. He chuckles, though there's a tinge of exhaustion in his voice as they sit on the floor together surrounded by the scattered papers. Rania glances at one of the documents. Professor McHart wants to teach students through practical battles. Kelt explains, gathering the papers into a pile, so he has us breed demon beasts in the lab, but the research has been stalling lately. His tone is lighter now, as though the weight of McHart's scolding has lifted a bit in the presence of company. Rania raises an eyebrow as she flips through the notes. Well, practical experience is important, but they're breeding demon beasts. She's clearly skeptical, her tone sharp as she processes the information, trying to understand the bigger picture. Kelt picks up one of the scattered papers, his expression distant as he mutters to himself, in the end it's because of that research. Rania notices his quiet mumbling. Were you saying something? She asks, her gaze curious as she hands him another stack of papers. Kelt blinks startled and quickly shakes his head. No, it's nothing, thank you very much for picking the papers up for me. His smile returns, though it's softer now, less strained. Rania glances at the pile of papers in his arms. They might be pretty heavy to carry, she comments, her tone almost playful. Kelt chuckles, brushing off her concern. It's okay, I take pride in my strength. Well, I guess I won't hold back then, Rania replies with a small smirk, following him down the corridor. As they make their way back, the air between them feels lighter after the earlier tension, though something unspoken lingers between them. Meanwhile, at the outer Aplia forest training ground, the moon casts a faint glow over the dense trees. Something moves swiftly through the darkened woods, barely a whisper of sound as it rushes past. Wham! A sudden impact as something slams into a tree, splintering the bark with raw force. A shadowy figure stands still, catching their breath. Phew, they mutter, the quiet night holding its breath as if waiting for what's to come next. A student stands in the dimly lit forest, breathing heavily as he wipes sweat from his brow. Belnoa's eyes narrow in concentration as a thought nags at the back of his mind. Something's bothering me. His gaze shifts into the distance, haunted by what he had recently witnessed. I can't stop thinking about that suspicious altar. The memory of the eerie structure lingers, shrouded in darkness in the quiet of the forest. It stands out like a sore thumb, unsettling him. I could tell that it had an abnormal aura at a glance, but Assistant Professor Rania wouldn't say anything about it. His mind races as he tries to make sense of the mystery. Suddenly the sound of footsteps reaches his ears, interrupting his thoughts. I didn't expect someone to already be here. Out of the shadows emerges another student, casually resting a sword over his shoulder. Lark's silver hair glints in the faint moonlight. So you occasionally train in this forest as well? He asks, his voice calm but curious. Lark looks over, recognizing him immediately. He straightens up but remains cautious. Your accuracy is incomparably better than last time. What kind of training did you do over the holidays? What are you doing here? Do you have a mentor outside the academy? The question catches Belnoa off guard and he frowns slightly. Why do you care anyway? His words are blunt, defensive. Before the conversation can continue, the forest around them stirs. A rustling sound echoes through the trees, followed by the glowing eyes of numerous creatures lurking in the shadows. A low growl fills the air as the danger makes itself known. The Belnoa chuckles, eyes glinting with amusement. Well, I won't say nothing happened. You wouldn't think I wandered the underground waterways, would you? Lark's tone is teasing, clearly poking fun at the mystery surrounding his sudden improvement. Why don't we have a little competition? Belnoa raises an eyebrow, but his reply is simple. Sure, he agrees, though his curiosity lingers beneath the surface. With a confident smirk, Lark stretches his arms. Let's make this a contest. The challenge is thrown down and they both begin to move deeper into the forest. The air grows tense as they walk, the sound of distant growls echoing around them. To think demon beasts would appear in Aplia, that would normally be impossible, Lark says, gripping his sword tightly as they approach the source of the noise. From the shadows, glowing red eyes peer out at them, multiple pairs lurking and waiting. Large snarling beasts emerge, their teeth bared, and growls low and threatening. How do we decide the winner? Do we count the years? Lark jokes, his gaze fixed on the advancing creatures. Belnoa shakes his head slightly. Collecting them sounds like a hassle. We'll say whoever kills the most wins. He smirks, throwing a glance at Lark. You northern people give odd labels. The beasts creep closer, their glowing eyes full of bloodlust. The tension in the air spikes as the two students prepare themselves for the fight. Are you ready? Belnoa asks, his voice steady but filled with anticipation. Lark glances at him, determination etched on his face. Whenever you are. The challenge accepted. Both students brace themselves as the beasts charge. The two students stand side by side, the dark forest stretching out before them filled with the eerie glow of countless red eyes. The demon beasts snarl as they move closer, their hulking forms blending with the shadows of the trees. The air is thick with anticipation, the calm before the storm. Lark tightens his grip on his weapon, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's do this," he says, his voice filled with a mix of confidence and adrenaline. Both students brace themselves, ready for the oncoming. The night is calm at Aplia Academy's 5th dormitory, with the moon casting a serene glow over the grounds. The wind howls gently, rustling the trees as two students stir in their beds. One of them yawns, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Ah, the wind sure is strong today." He glances toward the window, trying to ignore the persistent noise. "I can't sleep with all this noise," he grumbles, shifting in his bed. One of them stumbles back, eyes wide in shock. What's that?" "It's moving." He points toward the shadow emerging from the rubble. Amidst the wreckage, a creature steps forward, a demon beast with glowing red eyes and a dark, twisted form. Its low growl fills the air, causing both students to freeze in terror. "Is that a demon beast?" one of the boys asks, his voice trembling with disbelief. "That's impossible, right? There's a barrier surrounding the academy," the other stammers, trying to rationalize what's happening. "But Professor McCart uses demon beasts in his class." One student hesitates, piecing things together. "You have a point," but the uncertainty lingers as they face the beast, knowing they may have to fight to survive this unexpected nightmare. "We still need to run away," one of the students shouts, his voice frantic as the demon beast charges toward them. They scramble down the hall, barely keeping ahead of the creature's snapping jaws. One of the beasts lunges at him, but the student manages to shield himself with his arm, expecting pain. He flinches, yet nothing. Why doesn't it hurt?" he mumbles, confused. He glances at his arm, untouched. The beasts haven't struck yet. Other students have evacuated to the 3rd dormitory. As they stumble through the dormitory, other students begin to emerge, drawn by the commotion. But before things get worse, a new presence enters the scene. A calm yet commanding voice cuts through the chaos. "You guys are getting in my way." A girl with violet hair, Lesty, steps forward, her expression unreadable. Surrounding her are her own demon beasts, fierce and under her control. She moves forward confidently, the menacing creatures obediently flanking her sides. The student stares at her in awe as she clears a path. "All right, thanks, you saved my butt there," he mutters, still catching his breath. Lesty barely spares him a glance. "I just did what I had to," she replies coolly, her attention already shifting as she heads toward the next threat. Outside, the dormitory is in ruins, the calm night shattered by the escalating battle. Lesty stretches out her hand, a green magical circle forming beneath her palm. With a swift motion, she summons multiple creatures. "Multi-summons," she commands, and several imposing beasts materialize, glowing with a fierce energy. They growl and snarl, ready for her command. "This should be enough," she mutters, eyes sharp and focused. The hallway is filled with a glowing aura as the summoned creatures advance toward the incoming threat of demon beasts. Without hesitation, she turns to her summoned beasts. "Deal with them for me," she orders coldly. The beasts spring into action, crashing into the enemy with a ferocious force. A brutal clash ensues, with blood and snarls filling the air. Her summoned creatures overpower the demon beasts, tearing through them without mercy. The girl stands calmly as the battle unfolds, her violet eyes narrow as she senses something unusual. "Sylvie, where is this ominous presence coming from?" she asks, addressing the icy spirit floating beside her. Sylvie's gaze is calm and composed as she replies, "From the forest behind this dorm." The violet-haired girl clenches her fists, her instincts telling her that something far more dangerous is lurking beyond the chaos. The ground shakes violently as a massive figure emerges from the forest. Its towering form looms over the treetops, its eyes glowing with a sinister purple light. Dark energy radiates off its body. The two students stand amidst the chaos, their weapons swinging with precision, cutting through wave after wave of attacking beasts. Blood splatters, but more enemies keep coming. "There's no end to them," one of them mutters, his breath heavy but his resolve unshaken. He slashes through another creature, watching it collapse at his feet. His companion, Lark, smirks confidently. "What, tired already?" he asks with a teasing tone, wiping the sweat from his brow as he braces for the next round. Noah lets out a small chuckle, his eyes gleaming with determination. "No way." As the massive creature looms ahead, the two students spring into action, their synchronized movements precise and deadly. With a sharp chant, Noah activates his spell, Haste, boosting their speed to incredible levels. Not far behind, his companion invokes Shadow Jump, the red aura wrapping around him as they both shoot into the air like arrows. Belnoa strikes first, his hand slicing through the air as shadowy tendrils form around him. Shadow Needle, he yells, launching the dark magic directly at the colossal beast. The attack pierces its thick skin, leaving dark gashes, but the creature barely flinches, its glowing purple eyes still locked on them. High above, Lark hovers under the moonlit sky, weapon raised. Wait, he roars, summoning immense power into his next strike. Gravity itself seems to bend as he descends, his hammer crashing down with devastating force. The impact shakes the ground, causing the enormous creature to stagger as cracks form under its feet. The battle has reached its peak, with both students pushing their limits as they face this seemingly unstoppable foe. Lark descends with tremendous force, his hammer crashing down onto the creature's head. A deafening crack echoes as debris and chunks of earth fly into the air, the beast's hulking body shuddering under the blow. The students land swiftly. That's the end of it, Lark says, breathing heavily but with confidence. He watches the creature stagger, clearly wounded, its red eyes dimming as the ground quakes beneath its weight. Belnoa, still on edge, observes the creature intently. That should completely immobilize it, he mutters, but there's a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Something feels off. Suddenly, the creature lets out a guttural roar, its eyes glowing bright once more. The beast, though damaged, refuses to go down so easily. Its sheer resilience takes them by surprise, the battle far from over. The towering creature begins to regenerate before their eyes, the wounds closing rapidly as a green glow engulfs it. What's happening? Lark exclaims, eyes widening as the beast recovers from their fierce attacks. It's regenerating. We need to counter it somehow, Belnoa says, trying to assess the situation. Isn't that obvious? Lark snaps back, shock flashing across his face. Were you expecting to somehow defeat it without knowing its weaknesses first? As the tension builds, a voice cuts through the air, calm and poised. Ah, Lesty is here, Lark notes, as the purple-haired girl steps out from the shadows, accompanied by her summoned spirit. She walks forward with an air of confidence, but the exhaustion in her expression hints at the effort she's been exerting. Are you here to help us? Belnoa asks cautiously, unsure of her intentions. Lesty hesitates for a moment. Do you think I can just stay silent when the whole academy is in chaos? She replies, though a hint of doubt lingers in her voice. Well, yes, to be honest, Belnoa mutters under his breath, skeptical of her arrival. That's not important right now, Lesty quickly adds, brushing off the remark. Her expression turns serious as she points at the regenerating beast. That demon beast is fundamentally different from normal ones. Lesty, watching the hulking demon beast regenerate rapidly, explains with a calm but serious tone, the small core in the center of its body is forcing the rest of it to keep its shape. It's more like a golem than a demon beast. Her eyes narrow. Unless you destroy that core with magic, it will continue to regenerate. She steps back, observing the beast's strange design. That demon beast's weird structure combined with the fact that the Academy's barrier is supposed to keep such creatures out. Her spirit companion interjects, her voice filled with concern. They didn't break the barrier to enter, instead, they appeared within the barrier. As the realization sinks in, her spirit pleads softly, Master, I have a really bad feeling about this. Please be careful. Lark tightens his grip on his axe, a sharp grin crossing his face. So we just gotta destroy the core, that makes things easier. Belnoa steps forward, brimming with confidence, ready for the next phase of the battle. Lesty, with a determined look on her face, calmly says, That's right, come on. She steps forward, leading the charge as the others follow her swift movements. The scene shifts as she prepares her spell, while her two companions, the silver-haired axe-wielder and the dark-haired swordsman, rush in the air around them. Vibrates with power as they activate their own abilities. Wait. Enlargement. Lark calls out, his axe growing larger as it becomes heavier with each step. With a fierce expression, he leaps high into the air, preparing to strike. First, he mutters under his breath, the force of his blows sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Lark rushes in with incredible speed, slamming his axe into the beast's massive leg. Hinder its movements, he shouts, his weapon slicing deep into the monster's stone-like flesh, green ooze splattering from the wound. Belnoa follows swiftly, extending his hand with focus. Then, before it regenerates, he declares, shadows swirling around his form, shadow binding. Red-black tendrils shoot from his fingertips, wrapping tightly around the creature's limbs, locking it in place as the massive beast struggles. The shadow magic completely immobilizes it, the binding tightening as the student's power surges. With intense focus, Lesty summons a powerful, glowing force, her hands shimmering with golden magic. Deal the killing blow, she commands herself, calling forth a summon, middle-grade lightning fairy to finish the job. Her voice is steady as she carefully specifies the coordinates for the spell's attack, ensuring perfect accuracy. Belnoa maintains the shadow binding around the creature, its monstrous form struggling to break free. Make it quick, Lesty, he urges, his voice strained from the effort. I'm done, she responds, magic crackling around her. Now, Sylvie. At her command, the fairy prepares to unleash its potent magic, glowing even brighter as the final attack is set into motion. The battlefield becomes illuminated with brilliant, golden light. A blinding bolt of lightning crashes down from the sky, illuminating the dark forest as it strikes the demon beast. The raw power of the summoned lightning fairy surges through the air, unleashing a furious energy that overwhelms the creature. Golden light and jagged arcs of electricity tear through its body. The scene opens in a room that's been completely devastated. Cracked walls, shattered windows, and debris scattered everywhere. The students are working to clean up the mess, but their exhaustion is palpable. One of them sighs, leaning on his broom. So much work, no thanks to Professor McCart, he mutters, clearly irritated. Ditto. Another student chimes in as they work to clear a large pile of debris. It's a collective grumble among the group, with everyone seemingly in agreement. The room was left in absolute chaos after the recent battle with demon beasts, a situation that Professor McCart had orchestrated under the guise of practical experience. A few students lift heavy wooden beams and furniture, one of them asking, "Can you carry that by yourself?" His friend nods, determined. "Yeah, I got it." Another student standing off to the side with a tired expression shakes his head. "I knew this would happen the moment he said we'd have to fight demon beasts. It was bound to turn into a disaster." He sounds resigned, like he had been expecting things to spiral out of control. In the middle of the cleaning effort, someone else enters the room. Lark, with a friendly but slightly awkward expression. "Sorry to interrupt, but do you need me to move anything?" he asks, eager to help despite the situation. One of the other students waves him off. "I know we're good for now, thanks though." The mood starts to shift from frustration to relief. "Well," someone says, almost smiling, "good thing we don't have to fight demon beasts anymore." There's a collective sense of agreement. The intensity of the battle they had faced had pushed them to their limits. Another student, this one still catching his breath, speaks up, his tone filled with disbelief. "Making us fight demon beasts, even if it was in the name of preparing us for real battle, it was too much." His voice carries the weight of the danger they'd faced, the near misses, and the exhaustion that came with it. Is he crazy or what? In a heated conversation, one of the students clenches his fist and vents his frustrations. He also looks down on students he doesn't like. He growls, his tone sharp with anger, his brows furrow in contempt as he continues, "How can someone be so bad at being a teacher?" Another student, more composed but equally discontented, steps forward, crossing his arms. "Just how sloppy could he be with his demon beast management for this to happen?" His voice carries a tone of disbelief, as if the chaos they've just endured was entirely avoidable. The scene shifts and the focus moves to another student with silver hair, who adds in a low voice, "I heard it's Assistant Professor Kelt who managed the demon beasts." His eyes narrow, clearly trying to make sense of the situation. But even with this new information, there's still a sense of blame hanging in the air. "Even so, the fault lies with the professor, right?" Another student replies, "Well, if he wasn't such a jerk-face, this wouldn't have happened in the first place." They mutter, still holding Professor McCart responsible. The scene transitions to a grand chamber where a tense atmosphere fills the room. The figure of McCart stands tall, his back turned to the audience as he faces a panel of judges. The air is heavy with judgment as the council looks down upon him from their seats. Silence. The stern voice of the principal echoes as he bangs his gavel. "Everyone, order please." The room settles down, all eyes now focused on McCart. Finally, the principal directs his attention toward McCart. "McCart Clerpit, is there anything you wish to say regarding the accusation held against you?" The question lingers in the air, putting the weight of responsibility squarely on the accused professor's shoulders. The council session intensifies as evidence piles up against McCart. Stacks of research papers are presented detailing his work on demon beasts. One of the council members, clearly frustrated, speaks up, "All of your research and achievements are related to demon beasts, your experiments on how to control them." He pauses dramatically, his eyes narrowing as he emphasizes the next point, "and most importantly, the demon beasts that ran amok were under your jurisdiction." As if to drive the point home, a shadowy image of one of the beasts flashes in McCart's mind, the glowing red eyes symbolizing the chaos they caused. The council member continues, "All of the evidence points to you." The words hit hard, but McCart doesn't flinch just yet. "You should be fully aware that the demon beasts were being raised for practical combat. The professor clenches his fist, his voice filled with a mix of anger and disbelief. McCart grits his teeth as he speaks, his mind races and the weight of the accusation sinks in. I'm a knight. He thinks to himself, I fought for the people on the battlefield. Why am I even being suspected of manipulating demonic beasts in the name of attacking people? His thoughts grow louder and he silently seethes. There's a limit to just how much you can insult someone. The scene cuts to the gallery of the council room. One spectator observes McCart's temper but notes his unwavering pride as a knight. McCart Clerpit has always been rough in temperament but firm in his pride as a knight, the bystander reflects. But as the evidence stacks up, the situation grows more dire. There's just too much evidence against him this time. The thought lingers ominously in the air as the tension in the room continues to build. A shadowy figure looms over the academy, his sinister grin hidden beneath his hood. As he surveys the scene below, his thoughts reveal a disturbing truth. Not even a Grey Tower master can easily break Aplia's barrier. The beasts came from within the barrier and the first responders were hindered by a perception-altering spell. He sighs as he concludes, which all points to the work of an insider. Meanwhile, back in the courtroom, tension escalates. Princess Isla's assistant, clearly agitated, attempts to speak out in his defense. He can't convince anyone of his innocence if he just rages and shouts. A council member observes quietly. Assistant Professor Kelt, McCart's right hand, interrupts the proceedings, rising from his seat. Assistant Professor, please sit down. You need to wait until the principal. The council cries out, alarmed at the disruption, but before things can escalate, a calm voice cuts through the tension. Isn't he Chart's assistant? The principal recognized the young professor. It's fine, let him. The principal gestures, allowing Kelt to continue. Ah, thank you very much. Kelt nods, his face a mixture of relief and determination as he thanks the council, preparing himself to speak on McCart's behalf. The weight of the courtroom presses down, but a flicker of hope seems to emerge in the assistant's eyes. The scene opens in a grand, well-lit courtroom where tensions are running high. Professor McCart, clearly enraged, stands and shouts in frustration, his face twisted in anger. You're finally here, Kelt. McCart continues, his voice full of fury. This is all because of your sloppy demon beast management. He bellows, pointing his finger accusingly at Assistant Professor Kelt, who sits calmly in the gallery. The presiding figure, Principal Aaron, seated above, raises a hand trying to defuse the heated situation. McCart, calm down. He commands, his voice authoritative. Turning his attention to Kelt, Aaron addresses him more formally. Assistant Professor Kelt, share your opinion on the matter with us. Kelt rises from his seat, composed but clearly carrying the weight of the situation. His expression remains neutral as he speaks. Esteemed Principal Aaron, I believe the incident could have caused great damage. Kelt continues thoughtfully, but thanks to the students' efforts many of the beasts were suppressed. He pauses, gathering his thoughts, then adds, I believe this is enough to prove the efficacy of Professor McCart's lessons. Principal Aaron, still deep in thought, strokes his beard. The next words are laced with a mix of understanding and caution. Of course, there is no doubt that the incident was an unfortunate accident. But Kelt continues, his tone reflective. It is also true that it was a valuable opportunity for the students to confirm their abilities. The scene pans to the students, many of whom are lost in their thoughts, some resting their heads on their hands. Finally, Kelt makes his last appeal, standing firm though humble in his admission. If you're going to hold someone responsible, please let it be me for failing to properly manage the demon beasts. Principal Aaron listens carefully. After a moment of consideration, he replies, I understand your point, but as you know, many are against the breeding of demon beasts. His words hang heavy in the air, leaving the next steps uncertain. The tension in the room is thick as a hooded man, clearly frustrated, speaks out. If all he needed were opponents for his students, he didn't need to use demon beasts. He shakes his head, practically radiating disbelief. The shadows behind him swirl ominously as he continues, he insisted on it anyway, and look where that's gotten us. Several students who weren't yet ready for combat were injured. The man's voice carries the weight of both disappointment and blame. Then from the shadows a calm but firm voice interjects, your opinion isn't wrong, but oh, you can almost hear the invisible drumroll. Here comes the but, always the sign of a plot twist. The principal turns to face him, his eyes narrowing in calculated thought. It's not right to have you, an assistant professor, bear the blame in such an incident. He's practically giving the younger guy a watch your back vibe as he adds with a smirk, it's best for everyone if you be careful with your words. That's definitely not a suggestion. And just when you think things couldn't get more dramatic, the scene shifts. Thud, the gavel slams down with the finality of 1,000 pounds. McCart Clerpit, You are to be restrained until this matter is settled. The principal's words echo through the room, leaving no room for argument. Cut to McHart, who is not exactly thrilled by this outcome. His face is contorted with rage, veins practically popping as he lets out a furious scream. Flames reflect in his eyes like the man's about to explode at any second. McHart is fuming, his face twisted in rage. You dare insult me, Principal Aaron. His voice booms through the grand hall, shaking the very air as he points furiously as if betrayal itself has taken form. Chaos ensues as an assistant tries to calm him down, hands raised like they're trying to stop a charging bull. Professor McHart, just calm down. But McHart isn't having it. He jerks his arms, furious. Let go of me. I was a knight for this kingdom. He's about 2 seconds from knocking someone out with that passion. Chandeliers glisten overhead, the grandiosity of the setting making McHart's fall from grace even more dramatic. Suddenly the scene shifts, the dazzling light of the chandeliers fades, replaced by a cosmic glow. Golden orbs swirl through the air, illuminating the darkness like stars. My dear, a soft ethereal voice echoes through the void. The vision continues, a glowing star appears radiating light, and the voice, warm but commanding, continues. Go and search for it. Emerging from the starlight is a mysterious woman, her golden hair flowing like she's stepping straight out of a dream. Her gaze is soft yet filled with purpose as she completes the cryptic message with that. The vision fades, leaving her staring up at the ceiling, eyes wide with confusion. The glowing orb's message lingers in her mind. Search for it. She blinks a few times, her hand reaching up instinctively as if trying to grasp the fading starlight. What was that? She whispers, still caught between the ethereal and the real. Morning sunlight filters into her room, casting a warm glow over the furniture. She gets up slowly, her mind still racing. That revelation was clearly different from the ones I had before. She thinks, her brow furrowed with concern. There's a quiet determination in her eyes as she gazes at her reflection. It's the first time the stars have given me a revelation, as if they were speaking to me. She walks toward the mirror, lost in thought, her expression growing more serious. What were the stars trying to tell me? The question hangs in the air, heavy with uncertainty. What is it that I should search for? Just then the door creaks open. Are you up, Your Highness? Harvel, her loyal attendant, greets her with a polite bow, breaking the silence. She glances over, putting on a composed smile. Good morning, Harvel, she replies, but her mind is still tangled in the mystery of that starry message. The search is just beginning. Harvel walks alongside her, giving an update with a serious tone. Following the trial, Professor McHart has been placed on temporary detention. His classes will be taught by Assistant Professor Kelt for now. His footsteps echo in the grand hallway, the news weighing heavily between them. As they continue, Isla Sked, nobody else was placed under investigation so far. Professor McHart is the only suspect. His voice trails off as they walk, his unease evident. She listens intently, but her thoughts are elsewhere. I see, she murmurs softly, her golden eyes narrowing as pieces of the puzzle seem to fall into place. Something about all of this doesn't sit right. The stars, the trial, it's all connected, isn't it? Princess Harvel asked as her footsteps slow. She silently reflects. I don't fully understand the revelation the stars gave me, but I ended up here as if I were led here. The stars must be guiding me. There's a sense of destiny in her stride now, her determination growing with each step toward the large ornate door. Stopping before it, she raises her hand, feeling that invisible pull. This is where it begins. She knocks gently. Excuse me, Assistant Professor Rania. A calm voice replies from the other side. Ah yes, come in. The door creaks open, and just like that she's about to take the next step into whatever fate has in store for her. She peeks into the room, but what greets her isn't quite what she expected. Papers are scattered across the floor, books are stacked like towers ready to topple at any moment. With a slight hesitation she steps in. There is something I wish to discuss with, she starts, but then her eyes catch the chaotic state of the room. What is this? From behind the clutter the professor's voice calls out. Forgive me, my room is a bit messy right now. That's an understatement. Feel free to step on anything on the floor, Rania adds casually. Ah, okay, she responds carefully, trying not to trip over a pile of books as she walks further in. At the front, Rania stands by the chalkboard. You arrived at the right moment. I was preparing for my next class. Can you take a look and see if you understand this? She gestures to a chalkboard filled with complex diagrams and notes that look like they belong in a wizard's lair. I already tried to simplify it in my own way, she adds. The princess stares at the board, her face blank. Simplify what? Her thoughts are a mess of question marks, and she's pretty sure some of them are floating around her head right now. She looks completely lost. She clears her throat trying to salvage the situation. Ahem, I'm the type of person who understands circuits by instinct, she says, rubbing her chin like she's some kind of genius. I'm afraid I can't be of help here. As she scans the cluttered room, the princess's sharp observation catches her off guard. You seem to have had a change of heart since the open class, she comments casually, leaning against the mountain of books. What do you mean? Rania tilts her head in confusion, eyes flicking between the board and the scattered textbooks. You've been finding textbooks and preparing for your next class, right? The princess gestures to the pile of books, with a knowing look as if everything makes perfect sense. Rania's eyes widen, caught off guard. She hadn't been expecting that. They're not mine, she admits, her voice trailing off awkwardly. A mysterious feeling creeps across her face as the professor said his name. The atmosphere shifts, almost like something unsaid is hanging in the air. Rania said, Assistant Professor Kelp, lend me those textbooks. The princess presses a hand to her chest, lost in thought. The mystery seems to deepen with every step she takes in this place. What exactly is she being guided towards?